Evening.
Hey everybody, this is Keith here of Euphoria Petros, and welcome back to Friday Night Live at the Movies. So as you can see, I have got two very, very special guests, to say the least. Up first, we do have John, aka Mondo Chelloveck Movies.
Oh, you're right.
And for the first time ever, this is the first time I've ever had a non-YouTuber on my live stream, and this is a big deal. It really is. We've got Paul over at Brumhorror. Hey Paul, thanks for joining us.
Good to see you all.
So, I like I said, Paul doesn't have a YouTube channel, but he does have a wonderful, wonderful Instagram channel. And what I'm going to do is there's going to be links in the description below for this stream for Paul's Instagram channel and, of course, John's YouTube channel. And if you could go over and throw these boys a sub or a join or a like, whatever you want to do. But please interact. I think you're going to be massively impressed. Paul, without a shadow of a doubt, has probably one of the greatest collections you're ever likely to see. And if you're into all of that, I think you're going to get a lot from his Instagram page. So, with that said, lads, I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the comments here. So let's kick it off the way we always do, where we discuss about our recent watches. So, Paul, do you want to start?
Yeah, I can do. I had to write it down because I'll forget. Last night we watched Scream Factory's Night of the Creeps and then Faculty straight after. Both fantastic. I mean, even though they weren't Atmos sound, we had to turn it down because we worried about the neighbours because we watched them at like 11 o'clock at night. So. And to be fair, we've watched a lot more because we usually struggle because obviously we both work 12.5-hour shifts, but we've been off this week, so we've watched quite a bit. So we've watched Creep and Severance. I had to watch them as soon as I got them in the Umbrella versions. Fantastic, both of them. I finally got to watch Rumpelstiltskin, the Television 4K. Another one.
Very good.
I've wanted that film. Anybody that knows me, I've been wanting that film for so long. It's just one of them films that I wore my VHS tape. I got it downstairs and it will not play. Completely worn out. What else did we watch? I've seen the transfer for House of the Devil, Second Sight, the Ty West film.
Nice.
We managed to get that early on the screener and it looks fantastic. Really good.
Oh, brilliant.
Held up. They've cleaned, well, they didn't really need to clean it up. Still got all that grain to make it look like it was set in the 80s.
Brilliant.
Scanners, I watched the 4K. We got we had a screener for that, but it was only the Blu-ray. So as soon as the 4K come through the door, straight on it. What else we watched? Dick Tracy on the ITV Play the other night.
Wow.
That's one of mine and Rachel's favourite films. We both figured that that's another one I'd like to see on 4K.
Yeah, definitely.
What else? Kevin Smith's 4:30 movie. No. It is ode to the Breakfast Club and that, and it was all right. It's worth a watch, but it's not. There wasn't so many of his usual humour in there. So, and then I watched a documentary on YouTube, that Hoarders. I don't know whether you heard of it. I've wanted to watch it for a long time. A lot of the YouTubers, but the American community were dragged in for it. It's like talking about physical media and people's collection habits and that. It's called Hoarders. It's on YouTube anyway, so if anyone wants the thingy. But it's directed by a British guy, because I know the guy through his VHS Nasty documentary that he did, which is also on there, on the DocuNet YouTube channel. I think he must be something to do with it, because I wanted that Hoarders. I think that was released in lockdown.
Right. I never heard of that.
So everybody like this sort of thing, like a live stream where people talked, said their piece through that. They all must have had a set of questions. It was pretty interesting. Really good. How people started collecting and that. It's definitely within our lane.
Yes.
Like.
I got to get that. Yeah, that's fantastic. And you got some great watches in there as well. I was meant to say to you before, that House of the Devil you were talking about, I went to get the Umbrella release of it. Of course, it's been on their website forever. And then, of course, as soon as I go for it, it's gone. So it's great to hear that the Second Sight are bringing it out. So I'll pick it up there.
Exactly the same. I put off the House of the Devil because I knew the Second Sight version was coming. Then I like kind of kicked myself and was going to go back and buy the Umbrella one because I like the artwork better on the Umbrella one. But
yeah, John, kicking the balls. Some great watches there, Paul. So, John, what about yourself? What have you been watching?
Well, unlike Paul, I haven't watched much. I've only watched 3 films, actually. I watched Rings of Fear, which is one of the Forgotten Gialli from the latest Vinegar Syndrome release from
Nice.
1978. It was okay. It wasn't great, although it did say on the sort of write-up about it, or people talking about it, it's not the best Giallo you'll see, but it's got a couple of interesting things. The sort of payoff at the end was worth it. It's got some great the actor in that. I can't remember his name now, but he's a great actor. So he carried the film. It wasn't as good as some of the Giallos I've seen, but it was pretty good. The fact that it's kind of so obscure as well was good to see it. Me and Deborah watched last night, if you can believe it, The Tingler. Remember The Tingler with Vincent Price?
Is that a Warren?
And so it was on. She said to us, "You want to watch a film? It's going to have to be short." And that says, right. So I went and had a look around the imprint ones with Hammer. And I picked out 4, and we got it down to 2: the Snorkel or the Tingler. So she just says, "Well, which one?" I couldn't decide, so I had them behind me back, left or right, pulled out the Tingler. And I thought she would be freaked out by it because I found that freaked me out as a kid. When it goes colour, it's black and white film, but it's got some colour scenes in it. It's really creepy. But she was all right with it, but she enjoyed it because it's a strange film with this. Vincent Price is supposed to get to the point where somebody gets a shock and he, for some reason, thinks that spine tingling. The spine comes to sort of life. So he wants to extract somebody's spine, somebody's tingler out, so he can prove that it exists. And of course, it comes to life, doesn't it? And terrorizes the place. So that was a good watch, and she was quite impressed by it. Well, but the other one I watched, which was by far the best thing I've seen this month and for a pretty few months, is Brimstone and Treacle.
Oh, brilliant!
Syndrome 4K. Originally, when I saw that, I didn't rate it in one bit. When I saw it this time, I thought it was one of the best things I've ever seen. It's funny how them things come back on you, don't they? When you think, nah, not that good. I would have never got it if Vinegar Syndrome didn't have it as part of the subscription month. But when I watched it, I thought this is something else. It really is, and it's dark. It's really, bleak in places, but I thought it was absolutely brilliant. Made us think afterwards. It was in me head for a bit.
Absolutely.
So only 3, but yeah, pretty good.
Happy days. We had an interesting night last night. I'm not going to lie, I was exhausted when we finished. So 2 movies I got. It was a bit of a gamble because I felt it was these kind of movies that you're either going to love them or you're going to hate them. Thankfully, I ended up loving both of them. So we watched Nosferatu first. I think I'm not even going to look for another contender for best looking 4K transfer of the year. I think that has it nailed down. It's visually stunning, the movie. I have never seen such an ensemble cast put together, and the way that they all deliver on a performance. I am not kidding. I couldn't single out one actor in it. It was just absolutely incredible. Just drips atmosphere. It's a wonderful, wonderful movie. Exceeded my expectations. Had a great time with that. Then we watched The Heretic after it. And that movie is tense. That's the only word I can sum it up. Tense. Hugh Grant I was a bit skeptical. People are going about, oh, Hugh Grant is great in this movie. And I was like, is he though? Is he really? And when he answered the door for the first time, me and Ellen looked at each other and we went, it's fucking Hugh Grant, Yeah. But it only took around 5 minutes after that initial scene where we were like, okay, wait a minute, something's different here. This is not the Hugh Grant we know. And he was wonderful. Loved the movie. Loved it. Kind of got you guessing, kept you going, kept you thinking the whole way through. And then I finished the night with Heart of the Sea, the Moby Dick movie. And I was drained. I said to Ellen, it's too many movies, to knock on 3 movies that just requires a lot of thinking and acquires your attention. I kind of said to Ellen on the 3rd movie, I probably should have knocked on like a kind of comedy or something like that, just something that you can kind of almost, you just don't have to think about it. But I was wrecked at the end of the night. And then just two other movies that I just wanted to quickly mention. I watched Creep as well, the Christopher Smith movie, and we really enjoyed that one. And then I watched Pulse, the Asian horror movie. I was very conflicted on that 4K transfer. When I knocked it on, I turned around to Ellen and I said, "This looks fucking horrendous on 4K." And I kind of stuck with it, and I was like, "Wait a minute, I'm starting to get it now." The movie does have a specific look to it. Yeah. Like, I mean, John, when I knocked it on, John, the grain was ridiculously heavy. It's extraordinary heavy grain, and not only is it grainy, but it's noisy as well. And I was there and I was looking at it, and the colors were they were very muted. They were very almost washed out. And I was like, what the fuck am I watching? And then I just started to click with me, and I was like, wait a minute, this is exactly how this movie is meant to look. It's a very faithful 4K transfer, even though it's never going to be, like, if anyone's going into it thinking they're going to be seeing a top of the line transfer, you're going to be massively disappointed. But you know what it's like? I'll tell you exactly what it's like. It's like getting the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the original, and cleaning the shit out of that. You'd be taking something away from the movie if you did do something like that. And that's exactly what Pulse is like. And it's such an incredible movie. I know you're a fan of it yourself, Paul, aren't you?
Yeah, big fan. Is that the first time you've seen it?
No, I've seen it years ago. And it just started to click with me. I was like, you know what? These Asian horror movies have a specific look to them. And I'm presuming they're all like that.
Yeah, it's got that dull look to it, that film has as well, hasn't it? It's very, like, subdued, the colours and that. But it's such a good film. That's got that one scene, obviously I'm not going to mention it because people might want to watch it, but that one scene, even now, still sends a shiver up my back when that woman comes from under the absolutely
shit.
Horrendous.
Yeah, I agree. When it happened, me and Ellen kind of looked at each other after, and we were like, fuck that, Jesus. And it's by far the creepiest scene in that movie.
They've just got it to a T, haven't they, the Japanese and Koreans, on the way even the Thai films, because I'm really looking forward to Shutter. I can't wait to get my hands on the 4K of that from Umbrella.
Absolutely.
They've just got the knack for, and they know, perhaps especially the early ones, they hadn't got the budget. They just got a knack for that atmosphere, that creepy, horrible dread.
Yeah,
just fantastic.
You just don't feel safe. It's never safe. A scene can look normal, everything's grand, but then all of a sudden, bang, something will happen just completely out of the blue. It's a wonderful. Have you ever seen Pulse, John?
I've got it, but I haven't seen it. But I have flicked it on to check it out on the Arrow disc. Okay. It's Arrow Blu-ray, and I get exactly what you mean about the picture quality. It's got a stylized look, hasn't it?
Yeah.
But as Paul was saying, though, I don't know how the Japanese do it, but they've just got an eye for that type of art. I'm gonna use the word art. It's a bit pretentious, like, but it's about the fact that they just look different. But it's like, must be attractive to them. I don't know, but their sensibilities, I like their stuff. And usually when it gets transferred over to the American market, they lose some of it. And I think they lose the bit of, how it looks, the type of make it just a normal film, but they take all the stuff from it. But I think the fact that it looks a bit off is part of the good side of watching the Japanese versions. They just look that bit of special or a bit different. Really,
the Americans try. Like, I'm not going to lie, I actually don't mind the remake of Pulse, the American one, and at least they try in terms of that palette. That like Pulse does have that. Even the American version has a real, it's a certain look to it. It just doesn't. It lacks any kind of real color. It does have that dull presence, much similar to what The Ring has, the American version as well. Again, it's the color palette is almost green on that movie, and it adds so much to it. So at least they try, but they're just not the same as the originals.
No.
They'll never come close. They won't.
Unfortunately.
No. So with that said, we are going to finally jump into the comments. So we're going to start off with me pressing the very wrong fucking button. Sorry. Right, bear with me for 1 second. Right, I'm having a bit of an issue here. There is something coming up, and it's blocking my... Just bear with me for 1 second. No, I can't see...
Isn't it great?
That is fucking weird. There's right across where my comments are, there's a thing saying share your referral link. And it stopped me from pressing the comments. Which is definitely a first for me. Oh, wait a minute. No, I can't do that. Yeah, it's not allowing me to click on the comment. This is fucking weird. Yeah, every time I click, it's not allowing me to do it. Bear with me for 1 second. Okay. I don't fucking believe this.
So what happens if you click on that particular thing? Would it take you somewhere, do you think?
So it's taken me somewhere. It's basically, Sean Sheridan has left a comment, and when I click on it, it's just giving me the options for the comment. If I want to delete it or, put the user in a timeout. It's actually not allowing me to click on the comment. Just bear with me. I just have to see if I can get rid of this thing that's causing the problem. Just share your referral link. There's no way of getting rid of it. I cannot believe this. I cannot. Bear with me. No, every time I click on a comment, it's the same thing coming up. I don't fucking believe this.
Look that up on the net and see what it says.
What's that, John?
I'm just looking it up on the net and see if it says anything about it.
Is this thing keeps coming up? Someone's putting the strike down and I'm putting this in your thing.
No, is that all just coming in there now?
Just 3.
Tell me if another one comes in there now when I press that.
Right, maybe it's you doing it.
It could be me that's doing it. Tell me if there's another one there now. Did another one?
Yeah, because it's under your name.
Yeah,
come up again.
Yeah. See, can you block them?
No, it's you. It's your account.
See what I mean? Look at this one I'm talking about. See this? Share your referral link. Yeah. It's blocking my, and every time I go into a comment, it's not letting me press into it. No.
Did you want to use my comments then?
Yeah, I might have to do that, John. I might actually have to. I can't put the comments up on the screen, so I'm going to have to use Ellen's phone and just read them this way. And actually, no, I don't need Ellen's phone. I can actually just read them. I just can't click on them.
Oh, well then, yeah.
That's what I'll do.
Can you see them? Because
Yeah, I could. Yeah. I think I can see them. So Sean Sheridan has put down a comment anyway. His first comment of the night. He says, "Top 10 movies, top 10 movies of all time, if you can think of them." Well, Sean, I'm not going to name 10 because it'll go on for way too long. But John, do you want to just name a couple? What would be in your favourites?
I'll go just off the top of my head. Well, obviously, Down by Law is my favourite one, so I know that one. Jaws, Clockwork Orange, Deep Red. It's got to be a martial art one in there, but I'll put in Way the Dragon.
Oh, nice.
I'm going to have to do a giallo, but I've done a giallo. It's funny when you get put in the spot.
I know it's hard.
Yeah. So, what else? I'll put a hammer in there. I'll put in the Frankenstein created woman, and also Dracula. Taste the Blood of Dracula.
Taste the Blood of Dracula. Oh, nice. Okay. What were you said then, Paul? Do you have?
I could give you 100 and still miss some.
Yeah.
Top of my head, if people put me on the spot, I usually say The Thing, Escape from New York, Dawn of the Dead 78, The Raid, On Back. Nothing worse than being put on the spot, is there?
I know.
Let me have a look. Howl's Moving Castle, another one of my favourite films you wouldn't expect from me.
Yeah.
What's up there? Oh, Did I say The Warriors? Yeah.
No, you didn't say The Warriors.
Yeah,
No.
The Warriors is another one of mine.
Yeah.
Just trying to look at the shelves. Oh, obviously Jaws.
Jaws, yeah.
The original Evil Dead. Another one of
Right.
my favourite films.
Yeah.
American Werewolf. Tourist Trap. Frighteners.
Frighteners is a great one.
What else is there? Oh, Zombie Flesh Eaters. Another one of my favourite films of all time.
Yeah, of course. Of
I know
course.
that's a big one of John's.
It is. How could I forget?
Oh, Train to
Uni
Busan.
put the
The
spot.
Wailing. The
I
Wailing's
only
one of
just
my favourite films of all time. I could
I
go
only
on
just
for
watched.
days. It changes all the time as well. I can
Yeah,
rewatch something like
that's the thing.
Seven, that you
Like you
can't
said, you can just
rewatch all the time.
you can just name so many, and it's just a never-ending pit. It is basically. I said it to the boys at the start before we went live. I was like, yeah, just give me the first John Carpenter 10 movies. I'll be good with that. So yeah, basically Carpenter's. Yeah, I would say I could comfortably say his first maybe 4-5 movies would definitely crack my top 30 anyway, hands down.
Yeah.
Halloween will always be up there. Season of the Witch definitely will be up there. The Burbs, Joe Dante's The Burbs would be in there. You're not a fan, John, of that, aren't you?
No, I like the Burbs.
Oh,
Yeah,
you do? I thought you
I'd be
didn't like it.
surprised you. I'm surprised you'd said that. In amongst those ones, but no, the Burbs is a great film.
Oh, I don't know why I had it in my head that you weren't a fan of it. I don't know why.
No, I really like it.
There's so many. Aliens would be up there as well.
Yeah.
You know, it's one. I think I'd be more inclined to be able to do top tens of different genres, if you know what I mean. Like do my top 10 comedies, top 10 actions. You know, that's just the list is never ending. We got Gary here now up next saying, good evening, Keith, John, and Paul. It's great to see John back on the stream tonight. Hope you're all well, and let's just say Friday nights don't get any better than this. It should be a good one. Well, thank you very much, Gary. Really appreciate it, mate. Gary. So again, there's 60 people watching here. Just so you know, I am having trouble. I'm having trouble with my comment section, and I can't put the comments up. Yeah. So in case you are wondering, I'm just going to read them. So we've got Alan Meggs here saying, just wanted to wish you guys all the very best for tonight. All the very best for tonight, lads. Have a fabulous stream. I'm at a big match tonight, so we'll watch and play back tomorrow. Thanks, Alan. Thanks, and again, Alan. I hope you have a great night tonight, mate.
Yeah.
So we went on to say, so all of the great releases the last while, it's noticeable there's no comedies. Are we living in a time when this genre is in demise? Are studios afraid to make them now due to cancelling culture? That's a good question. What do you think, John?
That's a very good point.
Comedies.
Well, I wouldn't have never thought about that until I saw Alan say that, and you think, because when we go looking at the cinema to see what we're going to watch next, with a limitless card and we can see whatever we want, the amount of comedies is quite low, because that's probably the favourite thing that we would probably like to go and see at the cinema. But you're not seeing that many.
Yeah,
it is a thing, because I remember back in the day in the video libraries, there was any amount of comedies to look at, old and new. But it seems to be getting like a bit like westerns, although they're great and they were massive. They don't seem to be that popular. I mean, comedies are popular, but they just don't seem to be out there as much as they used to. And I think we were talking ages ago, Keith, about the top 10 favourite comedies. And we were saying at that point that you don't hear anybody saying that thing was off the back of John Clancy. He'd done it.
That's right.
And we thought it's not something you see very often, which is a shame, because there's some brilliant films out there. Yeah, well, yeah, I do think the cancel culture, you're free to see. Saying that, though, when I went to see Danny Dyer's Marching Powder, that was one of the most extreme things I've ever seen at the cinema. So it shows you that if you want to do it, you can still do it, because it was still, I mean, there wasn't many people in the cinema, but it was way over the top, and we were pleased to see that still exists, but it's a minority now, unfortunately.
Absolutely. Yeah. What was yourself, Paul?
That was what John just said was the first thing that come to my mind. As soon as you said comedies and there not being many, I think it's a big fear of upsetting certain people nowadays. It's not as easy to get away with making comedies and what have you. I noticed, like, even like the stand-up shows and stuff like that people used to film, you don't get as many of them, and I think people are too playing it safe nowadays in the fear of upsetting someone, because it can go so many different ways. And the only thing that I can honestly say, you don't even see the rom-coms anymore, do you? Not so many of them, because they were 10 a penny at one stage. And I'm a bit of a secret rom-com fan with the certain era, but I think it's just they're not popular because of the fear of upsetting people. That's my take on it, I'd say, anyway.
Yeah, it is. There's no question that it's a dying genre now, and it is. The horrible thing about it is, they're catering to such a small percentage of people. That's the heartbreaking thing about it. It's almost like the woke generation. It's only, you're talking about what, a percent, maybe 2%, but yet this percentage. It's working. It's stopping all of this from happening, and you get it. But there's so many other factors going against it. I seen an interview there the other day with Matt Damon, and Matt Damon was talking about how he said that DVD was it was so reliable back then. You know, when it came to getting sales up on movies, where all of a sudden you could take high risks and it will pay off because chances are you'll make your money back on DVD. But DVD is gone now. So when you're making comedies and then you're putting these comedies together and all of a sudden they're like 60 million budgets, you're taking a huge gamble. So there is that plays into it. But I think Alan is right though. It's dying. It's heartbreaking to think. I'm actually trying to think of the last comedy I've seen. It's probably that, funny enough, that Jennifer Lawrence one that came out. I can't remember what it was called. It was actually a good laugh as well. No Hard Feelings. That's probably the last comedy I've seen. It is. So it's sad to say the least. It really is. Now, sorry lads, I've just turned my camera, and the reason why I've done that is because I think I should be able to put the comments on now. Just bear with me.
Just quickly nip the toilet before
Yeah. Fantastic.
Now, so there we go. We've got Steve281 here saying, evening fellas, hope you're all good. Looking forward to this one, and I promise not to talk about protectors all the time. Have a belting stream. Thank you so much, Steve, for that. It's funny, we were actually just talking about you, Steve, before we went live. We were saying that you do have the kind of protecting bug. And I can't blame you. I honestly can't blame you. I'm going to be picking up a lot myself. Do you cover much yourself, Paul, in terms of protectors?
Not really, no. Obviously, every single steelbook we own. But apart from that, I've got a few. That Exorcist that I brought, that's in a protector. Right. And there's a few of the other ones I'd like to get them for, but no, not really. I'm not that worried, I don't think. I do what John and them do. I keep the shrink wrap on as long as I can.
Okay.
But to think, I wouldn't even want to start thinking about trying to cover 5,000 plus films.
Yeah.
It's a stress I don't need.
I'm kind of just more interested in, like, I'm just looking to the left of me here, and you know, the likes of the Warner Brothers collector's editions or the Umbrella editions, like, you know yourself, just like them, the likes of them. I'd love to be able to protect them. I think it's all about just taking it, just doing it a bit at a time. It just seems like Steve is doing it all together at once, and I can't blame him, because you want to protect them. You really do want to protect them. So
I'm just getting it's just looking at them, and I'm thinking, oh yeah, you could do it second sight and Umbrella, and then you look at them and think, oh no, they're not all the same size. Some are like the same release, but then they're like 1 millimeter or 2 millimeters thicker, and I'm thinking, no,
I know.
I don't need that stress.
That's the only problem. I'm, like, again, looking at my Warner Brothers collection, there is other ones that are bigger than others, so it could be a kind of a pain in the ass putting them all together. You're going through something yourself, John.
Well, yeah, when you especially with the Arrow ones, the ones that when you look at them, you know, the 4Ks and then you've got the Blu-rays, you know, as well, the bigger sets. Together, when you look at them, they look exactly the same. There's a couple that look a bit bigger. House by the Cemetery is a bit bigger, so you can kind of see that a mile off. But the other ones that look all the same, they're not. And you talk, like you say, Paul, you're talking about millimeters, but it's the if it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. And how are you going to get one that's just a couple of millimeters big? Because they don't really do that. So you're kind of stuck. The more you look into it, the more you think, oh my God, this is a real rabbit hole to go down. And you're thinking, what have I started? But if I can get most of the ones that I want protected, I'm kind of happy with that. But I think I've come to the conclusion now, I'm not going to get them all done because it's just too much.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll wait for Steve and John to figure it out, and then they can just send me a load of links or something.
Yeah, because Steve seems to be the one coming back with all the videos and saying, right, this fits. So I look at it and I say, right, I'll write them all down and I say, I know what that's going to get. So I can go through all those ones. But there's other ones where you're going to try them and you're going to say, is this going to work? There's nothing better when you get it a certain code and it fits a stash of things. There's nothing worse when you pick some ones up and it doesn't fit anything. You know, and you think, oh, what am I going to do now? But I think that's, well, they don't like, but you know, if Arrow just made all the 4Ks exactly the same size, I'd be happy with that. But they don't, do they?
No, they don't. They really don't.
Yeah.
We got Gary here once again saying, what are some of the movies in your collections that you haven't seen for some years, but are due another rewatch very soon? Oof.
Well,
John, do you want to go first there? Sorry, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just talking to somebody in the comments recently on my channel talking about Lust of the Vampire. You know, the Hammer one, and I thought, you know, when you go back to it, you think I haven't seen that for years, although it's really good. And I've got the Blu-ray, but I haven't watched the Blu-ray yet. Again, you know, and I thought I'll definitely get that one. It's amazing. I don't know if you feel the same thing because time goes past this quick now. Do you find that sometimes when you get down to watch a film and you think I've watched it recently, and then you look back and you think it's been 20 years, you can't even imagine it, can you?
Yeah,
it is a thing. There's tons out there, but I think that getting back to Brimstone and Treacle, the fact that I watched that and hated it when I first saw it in the 80s when it first came out, and then I watched it all these many years later, and I absolutely loved it. I do find these days the ones that I didn't give any time to back in the day, I'm really enjoying them. There's not many that I go back to and say I feel exactly the same way because your mind alters. So you get like a second chances of these things, which I find good actually, you know. But
absolutely.
it's amazing how many things there is out there that you haven't watched for donkey's years, and you don't realize it until you look at the film, you know.
Absolutely. What was yourself, Paul?
With me, I've recently tended to find, like, you know, when you know something's coming out on 4K, even if it's something like I was saying last night, we watched The Faculty and Night of the Creeps. As soon as I knew they were coming for 4K, I won't watch them, even if I wanted. I've been telling Rach for about 12 months, oh yeah, we need to watch Faculty again. And it's like, oh no, I'm going to wait for the 4K now. And do you want to know the biggest one that's got me tits with doing that? Is The Beyond. They announced that about 4 years ago. And then, oh no. The kid did all these screenings all around America. How about you announce the fucking release? Because I will not watch it. I couldn't tell you the last time I watched that film. That used to be a regular. When I was younger, I used to watch that every 2 weeks, I think.
Yeah, right.
I've had a few coming thingy, so I can't wait for the 4K of The Beyond.
Oh, absolutely.
I managed to
sorry, Paul.
that. I've got that on the way. I managed to fathom that with the help of a few people.
Right.
It's funny you kind of just said that story because I might have said this before on a stream, but I remember me and Ellen were in this room and we were having a couple of drinks and I think we watched 2 movies and we wanted to watch a third. And she said, "What do you want to watch?" And I was kind of looking around the room and I was in the Blu-ray section and I was like, "Oh Jesus, there's The Howling," and I haven't seen The Howling in 10 years. I said, "Well, watch The Howling." So we watched it, loved it, Woke up the next morning, I'm not kidding, on my phone, The Howling is coming out in 4K. And that it was just announced. And I was like, you absolute bastard. And it wasn't even that long of a wait. I think it was announced and then it was like, it was out in a month's time. So it's amazing how often that does happen. But it's funny, kind of Gary asked me that question. We are going through that at the moment. My DVD collection, I'm going through a lot of my DVDs at the moment, finding these kind of movies that never got past DVD. I actually watched one with Emily Blunt the other day, called Wind Chill, and it was actually a very good kind of psychological thriller / horror. Very enjoyable. I watched Valentine, the slasher movie from the 90s as well.
Oh, that's one of Rachel's favourites.
I haven't seen it in years.
Fantastic film.
Yeah, we're going through. It's just so many. Van Wilder, we watched the other night again. 15 years since I last seen Van Wilder, and I am not afraid to say this, and this is no lie. And Ellen will vouch for me here. I was that close to vomiting in that movie.
Chocolate eclairs.
I'm not kidding. It is the most disgusting thing. It's so funny, but it's when they start putting it over their mouths and it's dripping down. It's I can't even talk about it. I swear to God, I'll puke. I will.
Smell-o-vision.
Smell-o-vision. But yeah, we're actually going through that run now. We're just trying to find these forgotten gems that's in my collection, and we're going through a good run of them at the moment. Right. So who's up next? Oh, okay. We've got Dom74 here saying, "Good evening. What is more important to you? An amazing picture or stunning sound? Some people are more enjoyable with the Dolby Atmos mix more than a perfect image quality." So, John, what do you think? Picture over sound?
It's always been from day one picture, because when I got into when I kind of got old enough to appreciate a good looking film, probably Jaws, I think, was the one that I noticed the first to say, wow, this is really nice. I don't know where I saw it when it looked really, really nice. Because I've seen it a few times at the cinema, saw it on the telly, that type of thing. But when it eventually clicked with us, I was like, yeah, this is good. That's the first one in my mind anyway. So for me, it's because, don't forget that really Dolby Atmos or digital or none of it existed. You went to cinema, it was blaring, but you didn't know what it was. The TV was like the most ridiculous speaker ever, just one speaker, circular speaker in the corner. There was no stereo, there was no nothing. So really, I'd seen a good picture quality for years and years and years before even the sound came in. Don't forget, well, when the sound came in, I was all over it and I loved it. But I've got this affinity with the picture quality. So for me, when 4Ks came out, I get to see something that's stunning. I'm in awe of the picture more than the sound. I love a good soundscape, but the picture for me is the hero in this one. Personally.
Absolutely. Okay, that's good. Yeah. What about yourself, Paul?
Same with me. I think it's picture because even and mind you saying that, I think it depends on the film as well. I think if you've got like an action film, like something like, remember seeing Total Recall in the cinema, the original, and getting that nose break, and it's like, I don't think, and then when you got it on VHS, it was like, nah, where's all that gone? Last of the Mohicans, another one I saw in the cinema, and it was lacking the sound. But to be honest, it's picture, isn't it? Because even like watching them two, I was expecting Atmos with Faculty and Night of the Creeps last night. I mean, they were both 5.1s, but they sounded absolutely amazing. And I mean, we haven't got a exactly high end. We've got a decent sound bar with the surround speakers set up, Samsung one, but it's not on Keith's Harman Kardon level. It's nothing out that good, and they just sounded immense. But if I was to pick, I think I'd pick picture and listen to a mono track.
Yeah, I you know what? I tell you, prior to me buying this pod, I would have absolutely said picture. I would have been with you on that one. But like, I'm in a different situation, probably to the both of you, where I have the means to be able to blast.
Yeah.
So again, that has to be kind of, brought into it. I am very specific though when it comes to sound. Like a lot of people out there will be like, when they talk about sound, they're like, "Oh, give me Mad Max Fury Road," and me personally, the most excited I get when it comes to sound is when it's almost like ambience or sound that plays with you, like a simple little drip from behind you, a drip of water, or something very subtle, a simple whisper coming from one of your rear speakers. Again, I don't need loud noises. And it's all about perfect placement with me when it comes to sound. It's and I always get that from horrors. That's why every time I get an Atmos track with horror, I do be genuine excited. The Exorcist comes to mind. The bit where I'm not kidding you. It's such a great effect. The bit where she hears something up in the attic and you hear the scratching.
Yeah,
you can actually hear that scratch going from one, like it'll go from above me and then it'll go across the room. That adds immersion. It really does. But I think at the end of the day, it's what I'm looking at. It's that's the important thing to me. It really is. You can't beat a good picture quality. Like Paul said there as well. Go back to the faculty. I have the means. My sound system in here can simulate Atmos, even when it's not Atmos.
Yeah.
And that faculty is absolutely astonishing. That scene where they're walking out of the school and you can hear all the students whispering, and it just circles you the way, and it's seamless the way it's done. It's a great sound effect. So I think for me right now, I'm going to put picture ahead of it. But if you can get some good sound, it can add quite a lot to it as well. So we've got Art the Clown saying, "Good evening, gents. Always look forward to the Friday night streams." Well, thank you so much, Art.
Evening.
Appreciate you stopping by. We've also got Matthew Lombard just saying, "Did I come up? Good evening, Keith, John, and Paul." Hey, Matthew. Thank you for stopping by. So again, there's 71 people watching here. I just want to explain what's going on here. The reason why my screen is like this, the comments are acting up. It's a bit weird. I kind of have to actually click on the comment twice to bring it up. That's why I'm just a bit slower on putting them up. So apologies for that. Again, me only just saying to you two before we went live, we were talking about nerves and this, that, and the other. The biggest thing I get nervous about is StreamYard acting the Mickey, and now look what happens. So apologies for that. We have got David Punton here as well, saying, "Good evening, everyone, and a warm welcome and hello from the mighty Rock. Have yourself a great stream and fantastic to see you all." Well, thank you very much, David. David, now that I have you here, mate, I got your package finally through the door there yesterday. So I haven't looked into it. I haven't done the video yet. So expect that video to come out in the next couple of weeks. But I can't wait to see what you've sent me, mate. So thanks again for that. Right. Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't answer this question. Art is asking, what is your favorite film in each decade?
Oh, Jesus.
We can't do that. We go on all night. Give me your two favorite decades and name one movie from that each decade.
I'll be quick, but I'm going to say ones that spring to mind. 20s is going to be Nosferatu. Say 30s, there's that many, but you wouldn't be able to kind of. It'd probably be a Lauren Hardy one, if I'm honest. 1940s, I haven't got a clue. 1950s, I'm not really too sure off the top of my head. 1960s, it might be something like Blood and Black Lace. It's like a really early giallo, because there's quite a few early giallos towards the end of the 60s, which are absolutely amazing. But there's tons of stuff in the 60s. 70s, got to be Jaws, because it is. 80s is going to have to be maybe something like Back to the Future, that type of thing. That type of feel to that, because of some massive big movies in the 80s. 90s is a funny one because it's not something you really draw on. The 90s, I'm going to say it's going to be some kind of like horror film. There's been some good 90s horror, which I can't think of in the top of my head. 2000s, I'm going something like Battle Royale. Is that 1999?
Stabby.
It was 98, I think. Was it 98?
Is it all right?
Yeah, you're
Well,
on
I'll
that.
say
Yeah.
Battle Royale for that then. 2000, 2010s, and now, well, the 2020s is going to be Deadpool and Wolverine, definitely.
Oh
Obviously,
wow.
going to see that five times. So, but the other ones are a little bit sketchy as to what they are, but that's kind of a few.
Okay. Do you want to attempt that, Paul?
I'll just stick with the two. I was going to say Jaws myself for the 70s. Or what else have we got for 70s?
Would you put Jaws ahead of Dawn of the Dead?
For legacy, probably. It's just, I don't think you can. It's a classic in everyone's eyes, isn't it? Whereas Dawn of the Dead's more of a niche. But an 80s, I could give you 100, I think.
Yeah, that's insane. It's just so many.
The Thing, or anything like that. 81.
Yeah.
What was Thingy? I've picked another one out, and then it's just gone straight out of my head. 80s. See what I mean? This is why you don't give it me for every decade.
Yeah, it's so hard.
It's a tough one. You could do a whole stream on that.
Yeah.
You could. Like, I'm not going to go through it. Like, I think 60s, if I'm right in saying, probably The Great Escape. I think that was 64, wasn't it? If I remember correctly. Again, it could be getting me fucking decade wrong. I don't know.
Definitely 60s.
70s, no question, is always going to be Halloween. 80s, maybe I'd say Season of the Witch for the 80s. 90s, hands down, no question about it, Scream. And then anything after that, it's an absolute blur to me. I'm not kidding you. It's just very hard to. It just doesn't say a whole lot, unfortunately, when it comes to movies after the 90s. They're not as memorable, put it that way. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying that. But again, we're talking about nostalgia here as well. That plays a huge factor in things.
Yeah.
Right, we've got Simon here saying, top of the morning to you fellas, get those Film Vault pre-orders ready. Right, so now that there's over 60 people watching here at the moment. Yeah, so anyone that's familiar with these releases here, Film Vault. So if you're not already aware of it, the new ones the pre-orders are coming available for the next two releases, and it's going to be The Shining and Poltergeist. Now they've changed things. The crystals are gone out of the box sets, and they're putting in steelbooks into these sets. But it looks like it's going to be the same size. The foundations are the same, but it's going to have a steelbook inside instead of a digibook, and the crystal is gone. So yes, on Monday, pre-orders The Shining and Poltergeist, and I'll be definitely ordering both of those. I presume you're going to be getting them as well, Paul,
100%.
John, did you ever pick up? Sorry, Paul. I want to. Sorry.
I like the look of them, but I haven't picked any up.
Jaws. I only grabbed Jaws. It's not. I didn't really want to rebuy Scarface. I didn't want to rebuy Goodfellas. It's one of them. It's a dangerous game with me with numbers. That's why I never touched the Slasher Classics collection. Stayed away from it. Italian collection. Stayed away from it and just tried my best just to grab the ones I really wanted. Because otherwise, if I get thingy, I've got dead bad OCD. I mean, I'm looking at the 101 collection here, the black labels, and I've got every single one in the numbers because I started it.
Right. It's a. I'm not going to say it's a slippery slope, John. You seem to love every title that you're getting from the Slasher collection and the Italian classics.
I do. There was a time when when they first started off, the Italian ones, they were absolutely brilliant. They were all absolute gems and ones you thought I would definitely like. Then they started to go not a bit weird. They started to make out ones that I'd never heard of before. And I thought, is this going to be, they're going to put out load, sometimes you'll get it into maybe with Criterion, you might like the first 10 of Criterion, but there's going to be a load that you don't really care for, And I thought it was going to go down that route. But when I was watching them, as I was getting them, I was really enjoying them. So I always think that the Italian collection has paid off for me, because even the ones that I haven't seen, and even the ones that are Iron Master, can't stand it, or I couldn't stand it. I've watched it twice now, and it's not great. It's getting a little bit better as I watch it, but really, that's the only one I can sort of say that's the missed it for me anyway. So I've been lucky with it. It would have been awful if everyone had been the same as Ironmaster, and I thought, oh my god. But I know what you're saying. It has paid off, and I'm tied into it. I'll never not get them now. But it's been, and Slasher Collection's been great as well. There's been a few when I've looked at them and thought, what on earth is that? But it has paid. I mean, the one we were talking about, Keith, the one I sent you, the one with the Halloween offerings, which is absolutely awful, but it's so good at the same time. So I've been introduced to them two series more than anything else. I've been introduced to some real gems, like Short Night of Glass Dolls. It's one of the best things I've ever seen. I would have never known about that if I hadn't got into that set. So
that's one of the ones I actually brought. I've had the 4K turn up this morning from that Jackie Chan sale.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
couldn't turn it down. 28 quid.
I know. Have you seen it yet, Paul?
I've seen the. I've got it. I've got the Blu-ray. It's different, very different for a giallo.
It is, isn't it? Yeah,
but it's fantastic film. Fantastic film.
I was going to say something there now. It's gone out of my fucking head. It's something to do with that Slasher Collection. Oh no, it's gone. Sorry. Right, I'll move on. We have got Sean here, Rain from the West. He's just saying, "Evening, Keith. Evening to you guests."
Sean.
Hey, Sean.
Evening, Sean.
Thanks, mate, for stopping by. Hope you're well. We've also got Gary, the Blu-ray addict, and he's just saying, "Hi, gents, and all watching. Really great guest once again. Thank you so much, Gary."
Evening, Gary.
Hope you're doing well, mate.
That man's got a collection. He puts mine to shame.
Yeah, when it comes to Instagram, it's your channel and Gary's. They're the two that really stand out for me. It's an amazing collection. I spoke. Me and John even spoke about it a few times. We kind of said about Gary and it, like his the Vinegar Syndrome collection alone. I'd say is just absolutely epic.
I mean, when you first were talking about the fact that you got Paul on, I mean, me and Paul talk quite a lot on Instagram anyway, because that's like your spiritual home. But just when you talked about it, I said to Keith, well, obviously with your blessing, Paul, I said, can I just video bomb this, because I just had to sort of just pick your brains on a few things, because I just when I first saw, like, in a reveal, like, say, the length of your shelf. When I first saw that picture, it seemed like it went on for infinity. I was like, "What on earth am I seeing here?"
The mirrors
it was mind blowing. And then you were showing off your various things, and you did the whole sort of like in front of the camera, you and Rach, it was incredible. So this on Instagram, actually, sometimes Instagram's kind of forgotten about, but there's some amazing stuff on there. Mind blowing, actually.
Really good collectors on there. Really good.
Yeah.
Gary's one of them.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a great, again, we always talk about communities on YouTube, but there's a great community there on Instagram. I have to tell you, it's nothing near as hostile as, like, I was on Twitter there for a while because my account got hacked. And I tell you one thing, I'm happy that it got hacked, because it's not a nice place to be on. It's not.
Right.
No. Where Instagram is it's just pleasant. It is. Yeah. I've never had an issue. Never had an issue on Instagram. No. So now I have the opportunity, because there are over 60 people watching. Again, folks, Paul is new to the whole YouTube thing. We're kind of hoping that this will kickstart, hopefully, his YouTube channel. We're hoping it will. But again, he does have a wonderful Instagram page, and I have the link to his channel on in the description below, as well as John's YouTube channel. So if you could throw both of these a follow, it'll be massively appreciated.
Massively.
Well, I'll guarantee that you'll see stuff on Paul's that you'll see nowhere else.
Absolutely guaranteed,
thing, isn't it? And see Gary,
helps, it helps you. Like I said it before with Gary as well. For better or worse, he has helped me out. Like we were kind of joking about it the other day, where he put me towards a movie called Night of the Hunted, which I really enjoyed. It's a good kind of like a good thriller. But then he also introduced me to Night Swim, which is
Oh, fucking hell.
is another piece
I just
altogether.
let me try that again.
Yeah, no problem at all,
Hold
John.
on.
So I'll just move on quickly to the next comment. So this is for Paul. It's Steve once again. He says Paul's wall is the physical media equivalent of the warehouse at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark.
No.
Yeah.
Said to Rachel, said I'd get the mirrors out. Well, get the mirrors out, make it look even longer.
So you are listening.
Yeah. Do you know where this all come from? Before Arthur, we knew we were having Arthur. We had a room, and it was wall to wall. So we had plenty of room. We had a room, and then obviously when we had Arthur, I had to find some way of getting. I think we had about 4,000 at that point, perhaps a bit less. But we had
Wow.
also got big signed pictures. We got a massive Freddy Krueger with the signed glove and all that, and we had to just make a decision like to cut it down. And through John and his magic wooden shelves,
Yeah.
I just found the biggest wall in the house because this is actually our bedroom. This is our
Wow.
bedroom.
Okay.
This is the back wall of the bedroom. So we've got the 55-inch TVs usually here at the bottom of the bed, and then I've got my Wilton on that side. All the fingers and that here. We just had to condense it. And I've always said I'd rather have a film over a figure or a bust than that. They're nice things to have, but when it come down to it, where we hadn't got room for everything, so the only thing we kept out the big stuff. We've got one of those IKEA glass cabinets in the living room, and it's got my Hellraiser bust in there. It's got the
very good.
Evil Dead, the same as yours, Keith, but the English one, the UK release of it. A bus, a bus from the Strain, the first season of the Strain.
Yeah, I know that one.
The watch call it, and then just loads of like knickknacks, little like ET figures and all that kind of loads of nostalgic stuff, load of X-Files stuff because we're both big X-Files fans as well. So that's where this massive wall. We're just lucky we've got the longest wall in the house, and on the back wall of our bedroom.
It's fantastic. As a matter of fact, that actually takes me on to the next comment, because it's David Punton saying, Christ, Brumhorror, what an incredible background. Bloody amazing.
It is.
It is. It's an incredible. We were joking about it before, how I think it was on me and John's, when me and John done our stream together, we were saying that kind of had that kind of mirror effect, where it's probably only 2 shelves wide, but no, it's the real deal.
It seemed like it just went on and it was never ending.
Well,
Actually, a question for Paul here. I was just thinking there. I'm looking at your shelves there it's amazing. I'm just seeing all these ways you've sorted it out. Do you ever get, I notice you've got like certain sections where you've got things put together, Screen Factory, and you've got your, I can see all your big box there, and you've got your arrow behind you. Is there ever a time when you sort of look at them and say, right, I think that whole section could look better in another place? Do you move big sections around, or you're pretty stable where you are?
I've done it a few times. We have to, obviously, because we've only got limited space. We added another 4 bookcases in here, where I had to move. All the second sight went on there. All the umbrella went on there. 101, all my Studio Ghibli stuff, and then A to Z of the standard Blu-rays. But this, I've had to move this around loads of times. But the one good thing about our house is every wall in the house is concrete and brick, even the interior walls. So I've not got no worry about putting the big box sets on the top and that. But this is like, say, this is probably like this length of wall is probably not. I don't even think it's 3/4 of the collection. I wouldn't even say it was 2/3. To be fair, it's probably half. It's mainly the bigger stuff, the boutique stuff, steel books, Arrow, Screen Factory, the Severin, and then the Vinegar Syndrome goes right the way across the top, across the middle.
Wow.
And then the big collectors like the Warner Brothers collectors and that up there, and then the stuff like that Never Ending Story book and the Shorescope, sorry, and the VHS Full Moon. That's when you were talking about Tourist Trap on that stream the other day, weren't you?
Yeah.
We've got the 3 of those, like the big stuff. It's all on the top of these new bookcases we've had.
Wow.
But the amount of times we've had to, keep switching and changing it around and that to get it so it's all in thingy.
Yeah.
It's always going to happen. I think every collector is going to go through it where you're going to make changes. You're going to have to be forced to make changes. You know, it's like when we got this room in here, the first thing that was important to us was, and people still don't believe me to this day, but all the shelving that we put in here, everything is almost custom in this room. There's not one hole. There's not one hole in any of the walls in this room. Everything was done precisely. And I mean precisely. I mean that we squeeze the shelves in so tightly to each other that it's the shelves themselves that are holding themselves in, not screws or anything like that. So that's all going on in this entire room. There's not a single, because we always thought about it if there was a time, because the reason why we got this pod is because I have a fucking asshole neighbor next door, and she was always pissing us off with complaining that things were loud. So I was getting sick and tired of it. So we wanted to move. We wanted to move out to the country and get away from these fuckwits. But it kind of fell through. So I said to Alan, look, we'll get a pod. And when we got the pod, the first thing we started thinking about is because this pod can be brought with us. So if that time ever comes where, you know, we do move out to the country, we can take this room with us. So naturally, we didn't want to bombard it with holes because I think there is that chance that maybe someday, if we do get out to the country, this entire collection that's in here, along with the other movie room, I want to get all of that together in one room in the house. And then this room here will literally become a theater room where it'll be just chairs, light up posters and light up frame posters, and then my sound system and TV, and that's it. So that's the hope anyway.
That makes sense.
And it'd be great.
But the only reason we went with these wooden shelves was the sheer fact we had to get such a lot of stuff. And with these, I just followed John's tutorial, so we didn't lose any space, if you know what I mean. Because we had a lot to get into.
That's the thing I noticed about them more than anything else. You've utilised the maximum space you can.
Yeah,
you've got hardly any that's not a place for to put someone on it. And there's very little sort of, when you think about the thinness of what you're actually propping everything up on, it sounds like it's never going to work, but it does, doesn't it? It kind of just it keeps itself together. I just don't know how it works, but it does.
No problems with them at all.
It's great.
None at all.
Turned out incredible. We've got Sean here saying, who'll be watching The Fog, John Carpenter's version, in 10 days' time? It's the 150th anniversary of the sinking of the Elizabeth Dane.
Wow.
Not that I need an excuse to watch The Fog, but I'll fucking take it.
I'll write that down.
I'm due a rewatch of that, so yeah, I'll definitely do that.
That sounds fantastic. I'll definitely do that.
Never thought of that, but yeah, well.
So where does The Fog stack up for you, John, when it comes to the likes of John Carpenter? I notice you don't really talk about that much. I can't really get a. I'm not sure whether you're a big fan of it or not.
Because I don't really talk about John Carpenter films that much. I probably do want to talk about them a bit more. I just never seem to get around to it. But it's number one with a bullet. And the Scream Factory 4K is. I mean, I like the Studio Canal one. I thought it was great. But there's some. I tell you what, that Studio the Scream Factory one is just unbelievable. So for me, that's what I'll be watching in 10 days' time. Put it that way. Yeah,
absolutely.
That's a great thing to actually hear about that and think that's going to be something to celebrate. That
it is. It's a great idea. What about yourself, there, Paul?
Definitely top 5. Definitely. I mean, we must have. God knows how many copies of it we've got. We've got the Sacred Bones, the Scream Factory Steelbook, the Scream Factory Standard one with the slipcover that's in the bloody Sacred Bones one. And then obviously we got the Steelbooks, the Savvy ones that match, and then we got the big fat box at the top. But it's definitely top 5. I'd definitely put The Thing in front of it, and probably Escape from New York, just because I'm such a big fan of that film. But it's definitely top 5, definitely.
It's like I said, I don't need an excuse to watch The Fog, but I'll take one all day long. It's a shame. It's John Carpenter doesn't particularly like it all that much. He's not a fan of it, and I get it because he had to do a lot of reshoots on it. And I presume a director, when you start doing a lot of reshoots, you're never going to look at the movie fondly as much as you would like to. But I love it. I've never, in terms of atmosphere, that's the bar set for me. The Fog. Nothing comes close to it in my eyes. Mainly to do with Carpenter's soundtrack as well. It's just incredible.
Atmosphere.
So So Sean, I'll be definitely watching that. Ellen, did you hear that? We're going to be watching The Fog again.
Definitely.
I'm just going in it for a peek.
No problem, man. We've got Michael. He said, "Good evening, guys. Hope you're well. Hey, Key, have you watched? Just kidding." So, Johnny, you might be wondering. So when Michael sent me the incredible laser disc of Night of the Living Dead, he had the Tom Savini autograph on it. He sent me, as well as he actually gave me Tom Sullivan's autograph on a DVD documentary to do with the Book of the Dead. But he also sent me a movie called Time Crimes. And he keeps at me about watching it. I keep forgetting about it. I fucking keep forgetting about it. And I think it's a Spanish kind of time traveling movie. I think I don't know if you've seen it yourself. Have you ever heard of it?
But I've heard about it. And it's one of those titles that pops up. It's a bit like Tourist Trap. I keep hearing the Tourist Trap. You were talking about that recently, and I was thinking, oh yeah, Tourist Trap. And I think I haven't seen it, but I know it's cut over here and it's hard to get. But I really want to get my hands on that. But there's quite a few films that Night the Demons. One with I hadn't seen that until I got it off John Hall. But I wanted to save for that man, but he'd never get it over in the UK. It just doesn't seem to be around, So that one might be another one like that.
Yeah, like that Tourist Trap. Like it's one of those movies. When I watched it, when you watch a movie and you just know a certain person is going to love it. And that's the first thing I said when I was watching it with Ellen. I was like, I tell you one thing: if John hasn't seen this movie, I guarantee he'll fucking love it when he sees it. It's right up your street. It really is. I'd love to own. I think there is a Blu-ray you can get out there for it. I'm going to try and buy it. But wonderful setting to that movie.
There was a Blu-ray of it in CX. I think about 25 quid, maybe 35 quid. And I thought, I did check up on it, and I'm sure John Hall had said it was cut. And when I did check on it, it was cut, so I didn't go near it, or else I would have bought it. Maybe not for 35, but I wouldn't care. I think I saw the same one cut. If it's the same one, it was around about £8, and I just walked by it, and I thought, I'll get it next time. How many times has that happened? You say, I picked it up next week, and it's gone.
Gone. Happens to me all the time. The time. We got Saul here saying, hello guys, great to see you. Hope we have a great stream. I'm having a great time, Saul, and thank you for stopping by. Saul's another one of these reliable lads. Every video I do, he always stops by. Good lad.
Evening.
We've also got Mad Marty's movie reviews. Evening, Keith, John, and at last Paul. Excellent to have three masters of physical media together at last. Well, thank you so much, Marty. That's very kind of you to say, mate.
Evening, Marty.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find this. Again, a lot of people do be talking to each other on it. We got Saul back here saying, watching the new Black Mirror season this weekend and looking forward to the new movie Sinners that's released next week. Any of you heard of any of them? I never.
Rano Red. Big fan of Black Mirror. I've not watched it. I'm not big for TV.
No.
TV. But that Sinners, I'm looking forward to that. It looks really good. It's Michael B. Jordan.
Yeah, I've seen the trailer in the cinema a couple of times. Looks good, actually. Although Deborah said she's not going to go and see it, so that'll be another one I'll go and see by myself. But it looks pretty good. Like when it started off in the trailer, yeah, I didn't think it was going to be. The trailer starts off. I thought it was going to be one of those ones where it's a kind of like a race sort of battle or something like that, and then it turns into a vampire flick. So I don't know if it's a bit like, From Dusk Till Dawn to start off a little bit like something and go into another thing. Looks all right.
Okay.
He's playing twins in it, Michael B. Jordan. He plays twins.
Well, okay, I really need to check this fucking trailer out.
And now
Trailer.
Jack O'Connell is fantastic actor. It's one of our best exports. So as the baddie, he'll be good. And his American accent sounds quite convincing from the trailer.
Okay. We got Danny Jukes here saying, "Hi, how are you doing? Doing great, Danny. Hope you're well, mate."
Evening, Danny.
We've also got Ger here as well, saying, "Good evening, Keith, John, and Paul. Hope you're all well." Well, Ger, I'm doing well, mate. I hope you're doing better. Ger, I was told, Ger, that you were a bit under the weather. I hope you're feeling better, mate. I really do. Absolutely.
Talented man.
Yeah, I see you're aware of Ger. Yeah, no question about it.
I won't be messaging you anytime soon. I've got no room.
Ger, I'll tell you one thing, mate. Simon, there's a fella that I said, again, if I can find the comment tonight, I hope I'm okay saying this. It's this chap here, this Sickle One. Well, his name is Simon. Now, Ger, if you're watching, he has gotten in touch with a company called Raro Films. John, I was telling you about this, but apparently Raro Films are sending me a very deluxe edition of Halloween.
Oh, I've seen that just today.
Have you seen
on Instagram? Oh,
yeah.
Stunning. I was going to send you the picture of it, saying, "Oh my god, have you seen this? Limited to 100, wasn't it?"
It's very rare. It's you get like it's a one-click edition. And you also get a knife, and on the knife is laser etched Halloween, I think, across it as well. So I think the way I described it to Simon was I was like I'm like a kid on Christmas morning. I hope that happens. I know what's going to happen, but it's all to Simon. All thanks to Simon for making that happen. But it's a beautiful release. So Ger, I'm going to have a lovely Halloween edition to go right beside that beautiful house that you made for me.
House, yeah.
It was I think it was it's an Italian release. Is it Italian?
They're Italian. They are indeed. Yeah. Absolutely. I'm not saying I like it is like they're that kind of website where they're like they're like Manta Lab. They're expensive. But I tell you one thing: when you see some of the releases, oh my! There's one. If you have a chance to go on to Raro Films, check out the Matrix release that they're going to be bringing out. Never seen anything like it.
That Halloween's done me. I think he got number 10 out of 100. I think this guy who I follow, because I've got
really
a lot. I've got a lot of Italian and German, and quite a few Scandinavian people that follow, and we follow back because it's nice to always see something a bit different.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But I saw that this morning and I thought, Keith got to have seen this, and I thought, shall I send it to you? And then I just got lost in a track of trying to get everything rushed and done so I could get on this on time.
Yeah, it's again, it's all the credit goes to Simon. I cannot believe this company is actually sending it out to me to actually review and unbox for them. So it's all down to Simon. So he's a good lad. He really has looked after me.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, Simon. We got Gary the Blu-ray Addict here saying, "Have any of you seen the movie Sick, written by Kevin Williamson? It was a streaming movie a few years back that has recently got the 4K treatment from Scream Factory." So I'm going to just say right now that I have not seen it. I haven't seen a single trailer to it. So, John, what about yourself?
Never heard of it.
What about yourself, then, Paul?
I saw this. I think this is another one that hasn't got a slip with it. It's just the red with the black Sick, and then as soon as I saw Kevin Williamson's name with it, I thought, why have I not heard of this? And I was tempted to pick it up, but we haven't. But I'm in the mind nowadays when with newer stuff that I've not seen, I tend to try and watch them before I buy them, or I buy a cheap DVD that I can pass on to someone else and then upgrade if needed.
Absolutely.
No, I don't know where this film's come from. I've never seen anything on it. When I was going through the latest Screen Factory releases, I seen they'd released it on 4K, and I thought, I've never heard of this. I've not seen the thingy, but the cover's just red with the black writing on it.
Okay.
It's but might be something interesting. I'll have to have a look at the trailer.
He went on to say as well, it was a great gateway horror for my nephew. It may have helped how much I enjoyed watching it. He went.
Yeah,
There you go. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. He went.
Looks good, man. I like that.
He went on to watching. He went on to wanting to watch Scream, etc. What do you think are some great gateway horrors? What do you think are some great gateway horrors? What defines a gateway horror then?
I think it's say for instance, you want to get somebody into a genre, and you'll say,
yeah,
check this out.
appeal.
You don't start them off with the most
I see
extreme
what you mean.
stuff. You just say something
Right.
nice and easy. I think with Deborah, I went with Hammer stuff because they're kind of horror, but not over the top. And she can take that, So we've moved on to a few things, not too many things. With my son, it was bits like, the classics like Dawn of the Dead, Jaws, kind of. Because that do class as a horror film, and stuff that I know he would enjoy. Exorcist, that was a bit of a stretch, but he got through that one. The Shining, that was another one. I thought you just test the boundaries every now and again, but I think you go with something that you think they're probably going to like, which I would say Dawn of the Dead, that type of thing is going to probably get somebody in it. And if they don't like it at all, you may think, well, that's not particularly for you. Just the old classics, really.
I think
that's why classics.
Decent remakes are a good one as well with that, because like that's something like The Ring, you get someone to watch The Ring. I know it's perhaps a bit harsh. You could go back. People then want to see the original and what have you. Yeah. And then you've got like the teeny bopper stuff, things like The Gate, things like them 80s with a bit of kids just waxwork, things like that aren't too hard going. Get your foot in the door.
Absolutely.
Even Lost Boys, things like that.
You can actually say that. You can almost say that about almost like sequels that come out to, like, for instance, Beetlejuice. How many people went into that watching it, never seen the original, and then it brought them to the original?
Yeah.
It's you can say that a lot of that. But I'm kind of going through something similar because, as you know, John, and I'm sure you know yourself, Paul, that Alan Megg sent me 5 Hammer titles, and I started with The Curse of the Frankenstein, and I think that's probably the ideal movie. Again, now I can't say too much because there's only so many I've seen. I'm limited to what I've seen when it comes to Hammer. But from everyone that I've spoken to, it just seems that Curse of Frankenstein seems to be the one. If you want to get someone into Hammer, that's the movie you watch.
Yeah.
Again, it's if you didn't. I mean, you don't have to like everything. If you watch that one and you think this is just not for me, then probably most of the Hammer ones wouldn't appeal to you. But if you like the sort of feel of that one, which you did, you'd be willing to try the rest of them out there. So I think that that's a great title. See, the thing is with Hammer as well. If you start with any sort of genre, if you start somebody off with the wrong title, like say with an album, if you say get into this group and you give them their worst album to check out, they won't go near anything else.
Absolutely.
So you want to go and give them a crowd pleaser, and then you've got more of a chance of getting them to be drawn in.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
People starting with Green Day and then working their way back through the punk. There's loads of gateway, because that term I've always associated with music.
Yeah.
So you get people. I mean, when I was a kid, I started listening to Guns N' Roses, and that was my first introduction. And then next thing you know, I'm listening to Cradle of Filth and Dimmu Borgir and all the other Norwegian black metal. You work your way.
Yeah, that's it.
That kind of happened to me.
Started you off with that one, you might not have went near the other stuff.
Yeah.
That kind of happened with me with Linkin Park. I didn't get into Linkin Park until Minutes to Midnight. And when I heard Minutes to Midnight, I was like, right, I'm going to go back now and check out what else was done before. And then all of a sudden, they're one of my favorite bands now. It's you just don't know sometimes. We've got here as well. So we got Arctic Clown saying, have any of you seen The Last Voyage of Demeter, and what did you think of it? John, have you gotten around to that yet?
Not yet, but I'm really intrigued because I love things about ships, and it's is a vampire on a ship, so that ticks all the boxes for me. It looks great. The cover's brilliant, so I will definitely get around to that one. Yeah.
Right. Now, I'm going to just say it before I go on to Paul here. Now, if I get this wrong, I apologize. Again, if I sound like a fucking idiot here. Am I right in saying that the last voyage of Demeter, the vampire that's on that ship, is Nosferatu? I think that's what it is. Because someone told me that if you, and this sounds, I thought this was fucking genius. Because I have seen the last voyage of Demeter and I loved it. But there's a scene when you watch Nosferatu, there's a bit in it where he gets onto the ship. And I think the ship is Demeter. So someone turned around and said to me, listen to this, I think this is a great idea. He said he knocks on Nosferatu. And then when it gets up to the point where he gets onto the ship, he knocks off Nosferatu and he knocks on the last voyage of Demeter. He watches that movie through. And then when that ends, he knocks Nosferatu back on. And he almost continues it. So I thought that was a genius idea. So, sorry, yeah, Paul, have you seen it yourself?
No, we've not watched it yet. I've got the DVD here because, like I say, new films now, I always grab like a Asda £7 Dazzler DVD. Then if I like it, I'll pass it on to a family member and then buy the 4K or whatever. Because obviously Screen Factory released it and then Dazzler have released it over here.
Yeah, that's right.
I was always under the impression that the Demeter was the ship that Dracula from Bram Stoker's came across to England in. So
that's what I don't understand. Again, someone brought that up to me. It's just when someone said that to me in the comment section, I was like, okay, is that Nosferatu that's on that then? I thought like you, Paul. I thought it was Dracula.
Wrong. I think it's. I may be wrong, and I'm sure
I don't know.
Will correct me on here. I think that's the ship that Dracula comes across in Bram Stoker's book.
Yeah.
He travels to England on, but obviously it doesn't go too much into it, and then that's thingy. But the other thing with Last Voyage of Demeter that's got me interested is I'm a really big fan of some of the director's other films. Is it Andre Overdahl?
That's right. I think you're right. Yeah,
it's the guy that made Trollhunter, which is another fantastic film I love.
Yeah,
right.
He's done
okay.
a couple of films. I think he's done a couple of American films. Obviously, I haven't got my phone on my phone now, so I can't even check. But I swear he's done quite a big American film as well.
It's kind of weird though when you actually look at the last voyage of Demeter. It does. It's funny when we were watching Nosferatu last night, and I kind of said to Ellen, I was like, in terms of the 4K transfer, I was like, yeah, this is going to be the one to be. And what was my favorite up to that point? The Last Voyage of Demeter. So there's similarities there, no question about it. But again, I don't know what way that connection works. If it works at all. I honestly don't know. I'm sure someone will say it.
Under the impression that was Dracula's voyage from Transylvania to the UK.
Absolutely.
To England.
We got Ash here. How's it going, mate? He said, "Good evening, gents. So nice to have John and Paul as more than welcome guests. I'm just on my way to work. We'll join the stream a little later. Let's have another great Friday night."
Evening,
Thank you again, Ash. Really appreciate it, mate.
He's another NHS man, isn't he? Another healthcare.
Is he?
That's absolutely. Yeah, I never witnessed anything like it. It's amazing. There's so many of them. Unbelievable.
Me and Rachel included.
Yeah. It's incredible.
Yeah, I know.
I managed to find you all.
I know, we're drawn together.
Do I look sick or something like that on my streams? Is that why everyone's gravitated to me?
Yes, we need to talk to you about your health. We need to get.
Look after your kidneys.
Yeah. We got Cy Robson here saying, "Evening, gang." Hey, Cy.
Right.
I think I'll think about. We've got also Al Humphreys here saying, "Hello, Keith, the panel and Flash. How are you all? What have I missed?"
Right. Now.
You've missed me fucking trying to handle these fucking comments. Pain in the ass tonight, Al. But I'm getting through them. I'm kind of getting used to it. It's kind of like, it's weird. It's when I press on one comment, then it comes up saying, "Do you want to add it to the stage?" And then you add it to the stage, and then all of a sudden you press on it again. Do you want to remove it from the stage? So that's why I'm a little bit slower getting through them.
Yeah.
Speaking of legends, we've got Carlos here. Hi, Snake, Keith Pliskin, John the Voice, Mondo Chelloveck Movies, and Brumhorror. Have a great stream. Thank you so much, Carlos.
Cheers, Carlos. Yeah.
Good lad. Good lad.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was a great. I tell you one thing. The last stream I done with Carlos was absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. To actually do it nearly an entire stream dedicated to westerns. It was such a surprise.
Really good.
It was.
Enjoyed it.
We got Gary here saying, I heard when The Tingler was released in the cinemas in '59, they had hidden shockers under the seats to scare the audience.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, at the start of it, The Tingler.
Film?
No,
Is that a Norman J. Warren film?
No, it's William Castle.
William Castle. That's it. I've got it in the box set, the indicator.
Yes, I know. What they did was there's a thing at the start of it when William Castle comes out and says, "Look, there's don't be surprised if you're sitting here," because the thing about The Tingler is in the actual film he goes in the cinema, doesn't it? It crawls around the cinema against people's legs. So he said, "Don't be frightened of this movie. You know, you've got to scream because that's part of the thing about screaming." I'm not going into that because that's a kind of not a spoiler, but it's to do with the Tingler. But he's saying, you know, you might feel the presence of the Tingler around your legs, but what they had was, you know, these like bzzz buttons that you would press.
Yeah.
And apparently when there was like the people who were doing they rigged them up in different seats in different rows. So when they were up in the projection box, they had the buzzer. So they would start hitting it when you seen the tingle and stuff. So people were shooting off their chairs. What a laugh.
Isn't that what's that movie? Oh, the John Goodman one. That's what he was trying to create. Something similar.
Matinee.
Matinee. Thank you.
Yeah. That's kind of exactly what it was.
Right. It's no, I was going to just say that I actually watched that Matinee. It wasn't that long ago. I got it on Scream Factory's or Shout Factory's release of it, and I couldn't get on board with it for that movie. I don't know what it was. I just couldn't get. I didn't enjoy it as much as I was hoping I was going to. But hopefully I'll watch it again and feel different.
It's different to what you would think. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Al Humphreys here says, has anyone seen Death of a Unicorn? What a lot of fun that was. A proper good film. John, have you ever seen it? Death of a Unicorn?
No, but I've seen the trailer for it, and me and Deborah saw the trailer, and I said to her, "Do you fancy that?" And weirdly enough, she said, "Yeah, I do." So it's got what's he called? You know, Ant-Man.
Yeah, Paul Rudd.
You know, he never eats. Yeah, he's in it. So I like him. So I went it. So it looks good. It's like there's some people in there's these unicorns that come after them, something like that.
It's something like that. Is it Jenny Ortega?
Yeah.
So we're definitely going to go and see it. And it does look pretty good, actually.
Right. Have you seen it, Paul?
No, we're tied. We can't really go to the cinema. We haven't got anyone to watch the little one, you see.
Yeah, of course.
We wait for rental and what have you now. But I've got a love-hate relationship with A24, so I think it's one of them that I'll probably, it's going to be a cheap copy, or I'll find it somewhere on the internet, if you know what I mean.
The movie, I was just going to say it fucking tanked at the box office. It was a massive bomb, apparently.
Really? Oh, right.
Yeah, which was very surprising for a movie that Jenny Ortega is in. You know, but it didn't find an audience at all.
I did honestly think. Yeah.
It looks pretty funny.
Well, the thing is, I agree with Paul. When you get an A24 film, you're taking a gamble with them. Sometimes they're really good, and sometimes they're just wow.
Yeah,
so they're not all great.
Don't start me on my unpopular opinions, because you'll be getting me booted off the stream.
Not at all. You can fucking. I absolutely agree with you, because the problem with that company is I always associate elevated movies with them, and that is one genre I fucking cannot stand. So I get it. Thankfully, it worked out well for me last. I think The Heretic. that is one, isn't it? If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that did pay off for me. So But I am a bit kind of cautious as well. You just don't know.
If it's still playing, we'll go and see it. But yeah, it might not be that good. But we'll give anything a fair,
absolutely,
fair go.
I've tried Midsummer 2 or 3 times, and I just can't stand that fucking movie. It's awful.
I can't. I can't. At least you gave it a second go. I couldn't even give it a second go.
No, we tried. The first time we watched it, Rach wasn't very well, so we fingered and we left it. And then, when you hear people talk so highly of these films, and you think, did we miss something? Let's give it another go. And and I think she's tried again, and it's definitely a no from me. I can't fucking stand the movie. And Rach is a massive folk horror fan. She absolutely loves folk horror. But
right, she couldn't get on board.
No.
What were you with that, John? Did you like it?
I wanted to like it a lot, and I kind of did like it. But when I saw the whole thing, I watched the director's cut as well, which was a bit too long. I kind of thought it could have been better. It looked spectacular, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Some of the characters were just a bit weird, and I didn't really get them or like them, to be honest. So I'm a bit on the fence. I will watch it one more time, but I've got a feeling that I'll just watch it one more and just say it's not for me at this point, anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Art here saying, since I've been watching your streams and Nigel and Andy's streams have been recommended films to me, which I bought and enjoyed them. Thank you, gents, for keeping up the good work. Well, that's great, mate. I think the last thing you want to ever do is steer anyone wrong towards something that they will hate. So it's great to hear that we haven't. So thanks again, mate.
There's always good recommendations on here, whether it comes from the comments or anything. Yeah,
absolutely.
That's why I got me pen and paper.
Ellen did it with the Carlos stream. You should have seen all the screenshots she took of all the movies that were recommended. And then what does Carlos? Yeah. So there was a few that really interested me. And then all of a sudden I told Carlos, we have all the screenshots. And then he turned around and he said to me, don't buy any Westerns, keep with you, because I have a package that I want to send to you. So we can't buy any of them yet because we don't know if they're going to be part of Carlos' package.
I think Marty had picked one of the ones up. The one I was interested in, is it the... As soon as they said Klaus Kinski was in it, I thought, I need to try and thingy. And I've seen Marty's video, his pickups. He'd picked up Eureka. I can't remember what it's called. Silent something, is it, John?
Is it The Great Silence?
Yeah, that's the one.
That's the one. Yeah.
He said it was so dark and that.
That is a film. That is a real film. I'm not going to say anything about it, but wow.
Yeah, definitely need to pick that up.
Right, wow. Okay.
Yeah. You're not seeing another one like it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Definitely need to give that a go.
We got Markley here saying, good evening, guys. I'm well familiar with John and Keith's channel, and I've subscribed to Brumhorror just this afternoon. This is going to be a very interesting stream tonight. Well, thank you so much, mate. And I'm sure Paul will really appreciate that as well.
Yeah, I've had quite a few where I thought I recognise, kind of get recognised of people from seeing them comment on the streams and that.
Yeah.
So it's done me a favour, and that was one of the main reasons that I want to do it. One, because I need to get over this fear of sharing your face on the internet, and the other one was it just gets your name out there. As if I was to start a thingy, a lot of these guys won't know me only from me commenting on your videos, or you've seen commenting on the streams and that. Get your name out there, doesn't it?
It's an odd, I've spoken. Who did I speak to recently? I can't remember. It may have been Simon. I can't remember if it was. But I have John to thank for a lot of what's happened to me on YouTube. Like, John was the one that, he was always on me about getting in front of the camera for such a long time. Yeah. John was there and he was like, Keith, he says, you're a great channel. He says, but you can be better if you can get in front of the camera, because then they have a face, to put to the voice. And they can actually, your channel will it'll just be, it'll grow better if you do something like that. And that's funny, when John told me to do that, and I remember the first video I done it on. I think I showed off a Midnight's Classics release of Halloween and The Omen. And the minute I done it, you just put that one video and that's it. There's no going back. You've done it now. You can't go be behind again. So I think, but if you actually look at the foundations of my channel, there's still elements of that. I still go behind.
Yeah.
But there's a reason for it, because I want to be able to show these releases off in the best possible way, and having my ugly fucking mug on the screen while holding it is not the ideal way of doing things. So I always want to go behind the camera. But yeah, John has a huge influence on my channel.
I've got to say though, when you first start off, you do say to yourself, "Are you going to do in front or behind?" And that's something. It took me about a year to decide that, and I thought I'm going to do it and face the consequences. And touch wood, it went all right. So, but it's a big thing to do. It's you can't underestimate, because we're doing it. You can't underestimate how you felt at that particular point, and everybody's felt that way. It doesn't matter if you've got a bazillion subscribers and you've got the biggest channel in the world. That first time you do it, you all felt the same. We all know it's for. So, I think you've cut your teeth in a good place, Paul, because you can you've done it, and now you know kind of a little bit what it feels like. You can watch this stream back, you can see what it's like, and then you can take it from there. So I think it's a great way for you to start out and kind of break your duck on here, and like I say, become a bit more people more aware of you. People are aware of you. We're talking about you on the streams all the time. You see that come up all the time, but once they know the face, and I can say, remember that fella from the live stream, and then it all seems to take off from there.
Yeah, that ugly bastard with the ginger beard.
He turned around. When I invited Paul to come onto the stream, I'm not going to lie. Even though you did send me a message on the stream that we done with John, you said that you would love to be part of the stream. I still thought I was going to send you a message, and I thought you were going to reject it. I actually did. But he instantly accepted it. And then I asked him for two things. I asked him, give me an idea of some of your favorite movies so I can get the thumbnail ready, and send me a picture so I can put you on the thumbnail. And he turned around and he sent the picture to me, and he said, add whatever filters that you need. And I was like, come on. Like, I'm never going to fucking do that. But yeah, it's all in good fucking fun. It is, and it's great to have you on. This is the reason to why these streams. You're the reason why I started these streams. To kind of get myself familiar with people that I know, but I never knew to speak to them or to see. So yeah, you're the reason for these streams. It's great to have you on. It really is.
Yeah. I just couldn't say no. I was bad enough just being in a stream with Keith. I said I can't not thingy, and then when he said, "Does John want to join?" So why is he fucking asking me? Just put him on. He said, I'm not just saying that because I'm on with you, but you two are my two favourite YouTubers without a shadow of a doubt. You're the two that I watch the thingies. I mean, there's loads of others I watch, but you could put something up, well, like John does with his thingy. It's not always something I'd be interested in, but I'll still watch it from start to finish. Same.
Well, thanks for that.
No, what I love about John's channel is, and I kind of felt the same way about it with Andy as well. It's just the way that you are so open to everything. John can send me like a title he'll say, "Oh, I bought this from Vinegar Syndrome," and he'll say the most obscure title you're ever likely to hear. And then he'll look at it, and he'll always turn around and he'll say, if it's bad, if it's bad. But then he'll always try and find the good that's
the good in it.
within a bad movie.
Yeah.
Which is a blessing. It really is. And Andy is very similar. He really is.
Yeah, I know.
That, So it's a great thing. It really is.
I think you've just got to kind of just open your mind to just accept, I don't like everything, but you just try to give everything a fair shot. And I think personally, I feel better for it, because there's a lot of stuff, mainstream stuff, I don't really go to. It's not really my thing. I tend to just see the more obscure ones, just that nobody really likes or thinks that they're great. They're the ones that seem to just work for us. I don't know why. It's really But I don't write anything off. Even like the mainstream film, I would go and see it if they ever wanted to see it. We're going to go and see that one with the fella from Bohemian Rhapsody. He plays somebody in
Oh yeah, it's Getting Revenge. I saw a trailer for
yeah,
that
that
today,
one.
I think. Looks quite
Yeah,
good.
we're going to go and see that on Saturday. Yeah, it looked all right. So we're hoping that, especially Deborah, she'll watch. Well, not horror, but she'll watch anything mainly in the cinema. It's good.
Absolutely. That's good. Yeah, absolutely. We got Cy here saying he went to see the 30th anniversary screening of Empire Records on Monday. Watched it again on the big screen. Was awesome. I actually really enjoyed that movie. John, have you ever seen Empire Records?
I absolutely love that film.
Yeah, I
It's
am
a
a big
long
fan
time
myself.
ago, but
One of the first DVDs
yeah,
I brought, I think.
I need to see it again. But yeah, a long time ago, probably 30 years ago. But yeah,
Yeah,
a good,
I'm a
great film. I remember it.
massive fan myself. I didn't even know
Stacked
it actually
cast.
got released on the big screen again. Like, what was it? Liv Tyler,
Bridget Jones, what's her name? Renée
Renée
Zellweger.
Zellweger.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
Ethan Embry.
Ethan Embry. That's right. Yeah,
Uh,
there's more in there.
yeah, the guy with the dark hair, he's been in loads again recently. I saw a TikTok the other day of showing what they look like then when they're in the film, what they look like now.
If I remember correctly, the fella that owns Empire Records, he was in one of the Annabelle movies. If I remember correctly,
yeah,
but
it's what's his name?
I can't
He's been
fucking
in a
remember.
couple of gangster films. He has as well.
Yeah,
He's got Italian name, anti.
I can't remember. I fucking can't remember.
Ah,
And I haven't got, like I say, I'm using my phone.
Mm. We got Sean Sheridan here as well, just asking a question. He says, one more question. Thoughts on David Fincher's directing a sequel to Once Upon a Time in Hollywood starring Brad Pitt with Tarantino writing? I think it's a Netflix exclusive, so may have to go to the bootleg route. So yeah, I heard about this the other day. John, did you hear about that?
okay. Kind of interesting because it was talking about the fact that sometimes Tarantino used to write stuff and people used to release it, like make it their own film, you know. Um,
Mm.
so yeah, I would like to see more Brad Pitt in that part because I did like that them characters were talking about Leonardo DiCaprio maybe coming in. I weren't sure about that. I would like to see them two doing it because for me they were the best part of that film. So to see more of them two would be great.
Okay.
Yeah, I would definitely check it out.
Okay. What about yourself, Paul?
I've seen a lot of. I don't know what it is. I've seen a lot of Tarantino rankings recently, and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood's always close to the bottom, and I really enjoyed it. I think it's a
Yeah,
fantastic film, and it's grown on me because I've watched it 2 or 3 times since.
I agree.
yeah.
It's definitely not top 3, but it's not like one of his bottom films. Nowhere near.
No,
And
no, I
like I
wouldn't
say,
Yeah.
put no.
I don't think you could get a better person than David Fincher to take over, could you?
Yeah,
Definitely.
absolutely.
Yeah,
I I treated it like when Ellen told me about it, she read it yesterday. I think the first thing that came out of my mouth was it felt like Gladiator 2. The first thing I said to her, I was like, it just seems like a needless sequel that we just do not need. But I'll still watch it. You know what I mean? I
yeah.
still will watch it. And that's the way I feel about Gladiator 2 as well. I still haven't even gotten to watch it.
No, me neither.
Um we've got another question here for Paul. He was just Arctic Clown was asking how many films does Brumhorror have in his collection?
If I had my phone, I was telling John before, we've just broke 5,000, but we've got a stack of generic DVDs which I've not scanned yet. Stuff that we've picked up recently from charity shops and boot fairs and stuff.
Mm,
So I reckon it's close to 6. I think
Wow,
unbelievable
close to
collection. What a
6,000.
collection. What a collection.
that's
John,
a
what have
lot.
you got in yours? John,
What
sorry,
me?
Jeremy. Now, what size?
Um,
What kind of numbers do you have in yours?
well, I was actually, me and Paul been talking about this probably all today or yesterday. Sort of going backwards and forwards. I was actually sitting having a cup of coffee in Morrison's today
Mm,
when I was talking to you about this whole thing when we're doing that.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say the same as Paul. Michelle's only hold a certain amount, and I think that's just over 3,000. That's all I can fit on. Can't
right.
even if I wanted to, I couldn't put any more on. So, and then, but I've got, if you can see it, I've got that thing where I keep all my records in.
Yeah.
Well, the cubes below that, there's two up there with albums in. The four below that have got films in. They've got doubles, ones that I've got one of. So I keep the best one on my shelves, and then I'll put like the sort of like I've got the range from Vinegar Syndrome. The range sits up there. The Arrow one goes in that box. So I've got a box of them duplicates, which I don't want to get rid of, but I want to keep them in a way where they're nearly close to the shelf, but they're not. And then I've got a lot of consolidated ones, got a lot of them ones, which I want to keep the film probably on DVD. You can't get any more, like you were talking about before. Just for space reasons, and I'm thinking about there's a shelf, a new unit that has got a load of a nursing magazines on there, which is the kind of all out of date. So I think I'm going to get that shelf, and I'm going to start putting some like an overspill on there. So it could be, I'm going to say more like it might be 4.5 at a push, but
Wow.
I'd love them to be all on the shelf, but sadly, it's space, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I get that. Yeah. Yeah. I done a count not so long ago. I kind of roundabout count. See, I have a lot of my Blu-rays and 4Ks are cataloged anyway on my I have an app, and
Yeah, me
on my
too.
app now at the moment, that number is at nearly 5,000. Now that's just my Blu-ray and 4Ks. So I think I have another 4,000 in terms of DVDs. If I was to take everything out of the yak and put everything all into one room, I'd say I'd be touching 10 at this point. It's a massive collection. It's ridiculous. It is.
Oh, it is.
But the dream is, like I said, the dream is to get into a house one day where I can put it all into one room. I would love it. Love it.
It would
So
be great.
hopefully.
Yeah, you're right.
We got a question for the two of you here from Sai. He brought this up in my last stream. He asked, have you seen The Sadness? So he's just asking that question to you. So I know, John, you've seen it.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. Have you seen it, Paul?
I have indeed. Just 1 second.
Actually, just grab yourself a drink, yeah. Just chat away there, John. I'll be back in a second to want to grab a drink.
Yeah, no problem. It's a spectacular edition because I bet you're going for the Vinegar Syndrome one, obviously.
Steelbook.
Yeah.
I couldn't wait for an American release.
Oh, Steelbook.
Oh,
right. Wow.
It's a German release, I think. Play on pictures, I think.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Why not do that?
They weren't. That was released 12 months before the Vinegar Syndrome edition.
Oh, really?
Right.
Yeah, they did a media book and that Steelbook. I think I had that off Film Treasures, I think I had it from Film Treasures. But it's brutal.
Film Treasures, yeah.
It's brutal, but it's good. I enjoyed it. Rach, not so much. I don't think she'll watch it again.
All right.
But I enjoyed it.
There's a couple of scenes, and I'm pretty sure that without us saying what the scenes are, there'll be a couple of scenes in there. I'm thinking of one in particular that I think Rach would definitely be. I know Deborah would be out of the room straight away with it. And I didn't much care for that myself. I was like, wow, they really went there. But there's not that I think it's funny. I don't think it's funny at all. But in other scenes, when certain people are doing certain things to other people, within the hospital with the girl who has already had an injury, and then the bloke comes back on her and sees her and says, does something really despicable to her, but it is quite funny as well because you just think, my God, no. The other bit that I'm sure Rachel's.
You could list 100 things off, and this would be the last thing you'd think of that he was going to do to her. You wouldn't think they were going to go that far on film.
No, because when it clicks, because you're looking at it and you think, I think he's going to do something, but it's not going to happen. And then it does it, and you just think, oh my God, they did it. And but then again, like I say, that other scene, which I'm sure it's the one that Rach is talking about, you just think, wow, mate. I mean, I don't know, but it's a great film in itself. It's really watchable, but you've got to be prepared for a few scenes that are like toe curling. Like It's the violence, unbelievable, and it starts literally from the first couple of minutes.
It's British made as well. I swear it's a British director, but it's a Taiwanese film.
Jesus,
I don't know how would he even direct that film? I was thinking that myself when I saw the extras, and I thought, hang on, he's an English director, but it's totally,
it's Taiwanese. The film is, and similar to The Raid, with a Welsh guy directing The Raid. Indonesian film.
Yes, you're right.
Right,
that's true.
But it's a good film. It's just some of the bits. It's like, I mean, I'm not a big fan of the Terrifier films. They're just not for me. Not through the gore or anything like that, but it's on that level where they push it to the extreme.
I think I spoke about that before. I think I spoke about Terrifiers. I kind of said the same thing about them. There'll be movies that I'll always like, but I'll never love.
That's another one of my unpopular opinions.
That's
not my sort of thing.
We got Al here just saying, give that like button a cheeky little tickle. Now, you don't have to press it. Just give it a cheeky little tickle. That'll be massively appreciated. But thank you again, Al. Very kind of you, mate. We got Marty here saying, has anyone watched the new Kevin Bacon series, The Bondsman? Really enjoyed. Complete splatterfest. I've seen the trailer to it. It looks fantastic. John, have you seen anything on that?
Never heard of it. Where would that be shown on?
It's Amazon, is it? Is it Amazon?
I think it's Amazon. I think it's Amazon.
Amazon.
I think it is.
Check it out. Yeah. I like Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, have you seen it, Paul?
No, it's on our watch list. We've got that much to bloody watch. We've got the third season of Yellow Jackets. It's hard to watch TV, isn't it? I'm not a big TV fan. It's usually Rachel's bag, that is, but we've still got to, like I say, catch up with Yellow Jackets. I've got the second season of House of the Dragon to watch. There's just too much. We will get round to it, but it's
I'm very picky when it comes to TV. It'll have to be something that really appeals to me. Like, I think the last series I watched was The Last of Us.
Yeah, that's out next week as well, isn't it?
That's out next week. But I have to say that one there that Marty's talking about, I am intrigued with that one. It definitely looks right up my street, so I will give that a go.
Very Ash versus Evil Dead vibes from it.
Absolutely, that's exactly what I was getting as well.
In their review.
All right, well, I'm in on that one then.
Yeah, absolutely. We got Carlos here saying, movie face-off, Poltergeist versus The Entity, Shining versus Misery, Zombie Flesh Eaters versus Day of the Dead. John, do you want to take a crack at that first?
Wow. Actually, when I first saw that, I thought that's going to be tough, but I think I know where I'm going on this one. Poltergeist versus The Entity. I like The Entity. Don't watch it that much. Poltergeist wins, hand down. It's so good. The Shining versus Misery, even though I really think Misery is one of the best Stephen King one that's out there, The Shining would slay that one. Yeah. And Zombie Flesh Eaters versus Day of the Dead, that's a tough one, but you know how much I love Zombie Flesh Eaters. That's the closest one out of those three for me. But that on paper, that's really, he's got some good ones going against each other. Yeah, but that's the way I'm looking at it.
What about yourself, Paul?
The amount of these streams I've watched, this is the thing I was least looking forward to, because always the last one on his films is always like, I'm not even on the stream and I couldn't fucking pick one. But Poltergeist, definitely, 100%. I do like The Entity.
Yeah.
And what's in it? Barbara Hershey, and that is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Again, I love Misery, but The Shining for me, I think. And that last one. Oh, fuck me. I'm going to have to say Zombie Flesh Eaters. And I absolutely love Day of the Dead. Day of the Dead is like, that is probably my most wanted 4K release, I think.
Yeah.
Up there with Brain Dead and Bad Taste. The two others I'd really love to see on 4K. keep hearing rumours and not heard nothing.
No.
Yeah, it's actually quite easy for me. I'm not going to lie. Poltergeist all day, every day over The Entity. Even though I am a huge fan of The Entity, the thing about The Entity is, my God, that movie is fucking bleak. It really is bleak from start to finish. It's bleak. The Shining definitely over Misery. As much as I love Misery, nothing comes close to The Shining in my eyes. And yeah, look, Day of the Dead is my favorite zombie movie of all time. I've spoken about it countless times on the stream. That's just as much Romero's baby as it is Tom Savini's. So for me, yeah, Day of the Dead all day.
Though the Book of Misery is much better than the Book of The Shining.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And I've never read it. Again, I'm sure Ellen would know more than me.
I'd be interested to know what Ellen would think of that, because The Shining is a good book, but the ending in The Shining book is really stupid, I find. And the ending in Misery is much better than the film, I find.
Okay.
So,
right, okay.
Yeah.
But they get the ending right with the TV version of The Shining, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, the one that what's his name did.
Mick Garris directed, I think.
Mick Garris. I think I've got to. I need to get the Screen Factory one of that, because I actually like that. Apart from the annoying kid in it, that kid with the bucktooth kid in it.
Every time I watch it, I don't know why the child speaks like he has a mouthful of marbles.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is with him. He does. He kind of irritates me a bit. But I actually kind of like it as well.
Yeah, I've got to flip a DVD for that. That's how old that release is. One of the DVDs that you used to have to turn over halfway through. But Screen Factory have done the Blu-ray, haven't they? Just a standard Blu-ray of it.
Yeah, I need to get that myself.
Yeah.
We got Captain Trips here just saying greetings. How's it going, mate?
Evening.
We got the Beatles here saying as well, hi Keith, John Paul. Looking forward to a great stream this evening. Hope everyone has watched some great movies in the last couple of weeks. On a great roll, mate. On a great roll, and I hope it continues. Actually, it will continue, because I've got this fucking beauty to watch tomorrow night on 4K for the first time. Yeah. Abigail, get in there.
Turbine?
Get in there. Yeah, that's the Turbine edition. It's got all the bells and whistles as well. Dolby Vision, Dolby Atmos. So that should be an interesting one. That was my favorite movie of last year. So I can't wait to see it on 4K.
I've noticed
a lot of these. John?
I didn't know, but I remember you talking about it, and I thought I'll have to get that checked out. I did look at it in it's quite cheap in HMV, but it's only the Blu-ray. So I was thinking, would I get a 4K, or would it be one of those Blu-rays that's just as good as the 4K?
That's
so I'm still being reminded, but I will get it.
I'll tell you what I'll do, John. I have the Blu-ray. I'll send you the Blu-ray because I won't need it now. So I'll send it to you. You can check it out yourself. I'll let you know about the 4K transfer on this one. And if it's any better, because I am going to review that. I think I am going to review it, and I'm going to do comparisons as well against that Blu-ray. So if it's much like Thanksgiving, you're better off just sticking with the Blu-ray. So I'll let you know anyway.
Speaking of Thanksgiving, very quickly, you sent it over to me, Keith, and I mean, it's another one that I want. Everybody had said it was great. When you talked about it on your streams previously, I thought that's the one that was like really stood out to us. And I looked at it quite a few times in HMV, and again I thought, what about the 4K? As you do, couldn't see it, and I just never really picked it up. But you sent us out the Blu-ray, and you said, believe you me, the Blu-ray is going to be more or less near the 4K. So when I put it on, I didn't know anything about that film apart. I'd only seen the picture, and I knew that it was directed by, what's his name? I'm going to blank now.
Eli Roth.
Eli Roth, that's it. I couldn't believe how good it was, but it was all the better for it because I didn't know anything more than the title, and it was so good. So yeah, thanks for that, Keith. But it was brilliant.
Yeah, I think you're going to get something similar from Abigail. Funny enough, again, I would encourage you not to check anything out, and just let me send you the Blu-ray over and just watch it blind. Have you seen Abigail yourself, Paul?
Yeah, me and Rachel both loved it. I think we've got. I don't know if we've got the Blu-ray or the DVD. To be honest, it's another one with all these new films. I only buy the DVD until I know I like it. Because I've wasted so much money on. Like I say, I didn't attempt that Night Swim after hearing everything, but films like that I'll always buy on DVD.
Yeah,
Always.
that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
But that was a brilliant film.
Yeah,
But
it's a great time.
going to say, when you just showed that Turbine, the only reason why I know someone's releasing that, I've noticed Turbine is sending a lot of their stuff out to the American influencers, American
Really?
YouTubers. Yeah, there's a
really?
couple of them that have had. Oh, I'm trying to think what they released last. Did they release one of the Texas Chainsaw Massacres recently? 2?
No, that was Arrow.
No.
That was Arrow.
I'm trying to think some releases, but they've been sending out a lot to the American community for review.
Right. Oh, I didn't know that now. I did not know that.
Yeah, so it might be worth getting in touch with them if I was you. Having a big platform like yours, I'm sure you could work some sort of deal with them.
Yeah, I've never really reached out to a company before.
Unless they're trying to break the American mark, trying to get people in America buying them.
Yeah, I can't blame them, because Turbine, they do great work on their releases. They're somewhat underrated.
Fantastic.
But looking forward to that now tomorrow night. We got Jerry Chia here saying, "Evening, gents. Hope you're all well. Doing great, mate. Thank you for stopping by." No, I'm just seeing Steve here. I'm not quite. Oh, I'm back. What a shout! The flaming knee to the grind was unlike anything I've seen at the time.
Yeah, one of my favourite films. Absolutely brilliant film.
I remember that movie back, but never seen it though.
Yeah. Oh, it's brilliant.
I need to get around to it again. There's just the list is never ending at this fucking point. We got Mike Christie here saying, "Evening, guys. What influenced you in deciding to set up a YouTube channel, and any tips on people who are starting up?" Yeah, Mike, join my stream.
Yeah,
because that's what we're hoping is going to happen with Paul.
In 6 months. Ask me in 6 months. And I've got,
I know you've got your hands full in the minute, Paul, but I'm sure when you decide to take the plunge, you'll love it. If you get the chance, you know. Well, you will get a chance. You just got to get your timing right, you know.
Absolutely.
With young Arthur. But yeah.
Do you want to take a crack at that, John? And what started your YouTube, and any tips?
I think it's probably what you hear quite a few people say. I'm not saying it's a generic answer, but it's kind of you know, when you just chance upon when you're watching YouTube. I think it was because I started watching it on my TV. I didn't even know you could do that. I think it come up on my TV, whatever I had this smart option. So it had a thing for YouTube. So I thought, I'll start watching music. So I obviously watch more music than anything else at that point. And then I think I just, the first thing I ever saw was Big Paulie when he was doing HMV or shutting down, because obviously we're all in the same boat, thinking HMV was going to go under. And I thought, wow, so we're sitting in the car talking about like how bad it was, you know, and like if it happened, and I agreed. And then there was another, because I watched it, obviously you get another video. So another video was like going into HMV and buying stuff. And I thought, wow, that's a thing. Well, I mean, obviously I did that. So I thought, and then obviously with watching that, then there'll be another one to keep you on YouTube that would recommend more like that. So I started seeing more about this, and I realized that these people knew each other. And I thought, wow, this is a bit nuts. So I thought for a year, maybe I'll try me thing. And by that point, you had turned up, Keith. So I started watching you as well. And I started seeing your unboxing, although in my mind, I thought that I liked that sort of thing, but I thought there's no way I could do that. I didn't even have an idea on how to do that. But as you know, you just set your thing up, you just do it, and it leads on to where it's going to lead on to, you know. But I will say that the best tip I can say is if you're starting up, just do it. Just do it, and whatever you do, just do it. Don't think about it. I thought about it for a year, which I shouldn't have done. Which was daft, because I was thinking about the what ifs. Oh, I'll not be good at this. I can't do this. That's not my thing. How would I even do going into a shop, which I don't like doing, so I don't do them things. I have done them in the past, but they're just not me. So I would say be yourself, of course. That's the main thing, and just if you like a certain thing, just talk about what you like. You know, don't try and say if the latest thing to talk about is the I don't know a certain I'm not going to even say like a genre, a certain like flavor of the month, or talk about that. Well, that'll be the flavor of the month that will be going. But if you start talking about things like video nasties, Hammer, you know, cult classic horror, if you like that sort of things, and that's what you do like, you can speak about it forever, and you can have a huge, you know, you've got a load of things to talk about. If you talk about something that's niche or you don't have any interest in, you'll soon fall by the wayside, I believe. So I think that basically just do that, and once you do it and you get bitten by the bug, then it's just that's it. You're flying. There's plenty of
Absolutely.
people. Anyone will support you on here, so you've got that.
Yeah, I agree, John. I really do. Yeah, look, I'll never forget the day I started YouTube. I actually just went into my what was my movie room in the house, and I just grabbed my phone and I done a 7-minute tour, and I just recorded it, and I look back over it around 10 times, and I was like, right, is it good enough to put my collection out there? And bear in mind, one of the reasons to why I got into it is because I was very shy, not very confident, and I'm still not the most confident person you'll ever see. But I thought YouTube would help me with getting myself out of my shell somewhat. And not only that, but it was a great platform to put me towards people that love all of this as much as I love it. And that's exactly what I've gotten from YouTube. That's the most important thing. Everyone can turn around and say to you that, you know, YouTube is a great thing. It's a great thing to do. The whole shooting of the videos, the editing process, everything. It's all fun, but nothing prepares you for the community. None of that. You know, I can tell you that this is going to happen. You're going to meet a group of people, and you're going to gravitate to them, and you're going to be with them, and they're going to be with you on your YouTube journey. But nothing prepares you for it. It really is an absolute blessing. The biggest tip I can give you, and me and John we have been talking about this for years. I think the biggest tip you can give anyone is treat your audience with respect. Don't treat them like numbers. See if people leave a comment, you interact with them and you show a bit of respect because they're watching your video, they're interacting with you, they want that interaction back. So don't half-ass them. Don't give them one-word replies, which I see a lot going on. Interact with them. Make them feel part of this community. And I think your channel will go places. Be yourself. Don't do anything scripted. And just let everything come from the heart. Because if it's more natural, then it's more sincere and it's more genuine. But yeah, I think for me, the audience interaction thing is massively important. And the thing is, I remember this, and I'll never forget this. And I'm going to say his name now because he is an absolute prick. A fella named Lenny Nero. I swear to God, I wish you were watching, you little wanker. A fella named Lenny Nero. I've spoken to John about this twat so many times. And I remember when I was on 1,000 subscribers, he turned around, someone brought that up in a comment section. They said the way Keith always replies to every one of his comments. And his response, I remember Lenny Nero came into this fella's comment and he said, "Oh, you're saying that now when he has 1,000 subscribers. Let's see if he does it when he hits 5. Well, I'm on fucking 12,000 and I'm still fucking doing it, you little rat. So stick that up your fucking ass. And I'll be doing this no matter how fucking big my channel gets. That's what I love about YouTube. That's you know, it's the interaction I love.
It's the same on Instagram.
Yeah.
The same with us. We respond to every comment we get. People send us messages. I spoke to a guy today and he was just thanking me with the Arrow discount. And he said, "Oh, I don't think it's worked right." Because thingy, I said, "Mate, I've not had one go through on there. I've ordered myself. I know other people have ordered through ours, And we think, I said, I don't do it for the pittance that they give you anyway. It's just discount for everybody. Everybody.
That's it.
I said,
That's it.
I said, don't worry about that. If you've got your discount, that's all I'm happy about.
Absolutely.
But I
Absolutely.
talk to no end of people on there. And yeah, you do get the occasional arsehole, but there's a block button. Ignore them.
That's the beauty of it. Yeah,
And
I couldn't agree more.
if you're going to put yourself out there, you've got to be thick-skinned. It's just one of them.
Yeah, again, it's just don't waste your time with them. That's actually another great tip there. Just don't interact with them. Don't give them what they want. And your life will be better. Just block and move on. You'll never have to worry about them again.
Bollocks.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We got Ray Gabriel here saying The Burbs is probably my most watched movie of all time. Have you watched the work print on the Scream Factory Blu-ray? It's a fantastic curiosity. John, have you ever seen that? The work print?
No, I didn't know it existed till Ray's just said that there.
No,
Never knew it existed, and I would like to see it.
Yeah.
I didn't watch it because if I remember correctly, I think I knocked it on, and it's really, really low resolution. Like it's even worse than VHS. If I'm completely honest, it's pretty bad. But I do need to check it out just to see. But Ray, that movie is in my top 10, mate. It's one of my comfort. It's one of my comfort movies. No, let me see if I can get the next one. So we got Ray once again just saying Tropic Thunder was the end of all those great non-PC comedies, in my opinion. Tropic Thunder.
Great.
I was never a fan of it, believe it or not.
No, I can't never get on board.
Could never get on board with it for some strange reason.
He's just one of them actors that grates me. I'm sure everybody's got one of them where it's so hard to get into a film when they're in it.
Jennifer Lopez for me. I can't watch a movie with Jennifer Lopez. I can't, unfortunately. We got Collector Adam here saying, Good evening, Keith, John, Paul, and everyone in the chat. Hope you're all doing well. Well, I'm doing great, Adam. I hope you're well, mate.
Evening, Adam.
Yeah, doing good.
And we've also got Mike here as well saying, evening, everyone. Sorry I'm late, but I'm here now. You're never late, Mike. Thank you again, mate. It's always appreciated. So just everyone's just chatting to each other. Right, well, I'm going to hit the like button. Okay. Right, we got Jerry Chia here saying just ordered Law Abiding Citizen 4K Steelbook and Return of the Living Dead 4K Steel. Have you seen that Law Abiding Citizen?
No. Funny enough, I was when I was working at a certain place, we were doing me and this girl called Julie, and we still know each other, still talk to each other quite a lot. We're on a sit with somebody. We're looking after somebody, and part of the thing we were out and about and stuff. And she said it had just come out, Law Abiding Citizen. She said, "What do you think of that?" And I said, "Well, I haven't seen it, but I said I do like the thought of it. I like the actor in it." And she told us the whole story from beginning to end. And
no,
you just ruined that for us, Julie. And she went, well, it doesn't matter. You'll just forget about what I've said. And I goes, well, I'll probably forgot about it now. I have got it somewhere. It's on DVD. It's in it's right in the garage there. Sorry, studio. And it's on a, well, if we can get I probably will go back to it. I think Deborah's watched it a couple of times, but she would watch it again. So I haven't. But Return the Living Dead. I know that the Steelbook hasn't got anything extra in it, is it? Special features, sadly.
No.
But I remember the Return the Living Dead, the 4K of that, Scream Factory again, was unreal. So it's a classic. Love it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. What about yourself, Paul? Have you seen
Law Abiding Citizen's fantastic. I've just pre-ordered that Steelbook as well. It looks like one of the Lionsgate ones, but I swear it's an Amazon exclusive, isn't it? I think.
Oh, is it actually?
I think it's an Amazon US exclusive, I think.
Oh, right. Bollocks, mate.
And that Return of the Living Dead, that must be about the fourth one they've released now, isn't it?
That probably is the best steelbook of the lot. In all fairness.
Yeah, they annoy me though. They don't need to keep releasing them.
No, I agree with you. I agree.
Rinsing it, aren't they?
I haven't really double dipped. I think I've only double dipped on the John Carpenter steelbooks and Scream Factory, but other than that, I've actually stayed clear of them. So for that reason, and that is going to irritate a lot of people.
Yeah, they because they have the Walmart exclusives, and then they have thingy, and then they'll release some general. I swear that's like the third one they've released for that film.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I mean, there's a couple of them where we've brought the steelbooks rather than the slipcovered editions. Darkman, Killer Clowns, we brought on the steelbook instead, and Carrie.
Yeah, I've done it a few times as well. But I have to tell you, if I do get a Scream Factory steelbook, I won't buy it again. And no matter what they bring out, I'll always just stick to the one. I will. Fuck that.
That's the same with me.
Yeah, it is kind of annoying. We got James Townsend here saying, "Good evening, gents. I hope you're all okay. Just bought the second sight box sets of The Brood and Scanners. Have you bought these, and what do you think of them?" Well, I can tell you now, I haven't bought them yet, so I can't say anything. And I know John didn't either.
I did.
I didn't. I appreciate them. They're a bit too expensive at the moment. I don't think they'll come down, sadly. I would like to see them come down maybe a tenner, but they won't. The funny thing is, I won't get them on a standard release from Second Sight, because the Second Sight box sets are beautiful, and yet the standard releases are as about as standard as you can get with anything.
Yeah.
They don't look that good. And I like the Brood and Scanners enough to not want them on standard, but they're a little bit expensive, so I'm kind of in the middle with that. But I've got them on Blu-ray. The only thing I'll say about the Brood and Scanners, as much as I like them, I've very rarely watched them, which is a bit nuts when I'm talking about it. I'd rather go for some of the other ones, like Videodrome, Shivers.
Yeah.
That's my go-to ones. So as much as I appreciate them and I think they're amazing, yeah, I'm kind of like that with them, just for the fact of getting them, with the price of them. Because when you stack them together and you spend the two of them, you've got them in your hands and you think, right, great. But you think the price you're paying, and you think then you can see all the other stuff you could have in the place of them, things that you wouldn't watch that much. I just offset it and just thought, yeah.
That's what I was just going to say there. Me and you spoke about this just recently. We sent a few messages to each other where we said, John kind of summed it up perfectly, where he was like, okay, this is going to cost me like £80, £90 for the two of them. That can get me a lot of Vinegar Syndrome titles. And I think that's the right way of looking at it. You may as well get something for that money that you're going to love than something that is basically going to be taking up space in your shelf and something that you're not going to appreciate as much as you would with the Vinegar Syndrome titles. And I think I was in that same mindset as John. I think I said to myself, you know what? There's other things out there that I can get that I would prefer. I still will pick them up, but again, it's assuming that they'll still be available by the time I get around to it. But I'm in no rush at the moment. But Paul, you have seen them.
I picked them both up. Like I said, we work with a company that sends us pretty much all the second sight releases, but it's hit and miss whether we get the standard editions or we get the limited ones. Obviously, we get the screeners and that, because Scanners, I had the previous standard. Yeah, I've still got it there. The previous standard second sight Blu-ray that was released 10 years ago, 5, 6, 7 years ago. And it is an uptick on that. But I watched the Blu-ray screener that they sent me so I could do the review. And I forgot how much I enjoyed that film. So I got both the same day, the limited editions. And I watched Scanners straight away because I wanted to see how good the 4K was. But I haven't got around to the Brood yet. But that's another one. I think I've got that on the standard Tekken site as well. Because they've been released before, obviously, back in the day when they were just standard cases.
But I've got the second sites. Yeah, but I've definitely got them too.
I'm a big Cronenberg fan, so I was going to get him either way. whether they sent them to us or not.
Yeah. I think what happened to me with Scanners and the Brood, I just think they came out at the wrong time for me. I just had a lot going on just at the time where I had other things that I was more interested in. And look, we'll have to wait and see. Like if the Hitra hasn't sold out yet, I can't imagine them two selling out anytime soon. So we'll have to wait and see.
I've lived by that. I've got to the stage now, and I've said this to Steve and countless other people that asked me about thinking that you cannot buy everything. Every month, especially the way it is now, every month you have to make choices. You need to say, or you've got to make a smart decision where you think, yeah, Scanners and the Brood won't sell out. I'll go and get Deep Blue Sea and Short Night of the Glass Dolls now, and I'll go back and get Scanners and Brood perhaps next month when there's not much things that I'm interested in. And I do that month on month on month. Every month.
I do.
You cannot
hate
buy everything.
That's a good point.
You're right. You're spot on. I do when I hate when a month is bloated. I really do. I don't like it at all. I just rather have, a month go by where there's maybe a couple of releases, a handful of releases, and I can live with that. In terms of collector's releases. That's if I can get just a couple of months, I'd be happy with that. I don't mind the standard releases. That's fine. I can pick them up whenever I want to. But yeah, when it's a cluttered month, it can be a bit overwhelming at times, and then you have to make that choice. Like you said, you can't buy everything.
Yeah, you've just got to be smart. You've just got to be smart with it, and not only that, then all these companies will drop sales in between. I mean, Umbrella have got a fantastic sale on at the minute, but I've had to stay away from it.
Yeah,
I will never get in debt for this for collecting.
No, man. I tell you, that's a different story altogether. If you're going into debt over this, then you shouldn't be in this business. As simple as.
I set money aside every month, and I never go over.
As much as I love all of this, it's there's more important things out there. But yeah.
I'm not selling the kid on eBay.
But that is a great point. It really is. We have a lovely comment here from Carlos here saying, "Hey, all the guys in the chat, everybody hit the like button on these guys are keeping physical media alive in our community by talking movies and physical media." Well, thank you so much, Carlos. I nearly missed that comment. I'm so happy I went back to it. Thanks again, Carlos. It's very kind of you, mate. Really do appreciate it. And again, just like it. If you like what you see, please do. It's massively appreciated. Now, wow, here we go. It begins. The first super thanks tonight, $5. I think Tropic Thunder might be the last great comedy that went all the way without concerns about any kind of repercussions. Now, that, Ray, I absolutely agree with. But Ray, mate, thank you so much for that very kind gesture on your part, mate. That is very kind of you. And like I said, I do agree. They do not give a fuck. When it comes to that movie, it's like I didn't touch upon it, but I suppose I should have. John, are you a fan of it yourself?
Love it. Yeah. I think that it's got quite a few things in where you kind of it's a comedy. It's a one that's like a dark comedy, so there's going to be bits in it that are going to offend somebody, and you wince a little bit at a couple of the things. The thing I'm thinking about is when he played, the character when he played that fella with the horse, and it's so funny, but you kind of take it seriously. You've got to take it with a sense of irony, which I do. The fact that the whole thing about and it wasn't really, I don't think it was really frowned upon at the time, but I think it quickly got frowned upon after that, was when Robert Downey Jr. obviously, as being a method actor, he went the way he did, but then again, when you look at it and you think they weren't trying to be massively offensive, but the people who got offended or get offended now, you just got to see that these things aren't meant to offend people in a nasty way. They're just saying some kind of wow moments. But no, I think it's a great film, and I'll tell you who I think is brilliant in it, and I didn't like him up to that point. Tom Cruise.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that.
With his hair and his forearms. Honestly, my God. But yeah, just stuff like that. I just think it's a good comedy. You know,
Yeah,
it's not the
yeah.
best comedy, but it's funny. Yeah.
I know, Paul, you said, was it Jack Black you were saying, was it?
No, Ben Stiller.
Oh, Ben Stiller, sorry, yeah, sorry,
Well,
Ben Stiller.
I have seen the film and it is hilarious. It's just something about Ben Stiller I can't get on with. I really
Yeah.
like something about Mary as well, but it's just him. I can't stand that bloody model one. What's that called? Where he plays a bloody
Zoolander.
model. Oh, some people say that's one of the funniest films of all time. It's fucking dreadful.
I can't stand it. I can't stand the movie.
I'd rather wank with
Like it.
sandpaper than watch that fucking film again. It's fucking dreadful. Awful.
It's good.
I'm
That's
not a
good.
big fan of Will Ferrell either. He's good in some things, but
Yeah, I agree.
them
Some
Yeah,
things he's brilliant, other things you think, no, I'm not
what a
getting that.
twat.
Yeah.
yeah,
But
Step Brothers is good though.
I really like the interview that Robert Downey Jr. did where they asked him about playing the blackface part. And he said he
yeah.
spoke to, was it Jamie Foxx he'd spoke to, I think. I think it was Jamie
Really?
Foxx. He'd spoke to Jamie Foxx and he says, what are you worried about? Just fucking do it. Just do it.
Yeah.
What to call it? And his mum, and he said, I spoke to my mum as well. And she's like, you cannot do that. You cannot do
But
And he
if
did
I
it.
correct me if I'm wrong, didn't he not get nominated an Oscar for that movie as well?
I've no
I'm,
idea.
I'm almost certain he got. I'm nearly certain he got nominated for an Oscar for Best Supporting Actor for that movie. And
wow.
again, or maybe it was a Golden Globe. It might have been a Golden Globe. It was one or the other, but I know he did get nominated.
It's funny.
Oh, yeah. We got Mike here. He says, I put on the original Death at a Funeral from 2007 after not seeing it for about 5 years. And my stomach still hurts from laughing so much. Alan Tudyk, is that his name? Steals the film. I can recommend it. I've never seen it. Death at a Funeral.
Never
John, have you
heard
seen
of
it?
No, no, I've
Never
heard
heard
it,
of it.
but I haven't seen it.
I'll
Right,
write it
right.
down and have a look after.
I'll have to check that one out.
Look what we've got. We've got a nice comment from young Mrs. Paul. She's saying, "Fantastic stream, guys."
That's rates
Thank you, Ray.
downstairs.
Thank you so much. Hopefully someday we'll get your lovely
Thank you
self
for a
on.
reach.
Yeah.
And this
I'll
one can babysit.
Yeah, I'll babysit.
That's right.
She can come on. You think I can talk?
Sorry?
You think I can talk? And you get the brum bit out of the horror with her as well.
Oh, right. Wow. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
No, you're right. Yeah. It's got a really brummy voice. You're right
But
about
like
that.
I said,
Yeah.
this collection's as much hers as it is mine. Like I said to you, Keith, the other day, we're quite fortunate that our partners buy as much for the collections as we do.
Yeah, like when you look at the last movie room I've done, I think Ellen's influence on that room is more than mine. Ellen's all over that room. Which is great. It was just great to be able to put all her Stephen King novels in there as well. It was such a big deal to get them out of our room because they're right in a corner and you couldn't see them, and it was it was kind of irritating. And to be able to present them the way that we had them presented is just it's we couldn't have turned out any better. It's lovely. We got Carlos here once again saying, I'm absolutely shocked at the look of Sean Connery's James Bond 4K set. They're using still shots of the movies on the steelbook covers, not a stiff sniff of the iconic movie covers. Have any of you seen that yet? Have you seen it, John?
But that doesn't sound good. No, I would say for me, they should, especially on the steelbooks, they should put the proper posters on because the posters were brilliant. So if they haven't got them on the tour, that's just rubbish. That, no, not good.
Paul, have you seen it?
Yeah, I saw it. Was it yesterday or the day before? Just big stills from the films, like big shots. Sean Connery. I'm not the biggest James Bond fan.
Right.
Sean Connery was probably the best James Bond, but he didn't have the best films. That's obviously Roger Moore. Them Roger Moore films. Now if they do that with the Roger Moore ones, I'll buy it. But I don't think I can spend 120 quid on a steelbook set for films I probably wouldn't watch so much.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I actually agree with you, Paul. Roger Moore was always my James Bond as well. But having said that, I was excited for that the Connery movies as well. The box, Carlos, is shocking. Like, it's simple. I'm not kidding you, John. The box itself, the box set is black, and it just has 007 written on it, I think it is. And then the steel books inside, not only are they just stills from the movies, but they're not even iconic stills.
No.
You know what I mean? They're just random shots of Sean Connery. Makes no sense whatsoever. So I think a lot of people are going to be passing on that box set. I know I am. I don't get me wrong, I will get it. But I've spoken to people about this before. If you look at all of them box sets that I have in my collection, the likes of the Matrix, Monsterverse, the likes of Harry Potter and all that, I got all them for like 50 quid. They all shot down in price, those sets. No. And that Sean, after seeing that box set, that set is going to drop, and it's going to drop rapidly in price. So I'll pick it up then.
35 quid for the Mad Max one.
Mad Max, that's what I'm saying. They go down so goddamn cheap. The only thing that bothered me about that box set, funny enough, is I am very concerned now for the Nightmare on Elm Street box set. Now I'm very concerned. I am. So we'll have to wait and see. We got Mike here saying, I got the Nosferatu 4K Steelbook through the post this morning, so I'm thinking of doing a double bill with Last Voyage of the Meteor tomorrow. But it will be first time watches. Wow. I spoke about Nosferatu tonight when I watched it. John and Paul, have you seen Nosferatu?
Yeah, loved it. Saw it at the cinema.
Right.
Brilliant. I agree with everything you say about it. It looks fantastic. Now, I'm a big fan of the 1922 one, and I watched that quite a lot, actually. It's probably one of my most watched horror films of all time. And I was quite surprised at how faithful that Nosferatu was to Nosferatu. You could see a load of scenes that were like not scene by scene, but they were really like directly sort of more or less like a homage to it, even the setups, the shape of the houses and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought it was absolutely brilliant, and got no complaints about it at all. I thought it was creepy. I didn't find it scary at all, but I think Nosferatu 1922 is more scary for me. Not scary, eerie.
Eerie,
and,
yeah.
Eerie. But the new one, what got me was I was going to ask you, what's the sound like on Nosferatu? Because when you see the Count, when he's wandering around, you hear him breathing, and when he's talking, that was brilliant at the cinema. So what was that like on your setup? Was it good?
Extraordinary. The fucking even though I don't know if you noticed this in the cinema, when you first hear Nosferatu in it, his voice does just so much bass to it. But as the movie goes on, it doesn't sound as bassy as it did when he first got introduced into it. But there's one segment in it now. I'm going to have to try and remember it because I want to put a review for it together. There was one bit in it where the bass was that bad that I could actually hear my movies slowly rattling off my shelves. And I can't remember what the scene was, but I have to remember it. But the sound is phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal in it.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, it was great. His voice, Bill Skarsgård. Oh my God, where did he get that voice from? It's absolutely incredible. Really is. Paul, have you seen it then?
Yeah, we obviously we're stuck with the cinema, but we rented it when it come, so we watched it in a good, because I knew it was going to be thingy. But he's another one, Eggers. It's hit and miss, but we both really enjoyed it, and it, like I say, it's absolutely stunning in it. That guy has thought through every shot, the lighting, the way it's set up. It's an absolutely beautiful movie. Even if you didn't like the movie, you should still be able to watch that and enjoy it, to me.
I think that's a great point. That is actually a wonderful point. And it's weird. It's in the way Paul put the word beautiful in there, because when you look at it, the beautiful is the last word that comes to mind, because it's so goddamn dreary. But there is something so goddamn beautiful about it.
It's a visual treat.
Oh,
But all his films are like that. He must think through every single shot, similar to what Kubrick used to do and thingy, but he must absolutely think everything through because everything's perfectly lighted. Everything's like, you couldn't pick fault with anything. And
I
most of
couldn't.
his films are like that.
And more importantly as well, it just a lot of it was just practically done as well. It was just like I watched that and I went 50 million. It cost 50 million to make this movie,
I
and
know.
when you look at everything that's going on, oh my god, it was such. Do you know what? It's one of those. I don't know how to describe it. I don't want to say pleasantly surprised, but I didn't go into it with low expectations. I went in with cautious expectations, if that makes any sense. But wow, we did not expect it to love it as much as we did. It was wonderful. It really was.
And I think it's one of them that you're going to, on rewatch, you'll like it even more, I think.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree
Because you're
more.
going to notice things, because there's so much to look at, and it's quite dark in places and that. I think you'll pick up on things. It's one of them.
Even
But,
Johnny Depp's daughter in it, and I was like, wow. I said, you've been definitely taking some tips from your father. He's wonderful in it.
Yeah, great.
Wonderful.
And what's his name was really good in it. What's the English lad's name?
Holt.
Nicholas Holt.
Nicholas Holt. Yeah,
he was fantastic in it.
I have to tell you, he's becoming a very reliable actor. I thought he was wonderful in Fury Road as well. You know, he's a very reliable actor.
He's meant to be fantastic in the new Eastwood film as well, isn't he?
And correct me if I'm wrong, isn't he? He's the new Lex Luthor as well, if I remember correct, in the new Superman movie as well. So
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think he is. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
He's
absolutely. We got Jeff Brown here saying, can't wait for the good, the bad, and the ugly 4K HDR on June 23rd. So, anyways, John, are you picking that up?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's a no-brainer. Of course, I've been waiting for it to be. I know it's been out on 4K before. I've seen it on Sky Movies. It was in ultra high definition a while ago. It looked pretty good, but I just know that Arrow is going to be the one to get, and I've been waiting so long for one that I think is going to be definitive. And until now, I don't think we've had one. So that's why I'm going to go for this one. I've held off all this time, and this is going to be it. So yeah, no brainer.
Are you going to pick up the others, John?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Definitely love them. Love them.
What about yourself, Paul?
Pre-ordered. They're pre-ordered. I was the one that actually, Dawn of the Disc was the one that leaked my photo for knowing that Arrow were doing it.
Oh wow!
Because he found that fistful of. Was it which one of the sequels? The first two. One of the first two was in the postcard I'd found. I got The Good, the Bad, and the Weird really early, and when I opened it up, that was in there. So I sent him a photo of it, and then he sent it, and then that bloody what's his name? Mid-level, is it Mid-Level Media?
Yeah, Jeff.
Yes.
No, not Jeff.
Ken. He put it on. And I said to him, you best credit me.
Exactly.
Quite a few of the thingies, but I was brought up on Westerns. My dad was a big horror fan, and that's where I got the Video Nasty side and that from. But my dad was also a massive Western fan. Especially John Wayne.
Yeah, so these are all going to be gambles for me because I've pre-ordered all three. I've never watched them.
You'll absolutely love them, Keith. You've got.
I know. I think I'm good. I don't think it's a gamble. Put it that way. I think I'm gonna really enjoy it.
You know, Clint Eastwood looks amazing in it, and he's just so cool anyway. And he's at his sort of height of his powers in this one for me. You just can't. I don't know. You've got to see it. It's just the music. The music is unreal in all of them.
Right.
So, yeah.
We got Steve here saying that Eclair scene in Van Wilder nearly made me puke. Yeah, so there's 65 people watching. If you haven't seen Van Wilder, just go onto YouTube and type in Van Wilder Eclair scene. Let's see how many people we can get to puke tonight. Just check that scene out. I was that close. I am not kidding. I was so close. Yeah, it's horrendous. Let me see. We got Art the Clown here saying, have you seen they are going to release Texas Chainsaw 3 and Night School onto Blu-ray in May?
Which pissed me off because I'd already picked up Night School. I imported it from America, this Warner Archive one, and then they're going to release it over here. It's one of them times where you order it and then 2 seconds later they release it over here.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've never heard of Night School.
But TCM 3's a definite pickup because I like that film.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I do as well.
So what's that Night School then?
It's a video nasty, isn't it, John? It's section 2, I think. Was it?
Oh, is it?
It's an
It's not Terrorize, is it?
I haven't got my phone to it on my phone. Can't check for you. It was released under a different name here. Let me see if I can get my laptop on. I'll have a look for you.
Was it called Terrorize?
I'll check for you now. Wait, just 1 sec.
I know what you're saying. There's definite. I've definitely heard Night School. Will be a section 2, I believe.
I'll just quickly read up Mike's there as well. Just Mike talking about that scene with the eclair. It's repulsive but hilarious. It's so warm. Oh God. Oh my God! If I think about it too much,
John. Yeah, Terrorize.
Terrorize, yeah, with Rachel Ward.
Yes. Rachel Ward.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a bad. I've seen it, but it was a cut one. I think I saw it on VHS, and it was cut, I believe. Film. But yeah, not bad at all. So that'd be amazing.
Nigel picked up because I didn't think he could get a Blu-ray for it, and then I'd seen Nigel picked it up, and then I saw one on eBay. I think I paid like 11 quid for it, but it's the American Blu-ray.
Okay.
Right. No, yes, Nigel has got it. You're right.
But I think since the HMV Premium Collection stopped, which is the equivalent to the Warner Archive in America, I think they're going to start releasing so many on here. Because that Warner Archive in America, when that originally started, that was a print-on-demand service, wasn't it?
You're right, huh?
Burning the Blu-rays as they went.
Yeah, that's right. No, that'd be great because there's some when talking with Nigel, you would pick up some ones. I would think he had a few, and I didn't even know they were on Blu-ray. So yeah, I think that was definitely one of them. I remember that one. That's a funny one because when I saw it, it's nothing worse when you know something's cut.
Yeah.
But you're watching it because you can only watch it cut, and you just think, "Nah, fair enough." But I want to see a really good version of that because it's been a long time since I've seen one.
It's a really
I think
good.
I had it on.
It's a really good film. It's a really good film.
Yeah.
Underrated
slasher. It's kind of like a giallo, isn't it?
Yeah, proper underrated.
Yeah.
We got Gary here saying, what actor would you say has portrayed the best president in a movie? It doesn't have to be based on a biography. Oh, John, what would come to mind?
Well, do you know what I'm going to say? And it sounds a bit crazy, this, but Mickey, is it Mickey 17? Is that the one, 17 or 18?
Yeah, the newest one.
Yeah. Do you know how, what's he called, who played the Hulk?
Mark Ruffalo.
In the Marvel.
Mark Ruffalo.
Yeah. And he plays a president in that, but a failed president, but it's got to be based on Trump. It's so funny. I wasn't expecting that at all. And it was one of the best things. We both looked at each other and went, that's Donald Trump, isn't it? And he's got this horrible first woman as well with him, who's obsessed about sauce. So I'm going to say him because I don't really like films that's about presidents, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Like presidential dramas, it's not really something that I tend to go near, But that sticks out like a sore thumb because it was so fun.
Okay.
It's not a very good answer, but I
don't know, man. It's what you like. It's what you like. So, what about yourself, Paul?
These are sort of questions where I put on the spot, but the first one that come to my mind was Bill Pullman in Independence Day.
That came up there in the comment section once or twice.
That's the one that had come to mind.
The reason why he comes to mind for me is because he gave me probably one of the greatest experiences I ever seen in the cinema. When he done that speech on Independence Day, the whole cinema just erupted. The whole cinema just started getting up and applauding, and it was unlike anything I've ever seen in a movie. So yeah, he's great in that. I have to say, Harrison Ford in Air Force One, I think he's a great president. And then, of course, not forgetting Donald Pleasant in Escape from New York.
I'm sure
That's a good one.
with questions like this, you'll always think of like 10 after the stream's ended.
Yeah, of course.
In half an hour's time, I'll give you about another 5.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely. Right. We got Killer Alien Physical Media. He said, "Hey y'all, so awesome to see so many physical media enthusiasts in one place. Wish my wallet could keep up with these gorgeous Manta Lab and premium edition releases. You and me both, mate." But thank you. Thank you so much for stopping by. You're in good company here. I can tell you that now. But yeah, you're right. Look, we've spoken about it earlier. Like, look, you can't buy everything. You can't. You can only do what you can do.
Unfortunately,
and that's it. Unfortunately, of course, absolutely. And he also went on to give very kind of him as well. He actually gave a $3 super sticker. So that is very, very kind. Any kind of super thanks for a super sticker. It's such a very kind gesture. So thank you again for that. I think that's the second one I put out tonight. Yeah. Unbelievable. We've got another popular YouTuber here, Bumper Movies. He said, "Evening all, looking forward to tonight of cool movie talk." Thank you, Bumper.
Thanks, Craig.
Evening, Bumper.
Yeah. Oh my God, there we go again. Another super thanks. Al Humphreys, £10 super sticker. Thank you again, Al. Every week, without fail, Al always gives a donation. You are incredible, Al. You really are. And I hope that whiskey bottle is down tonight. Don't do it. Don't. No, do it. And send me over a glass if you can. But Al, thank you again for that, mate. It's very kind of you, mate. It really is.
Never ceases to amaze, does it, how kind people are?
I'm surrounded by it. I see it every week. It's incredible. And I'm not even talking about just super thankses or gifts or anything like that. But
it's people's comments, isn't it, as well?
People's comments are so beautiful. They are so beautiful, and they can make your night. They can make your day. They can. I don't think they realize how powerful words can be at times. It's a beautiful thing.
Totally
we got Killer Alien also going on to say, "Agree with Scream, Blur Quiche. Check out It Follows, a masterpiece of nostalgia vein." I tell you, mate, I'm not going to lie to you. I bought the second sight release of It Follows, and that was a huge gamble because I remember buying it on DVD and I didn't like it, but I seen it at a time. I was very young, and I didn't think that I would have appreciated it at the age that I watched it first. So I took a gamble on that on the second sight release, and it's just not happening for me with that movie, unfortunately.
Oh, really?
No, it's not the second sight. Is it the second sight? Did second sight bring it out?
Second sight.
Yeah, second sight. Yeah. It's just not happening for me, unfortunately. I'm trying, but it's not happening. John, have you seen It Follows?
Oh yeah, I think it's great. My son actually got it and he says, "Oh, you got to watch this." And I went, "Really? All right, fair enough." And I thought it was brilliant. Yeah, excellent.
What was yourself, Paul?
No, I'm a fan of the movie as well. I like it. It's I think I appreciate it the more on repeat watches.
Okay.
It was like I liked it, but I didn't love it. But it's a good film.
I'll give it a go. That's the one thing I'm persistent. Put it that way.
But it's another one where I get why people wouldn't like it.
Yeah. Carlos has unsubscribed from John's channel. The good, the bad, and the ugly movies from the 60s. Difficult question. Greatest movie for every decade. We actually said that tonight, didn't we? I think we answered that tonight, Carlos. Funny enough.
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
mean,
even look
Carlos.
at
Yeah,
it.
I mean, I'm just picking the ones that the first thing that comes to my mind. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
You just put down
Thanks,
only hidden
Carlos. You
gun.
had me worried there, mate. I tell you.
Oh.
I'm going to unsubscribe to him now.
We actually have art now. I tell you, mate, there's no point asking us these questions because there's no way we could take the time to answer them all. But he did ask us, what are your top 10 favorite winter setting movies? Just put in yours the highlight, lads. Don't come up with 10. John, do you want to take a crack?
But I will say the great silence. What we just talked about, the western it's set in the winter is brilliant. I've never seen one like it. And actually, I didn't know this, but Carla said that there's a scene in it where but it's all in the hills and that, the snow all over the place. And if you watch it, the horses, I mean, they're kind of wading like nearly up to their body in the snow, and they really cannot manage it. A lot of them are falling over
Wow.
and that like stumbling that, which is quite a bit weird. But that's brilliant. And also, there's a scene where there's a town that's covered in snow, but where the shot it was, they didn't have any snow, so it's all shaving foam. So and you don't know anything, what? But when you look at it, you go, it's either that or it's like what's it called? Like cream whipped topping.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it works. You don't know that.
Wow.
But that's winter setting ones. Obviously, it's going to have to be some. Well, it's not really winter setting, but the thing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
In
that
snow,
was the top of my list.
Yeah,
but
it's
I've got
just
a
come to us
couple.
now. When I think of snow, I think the thing. So I'm going to go with them.
That's the thing is up there. What we said, Paul?
The Thing was definitely the first one that comes to mind.
Right.
Then I've got Krampus. It's a good one.
That's a great one.
But the one that sprung to mind, Dead Snow, 1 and 2.
Never seen it.
Oh, fantastic films, both of them. Hilarious, but they're good.
Right. I need to watch them. I really do.
Especially the first one. First one's brilliant.
Yeah. No.
Winter.
Oh, one more. I've got one more. Rachel's going to punch me in the head if I don't get this. It's one of my favourite Christmas horror films. Rare Exports.
What's that?
Rare Exports.
I've never seen that either.
Oh, you need to watch that. That's one of my favourite Christmas horror films.
Wow. Okay. Actually, going. I'd have to throw in 30 Days of Night in there. Big time.
Obvious one.
That has to go in there. Believe it or not, bit different because you always run to horror, but Groundhog Day has a wonderful winter set into it. The Shining.
Yeah.
The Shining, big time.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah, of course.
There's not so many. There's actually, I'm sure there's a load I could think of. Yeah, I do love a winter set into a movie. It adds a lot of atmosphere.
Frozen as well. Adam Green. Frozen.
Yeah,
that's a brutal movie as well.
Actually, I actually mentioned it tonight. That Wind Chill with Emily Blunt.
Yeah,
and a wonderful setting to it as well. Winter setting. Steve just went on to say, Short Night is tremendous. I wasn't expecting that at all, but a great recommendation from John and Paul.
Yeah, someone else. It really is.
Very.
I've never seen one like it. Yeah, it's so
unique.
I don't know whoever thought of that just as a story. I don't know if it started off as a story or it was like a screenplay or whatever. But whoever come with that setting of the fella who was dead, and he's going through his mind to say, "Why am I dead? How did I get here?" He's replaying all the stuff that came up to it. It's just different, but it's really good. Really good.
Wow. Okay. We got Ragnar 666 here saying I own almost every Vinegar Syndrome proper about 420 Blu-rays and 4Ks. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ.
Exactly, Paul. Yeah,
I thought
that's
I thought
amazing.
if I'd got a big, I thought I'd got a big collection.
What's your counts up to now for Vinegar Syndrome? I bet you none of these are as big as mine. I'm up to a whopping 5.
I reckon I've got about 100, maybe
100.
maybe
Wow.
400.
What were you
I
saying,
think I've
John?
got around about. I think I've got about at the moment about 70 at the most, 50, 70, something like that.
Wow. Okay.
But
That's the one
I
you
love them
wanted,
all. Like
Keith.
it's so good. Oh
Oh
yeah,
wow. Beast.
wow,
Oh yeah, Beast. Oh, very good.
It's one
Yeah.
of them
that one,
VSU.
yes.
It was
Yeah.
number 1 in that VSU line.
Yeah. I'd love
No,
to get my hands on that just by the way everyone was talking
that
about it.
that is absolutely sensational. That one. It's what a addition that is.
Brilliant film. That was another line. I was going to collect all of them, and then they started releasing fucking, what's it called? Showgirls. I
Sugar.
fucking hate,
Yeah.
I
No
hate that
interest.
film.
Yeah, I'm the same. Absolutely no interest.
From fucking Saved by the Bell, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Berkeley.
that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Fucking.
Yeah, it was.
And Daryl. That was another one. I've seen it too many times.
Oh, I'm picking up Daryl. I'm definitely going to get that. I'm a big fan of that movie. I didn't even
But
realize that they actually brought it out until John told me.
I've seen that for a good price. I've seen that for
Mm.
good price on eBay. You can get it for about 30 quid.
Oh wow, wow. We got Stephen Bowles here saying hi, Keith, guests, and everyone in the chat. Well, how's it going, Stephen? Thanks for
Evening,
stopping by.
Steve.
And we've also got another Stephen stopping by, just saying good evening, gentlemen. Thank you again, Steve.
Evening, Steve.
Oh, Steve.
Always appreciate it. No, everyone is just talking to each other, so I'm just trying to find. Wow, it's amazing. Everyone is just going through. Right. We got Mike here saying, I'll be definitely watching The Fog, but then I don't really need an excuse to watch it. Hungry, watch The Fog. Need shit, watch The Fog. Cut your finger, watch the damn Fog.
Yeah.
That's kind of like what I am with The Fog. And I can always, we could sit here and watch like the most random comedy or something like that, and somehow I will find a connection to The Fog and recommend it to Ellen until she tells me to go fuck myself. We're not watching it again. Fuck off.
No, you don't need it. Yeah.
It's such a wonderful movie. It really is. We got Simon Bowman saying, happy Friday, everyone. Hey, Simon.
Simon.
How bad are the comments that we're still getting in the hellos? Shit. Wow. Right, we got Simon here again. He's saying that I'm looking forward to the Night Train Murders from 88 Films. Was tempted to pick it up at a 3-disc release from Synapsis. Night Train Murders. Again, never heard of it, John.
Yeah, it's the first ever one in the Italian collection.
Oh.
And number 1. So they've done that, which is great. It looks spectacular. It's just basically last house on the left on a train.
Really?
That's it, really. It's great. It looks fantastic on Blu-ray. So the 4K should look stunning. So with Paul's help, when he told us about that special thing that 88 done a flash sale, which I didn't know about, and he said, "Get yourself over there." So I immediately ordered that one, and the other one that's coming out, the newer one, the latest one in the Italian collection. So then 2 ones, which would have been, I would have gotten them straight away, but I've pre-ordered them, which I hardly ever pre-order stuff. And honestly, I saved myself, must have been about 30 quid just using this code.
It's a fantastic sale.
I couldn't believe it. It was just, when you can see it and you think, is this going to work out? How good I think it is? And there it is. So
when I initially saw it,
see that.
I assumed it was just going to be on the Jackie Chan, the Kung Fu films. I wasn't expecting it to be off the whole site. And how often do you get, even with the Arrow discount we get, it's never on pre-orders. It's only on in-stock and sale items. But they just let you use it on anything, 40% off. Crazy.
Pre-orders the thing you never get discounts on, as you said. So for that to happen, because I was the same with you, and I thought there's no way I'm going to get the real good stuff. It's going to be the kind of stuff they want rid of, or maybe they're promoting Jackie Chan, for instance. Because he's got a lot of his stuff there, which I would have picked up. But I just stumbled upon then. I thought maybe, and when it come up, I went, I don't believe this. So that was a great call. That saved me 30 quid. That's practically I could spend that on a whole new edition, couldn't I?
Yeah.
I got.
Sorry, John. What did you say was number one of what?
The Italian collection. The ones that got
the Italian.
boxes.
Sorry.
It's the number one of them.
Okay. Are you a fan yourself, Paul?
I've got the Blue Underground Blu-ray.
Oh, you got the Blue. Nice.
But I know what's going to happen. I'll end up. It's actually Severin, not Synapse.
Oh, Severin.
I'll end up getting both, no doubt. I keep meaning. I went with the Keep and Congo instead of getting the 4K video nasties from Severin. I still need to go back because I knew the Severin ones wouldn't sell out because they released about 5 at the same time, didn't they?
Okay.
Did you, right?
Off Laura
for
Christmas. So I will go back and get them.
But, Stephen Moore was just asking, has anyone seen the trailer for the new Naked Gun movie?
Fucking hell.
I thought it was fucking great. John, have you seen it?
Yeah, I did. I thought, what they're going to do? It's 4 and a quarter or something.
Is that what it's called?
That's the title of it.
Really?
Yeah, it's Drebin's son, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because when he comes in, because that's like the Mission Impossible, in it. Takes the mask off, and then he stands up, and then he's got his leg up on the thing. We were watching it. It was me and Deborah and Deborah's sister Lisa, and we were just sat there. And I said, "Yeah, put this on," and I didn't realize I hadn't seen the trailer all the way through. So when it went to the end, we were all laughing our heads off, man. Yeah, hopefully it'll be all right.
The scene with OJ at the end of it, I was absolutely in tears laughing. I thought it was the perfect way to end the trailer.
I didn't see that. The one I saw was when he had his leg up on the thing, and I think he was he wearing like a skirt? Oh, he's wearing a skirt, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And he's seen his kegs, but I didn't see. Is there something after that?
Yeah. There's a bit in it where it shows Leslie Nielsen, and he's looking at a picture of his father, Frank Drebin, and he's talking to him. And then all of a sudden the camera moves away, and you can see that everybody is talking to pictures of characters from the movies. And then right at the end, it just goes to this fella, and he's looking at a picture of O.J. Simpson, and he just looks to the camera, and he just makes a face. He just makes a fucking weird face. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant.
No, it must be a different one I've seen, but no, I think it'll be all right. Yeah.
I think it's going to be okay. Have you seen it yourself, Paul?
I've watched the trailer 2 or 3 times. Do you know what I initially thought it was? Because I'd heard nothing about making it, and I was flicking through Instagram, and it was April Fool's Day, and I'm flicking through, and I saw the post, and I thought, that's got to be a fucking April Fool's. It's got to be, because I've seen so many people pulling the wool over your eyes, saying they're making sequels to shit and that.
Yeah.
These like movie posters and that. So I thought, no, that can't be right. There's no way Liam Neeson's going to do that. And then obviously I've seen this teaser trailer a couple of times. It just looks really good.
Do you know what the weird thing is? Everyone was complaining about Liam Neeson doing it. Everyone was complaining about Liam Neeson doing it, but then I kind of just said to myself, you know what? Leslie Nielsen, he wasn't a comedy actor when he first started out. He was a very serious actor. And that's, so it might work. It fucking might work. The trailer's promising. The one thing I didn't realize about the trailer, I didn't realize Seth MacFarlane was directing it. Now that was news to me, so that'll be interesting to see. Yeah, he's behind it. This is actually music. This comment here is music to my ears. Ash, he says, Keith, last night I finally saw Abigail on 4K. The film is awesome. I loved it. The Turbine 4K is a winner. Great picture quality and the powerful Atmos sound. That's music to my ears, Ash. Yeah. I'm in for a treat tomorrow night. I already know I love the movie.
The Blu-ray looks fantastic. I swear it's the Blu-ray we've seen.
Absolutely.
I can't see how they could mess it up, if you know what I mean. And the track record's fantastic.
I reckon it's going to be just. I'm sure I'm going to say that word subtle. The subtle upgrade. Them two words are going to come out of my mouth. But like I said it in so many videos, I'm okay with subtle upgrades. Take it all day long.
Definitely.
Absolutely. So Ash, thanks for that, Mesh. That's got me even more excited, if that's even possible.
We've got a few Turbine releases. Obviously, we got that American Werewolf. We got the opposite one. You've got the red one, haven't you, Keith?
Yeah, I've got the red one. You've got the other one, haven't you?
We've got the other one. I've got the Frighteners. I think you've got the newer one, the bluey.
Yeah.
We've got the white one. And then I've got that Psycho Legacy collection, obviously before Arrow released theirs.
Oh, that's behind me. Yeah, that's stunning. Yeah. That's stunning. See, the great thing about that Frighteners one, I think it was you're getting the best of both worlds, because if I remember correctly, when the digipack that's inside
on yours is inside. Yeah,
absolutely. So yeah, I think that's that was a good way of doing things. It was.
I've still not heard a release about that anywhere else.
No. And as a matter of fact, I actually have. What fucking movie is it? Why can't I see it? And it is Turbine, funny enough. The Princess Bride. They brought out The Princess Bride on 4K years ago, and it still hasn't gotten a 4K release anywhere else. I don't think it has.
Yeah, no, it's a Criterion one, but it went Criterion. Really quick. But it seems to be out of print, and I don't know why. Print.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. We got Sean here saying, did anyone see Novocaine yet? Haven't had so much fun with a film since Abigail. It's slowly but surely cranks up the gore until the last 20 minutes or so. Wouldn't be the squishmish. Novocaine. Screamish. Is that scream? I don't know.
Yeah,
Sean, Novocaine, John, have you ever seen that?
No, but I want to go and see it. I've seen a trailer a few times when I went to the cinema, and yeah, I'd definitely go and see it. I don't know if Deborah would watch it, but yeah, I like the thought of it. A bloke can't feel any pain whatsoever. So it's really not violent, but well, it is violent, but it's just the thought of doing one. It'd be great to just not ever feel pain.
It's got a bit of humour in it as well, I think, can't it?
Yeah.
It's not dead straight played.
Yeah, I think it would be a good watch. Yeah.
I need to check that out and see what it's all about. I've heard of it, but I know nothing about it.
It's that lad. What's his name? Son, isn't it? Playing the lead. Him that was in that. It's in that Companion, and he was in the first new Scream film.
Oh, he's
what's his name? Jack Quaid. Jack Quaid, isn't it?
Jack Quaid. Thank you. Yeah, that's it.
He's the lead, and he's
okay.
Flavour of the month, I think. Seems to be in everything at the minute.
Absolutely.
You're right there. Yeah.
It really is. We got a fella named one by the name of Orr. It just says, anyone buying Roadhouse Arrow video in June? I can tell you now, mate, I'm not going to. I spoke about this in a previous stream. I thought they were bringing out Roadhouse in the limited edition set, but when I found out it was the standard, I have the Vinegar Syndrome release. I've no need to get it again, so I'm going to pass on that one. What about yourself, John?
Exactly the same reason.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see that it's coming out in the UK, which is great. But once you get the Vinegar Syndrome, I think Roadhouse, because it's had such a good Vinegar Syndrome release, Arrow needed to put a special edition out over here to kind of, they wouldn't top it, but it deserves more than just a standard release. So
I agree. I agree. Yeah, absolutely. What is that, Paul?
And that's 3 for 3 because, again, I've got the Vinegar Syndrome. I had it. It was pre-ordered day one. And to go right back to the first question in the stream, that'd be in my top 10 as well.
Oh, wow.
Kickboxer and Bloodsport.
Kickboxer. Wow. Oh, yeah. Kickboxer. Right. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
But, yeah, right. Steve said to me when the release that day, and I said to him, oh, yeah. And then I looked at the photos and I'm like, it's not even a fat box. It's just a slipcover.
Yeah.
Just a slip edition, so no, I don't think I'll bother. If it's a fat box, I'd have probably double dipped, but
no, I'm not either.
Yeah.
We got Carlos here asking as well. Preferred director of movies: Wes Craven versus Sam Raimi, Dario Argento versus Sergio Martino, and George Romero versus Lucio Fulci.
I told you. Last question again.
That last one is brutal.
Do you want to take a crack at that?
I appreciate all of these, but I'm going to have to go Sam Raimi because there's something about Sam Raimi. Wes Craven, that's a tough one, that, because I think Wes Craven was I don't know, just such a nice bloke. But Sam Raimi's going to win that one, unfortunately. Dario Argento, Sergio Martino, to put them two together is equally as bad, but it's got to be Dario because his stuff is better than Sergio Martino. But saying that though, there's a lot of Sergio Martino that I prefer to some Dario Argentos. I think I probably like more Sergio Martino's, even though they're kind of B movie-ish. But Dario Argento's later films aren't that good. And Jorge Romero and Lucio Fulci, my God, it's gonna. Well, it's a V question, so I can't have a tie. I'm gonna say that by a whisker, it's going to be Lucio Fulci because I like more of his films than more of Jorge Romero. But I think Jorge Romero, in essence, did the better films out of the two. But Lucio Fulci made. I could put them together, and there would be, say, maybe I like 10 Lucio Fulci films, and I like 8 Jorge Romero, something like that. That's the only way I can do it. That's a harsh one at the last one there. It's really bad. Carlos, honestly, you can do it.
I know.
Told you, last question every time.
I know.
Do you want to take a crack at that, Paul, yourself?
Yeah, definitely Sam Raimi over Craven. I do like Wes Craven and a lot of his films, but well, Raimi made The Evil Dead, so we'll go there. Dario Argento, definitely. Sergio Martino did some good films, but definitely Argento, 100%. And then exactly the same. I was going to, more or less copy what John said. If you put them thingy, Jorge Romero definitely made the better films on a whole, but there's more Fulci films I like than they're more obscure. His Fulci's obscure films are better than Romero's more obscure films, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like Night Riders and stuff like that. Martin. Yeah. I do like Martin, but Fulci was more consistent for a certain period of time. And obviously, I've got a House of the Cemetery shirt on, so I've got a House by the Cemetery shirt on, so I've got to say Fulci.
Nice. Actually, for me, it's the top one that's the hardest one for me. And I'm leaning towards Wes Craven. I'm going to say why I'm going to lead towards Wes Craven, because not many directors can do what Wes Craven done. He started 2 massive, monstrous horror franchises and all that with Scream and Nightmare on Elm Street. So for that reason alone, I would put Wes Craven ahead of Sam Raimi, even though Evil Dead is quite incredible. Yeah, Dario Argento, I didn't have to even think about that one, to be honest. Now, the thing about this one, the last one, and it's funny, when I done the stream with Carlos and that about George Romero, we did talk about this. If you strip away the Dead series and Creep shows, there's not a whole lot left there for Romero. Like, I'm not saying that they're bad movies and all that, but they're not. It's the Dead movies is where he really shone, and Creep show in particular. So I am leaning towards Lucio Fulci for that one as well. Just a lot more consistent. So again, taking nothing away from Romero, but that's why we almost dedicated that stream to the Dead movies and Creepshow, because there wasn't a whole lot else you could really talk about.
Yes, it seems bad that you say that about him, but
I know.
I do agree, because I'd never want to say that, because I thought Jorge Romero was a stunning director and stunning bloke, and just everything about him I liked. Just thought he was so down to earth and so like old school, and everything about him was great. But he did, I don't know, it's the ones that he made that didn't connect, that really didn't connect for me.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Yeah.
The Lucio Fulci ones, the ones that I'm not that much of a fan of, I still quite like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As I say, you never want to say anything bad against Romero, because he is like, like even the person, the man himself, he was just seen as this real gentle giant. But there's no denying that if you strip away, that's the thing about Romero. A lot of his movies that a lot of his earlier movies, they got remade. I actually preferred, like the likes of The Crazies, which I thought was a wonderful remake. I didn't never like the Romero version of it.
I do. That's one of his better, lesser known ones, I would have said. I wasn't keen on the late 80s stuff like Dark Half, and I do like Monkey Shines, but I don't love it.
No.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's a lot of likes, but not loves. It's
same with Survival and the fan footage one.
Diary.
Yeah, that's how memorable it was. I can watch them, and I've got them both, obviously, but they're not brilliant. Especially Survival. That's a hard watch.
Yeah, that's a hard one.
It's a hard watch in so many ways because it's not a good movie. It's very cheaply made, and what's even more heartbreaking is it's his last movie, which is really heartbreaking. It's just a sour way to end that series.
Unfortunately, yes.
We got Stephen Moles here saying, I recently got the German Blu-ray media book of The Horde 2016. A great horror movie to check out. It's Rambo meets The Hills Have Eyes meets Wrong Turn. It's only released on DVD in the US and UK. Again, never heard of The Horde. John, have you?
I've heard of it, but I've never seen it at all. The name familiar slightly.
I don't know whether I'm thinking of the same film. There's a really good film it's called La Horde, and it's a French film, and it's a zombie film. I swear it is. I've got it down there. It's only on DVD, but maybe I'm mixed up with a different. There might be two.
Well, but he said it's a German Blu-ray media book, so it's not necessarily a German. You know what I mean? It could be.
Yeah. There's a French film. There's a French film called, and obviously it's The Horde, but I know it as La Horde, and it's a brilliant film, but it's a zombie film. I swear it's a zombie film. I wouldn't have seen it since it's thingy, but that was another one of these £7 in Asda about bloody 10 years ago.
Wow. Okay.
That's the 2016 one, The Horde.
No, that's not the one I'm thinking of. It's similar front cover. It's got a car, and there's about 5 people stood on top of the car, and then it's completely surrounded by zombies.
Right. Okay.
And it's really good from what I remember.
Okay.
I'm sure someone will know.
It looks a bit zombie-ish. You got hands there.
Yeah.
Could be a bit of a zombie thing.
I'd have to go down there and look for it. I'm not sure someone can tell us.
Yeah. We got Steve here saying, good point about remakes being good gateway horrors. Dawn of the Dead 2004 brought my lad to the 78 original. When he said he preferred the remake, I put him up for adoption, but still.
Yeah.
In all fairness, though, Steve, the one thing I will say there is that is definitely one of the better remakes. And it's definitely in my top 5 greatest remakes of all time. Were you a fan of the remake, John?
Yeah, I didn't like when I first saw it. I liked the first half of it and didn't really like the second half because it didn't go into the supermarket like the shopping mall. Like it did in the 78. That was the best thing for me. We loved that when we watched it this summer. But on reflection, I do like it. I've got over the fact of it being not setting or they don't utilize the shopping mall like they did in the first one. But I do think it's really good actually. I like the way the zombies are just like fast running. It's like a complete opposite of the 78 one. I like that. But the 78 one for me will always be number one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. What did you think of the remake, Paul?
I like it, but like John, I saw it on opening night when it was released in the cinemas, and I didn't like it at all. I thought, oh, this isn't thingy. But back then, that was without shadow of a doubt the original Dawn of the Dead was my favourite film then. And I wouldn't have thingy. I was in early 20s. Like I wouldn't have anything bad said about it. So I think I went in there with a frame of mind to hate it. If you know what I mean. But
I get that. Yeah,
I think I was the same, Paul. Yeah.
Yeah.
But on rewatches like down the line, it's a brilliant film. It's really good.
Yeah.
And that Scream Factory 4K looks tip top.
Oh, Jesus, yeah, it's stunning. It really is stunning. We got Adam Latham here saying, I recently just bought a film by Akira Kurosawa called Run. Absolutely loved it. Never heard of it. Is it Run? Oh, Ran. Ran, sorry. Never heard of it. John, have you?
Yeah, I've got it in 4K. It looks unbelievable because his stuff always looked unbelievable. So I watched it a long time ago. It's a really good one. It just looks spectacular. It's more like a sort of it's not like a martial arts thing. It's like it's Eastern, cinema, but it's more like a highbrow thing. But it looks spectacular, and I do need to get. I have got it in 4K, but I haven't watched it yet. Again, it's one on the giant to watch list. But if you like that sort of thing, it's really really good. A bit like Seven Samurai, not like the samurais, but like one of these ones that's considered one of the best examples of that type of film.
Okay. What was yourself, Paul?
It's an absolutely brilliant film, and like John said, the 4K is absolutely stunning. Proper looks absolutely amazing. I seen someone do a video the other day on about their top thingies, and that was in their top 3 4Ks of all time.
Wow. Okay.
He's another one. It's just a beautiful looking film. Kurosawa's films, all his films are good. I don't think I've seen one that I disliked. I've got the box set on Blu-ray, but that Ran looks fantastic.
Okay. I'll have to look into this.
Have you seen The Last Emperor? Keith, have you seen The Last Emperor?
No, I haven't.
No. It's not like that, but if you think about that type of film, Ran is a bit like that, that
right,
look.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
We got Arctic Iron here saying, what's your favorite transport to set a film on Mine's a Train? Mine's a Train. All right, what's your ideal kind of setting for like a transport movie? Like, yourself, like snakes on a plane. That kind of.
Yeah, it's got to be a car chase. Mad Max 2, the best time anybody's ever put a car on the road and smashed it to bits. If that's going to be, I always used to get a massive kick out of a car chase. You don't see that many good car chases, like proper, real French Connection car chases these days. Got in 60 seconds, unbelievable. Just smashed just as many cars up as I could. So, but if it's transport, well, I would say car. But I can understand a train. Actually, no. I would say cars things, but my favorite transport is a ship, death ship. Stuff like that. I don't know what it is. I just like Titanic, ships sinking. I've just got a thing for them. So yeah.
Yeah, I agree. What was yourself, Paul?
I was going to say car chases as well, because another one of my favourite films, Blues Brothers, has got one of the best car chases ever in it. But I think he should have asked the question and think of one film for each one, because Train to Busan's probably one of the best modern horror films around.
Yeah.
And like you say, Ship. I don't particularly like Ghost Ship, but it's got one of the best openings to a film ever.
Yeah.
I actually love that movie. I actually liked all of those Dark Castle production movies that came out back in the day. Yeah, I'm with John on that. I don't know what it is, but me, a ghost ship setting, it's heaven for me. Nothing's like it. And you don't see enough of them. One that stands out for me in terms of a ship setting is Triangle with Melissa George.
Yeah, Triangle, brilliant film.
Such a wonderful movie.
Christopher Smith.
Yeah, Christopher Smith again. Yeah, absolutely. Head scratcher as well. That one. It's one of those movies you do have to visit a few times. But Jesus, what a setting for it! What a setting. Okay, right. So Paul, you are right. If I can get me fucking mouse to work. Work, you bastard. Steve went on to say, Paul's right, the Demeter was the ship Dracula was traveling to England on in Bram Stoker's novel. So why is it then, I'm telling you now, somebody said to me on a stream, he said that, like I said to you, he watches Nosferatu up to that point where they get onto the ship, then he knocks on Demeter. So in that case, why do you do that if it's two completely separate things?
I always think, because to me, I watched the new Nosferatu, and I've obviously seen the old one, but they literally mirror Bram Stoker's Dracula. So I just assume Nosferatu's another take of the book, another writing of the book.
Is that what I brought that up to Ellen last night?
Of the book.
I brought that up to Ellen last night. Is Nosferatu then? Is he Dracula?
It's literally it's like a less complex version of Bram Stoker's Dracula, isn't it?
Dracula, right?
Well, you had to, because you remember that when Nosferatu came out, because I think Nosferatu was their term for a vampire, and Dracula was a vampire. So they basically just went and filmed the Dracula's book, but Bram Stoker's widow
wouldn't sign
took
the
them
rights,
to
would
court,
they?
and then they said, they lost the case, so they were ordered to burn every single copy of Nosferatu.
Wow,
and they did. They did in Germany, got rid of the whole lot, but they exported some of them out to different countries. So now when you see the Eureka Blu-rays that they've done, they've had to find the negatives from God knows where on export things. So that's how you see them. So really, when you think about it, it's just basically the Dracula book, Paul, you're right.
Yeah.
So if you watch Nosferatu 1922, which is utterly amazing, you do see the whole boat scene, don't you? When he's coming out of the deck, and he's got the rats are all over the place, and then he comes out of the ship and goes to where he berths. You see the boat coming in, don't you, down the river and stuff like that, like the ghost ship. And so it is kind of like frame for frame in places.
Yeah.
So really, I could understand you, although I haven't seen Dementor yet, to say that you could actually do that. But you've got them both now, so try it out and see what you think.
Well, the weird thing is, I'm not going to lie, when we watched Nosferatu last night, and then the scene happened on the ship, and then all of a sudden it just clicked with me. And when it kind of clicked when you find the wreck of the ship, and I was like, right. And then I paused it, and then I said it to Ellen, and kind of Ellen looked at me, and she was like, "That is fucking brilliant. It's genius to think about that you could actually do that. It's almost like you can extend Nosferatu by an hour and 40 minutes by doing that." I just thought, and I think, and not only that, but when you look at both movies, now, I would say like Demeter is a lot more cleaner than Nosferatu, but they do have very similar looks to each other. And I think they would blend. Now, I won't say seamless, but I think they could blend well together. So it's intriguing, no doubt about it. Two great movies.
While we're on the point of Nosferatu, I love Shadow of the Vampire too.
I've never seen it. William Dafoe was this.
Willem Dafoe, Willem Dafoe and it's what's his name in it? John Malkovich.
John Malkovich, yeah. Stephen Moles went on to watch. I watched Wolfman last night. Let's just say I preferred the Wolfman starring Benicio del Toro. That sucks because I have it coming on Monday.
I'm going to watch it, but I won't hear many good things about it, unfortunately.
I'm not going to lie, John. The reason why I picked it up is because Leo Whannell directs it. And I haven't seen a bad movie that he has directed or even written, if I'm completely honest. So I'm hoping for the best. I did hear people complaining about this movie, and again, it doesn't really bother me, but someone turned around and said, I think there was a lot of complaints saying that the wolf in it doesn't fully change into a wolf. He is actually a wolf man. And I was like, but isn't that not then a nod to the Universal Classic then? Isn't that not the way it's done? So, so I don't know. You haven't seen it yet, John, have you?
No, I haven't seen it. I did want to see it, but just never got around to it.
Yeah.
It's one of those ones where I knew I had to see it by myself. I did always say to Deborah, "Do you want to see it?" No, no chance. So I says, "Fair enough." But sometimes these days, I don't know if you think the same yourself. If you see it, by the time you sort of get to think about watching something, and I mean, I don't like going to pictures at 8 o'clock. Sometimes they're on at 8 o'clock, 8:30. That's no good to me. But if you get a chance to watch one like Maxine, for instance, I mean, I watched it when we went down to London. We were on holiday, and I said, I'm going to watch this one because I've got a feeling when I looked at the listings, this isn't going to last for more than a week. And it was lucky to see 2 weeks at the cinema, and you couldn't. I mean, I could see it quite a few times at the one in London, but up in Newcastle, there was probably any showings of it, which was unbelievable that happened. So I think the Wolfman was the same thing. It was
Right.
on for a
Okay.
couple of times. I want to see it during the day when there's no one in, and then the evening time it went to 8:30 a couple of times, and then it was gone. So I never got a chance. And that's
Right.
happening quite a lot these days, I find.
Right. Right. What about yourself, Paul? Did you ever get around to it yourself?
Yeah, we watched it. We rented it on Amazon. I got free credit, when they send you the £5 every now and again. So
Yeah.
we watched it. It was all right. Nothing special. I was more disappointed that Lee Wanell it wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be because he'd done it. It was predictable in places, but it's not terrible. It's just a completely different take on it. He did with Invisible Man. It's just not as good as Invisible Man.
Yeah, I think that's what a lot of people went into it thinking they had Invisible Man in their heads, and they were like, "Oh, can they hit the heights of this movie?" And apparently, it never did. But that's the beauty of movies with me. Sometimes okay is okay, and I can live with okay. It's okay is not terrible.
Yeah, we both fingered. I wouldn't say I hated it at all.
Yeah.
But Rachel's biggest bugbear was that the girl that plays the mum, that's in Ozark, the blonde-haired girl.
Okay.
She couldn't get her head around the fact that she was meant to be playing the mother. It didn't seem believable to her, and it did her head in all the way through. She didn't look old enough to be a mum, even though she probably is. It just wasn't quite believable, and it drove her mad. But it wasn't a bad film. I'd definitely watch it again. I wouldn't say, "Oh, I'm not fucking watching that again." It was as good. It's just not one I'd rush back to, if you know what I mean. I'd leave it a bit, watch it again.
Okay, that's good. We got Trek and I here just saying those new film vault releases look sick. Yeah, look beautiful.
Yeah,
they fucking better match with the fucking rest of them, or I'll be pissed. Oh, we've got a question for John, Slipknot fan. He just asked, do you ever watch Coraline's Monroe's Cellar Club segments on Talking Pictures TV? She introduces classic horrors, thrillers, sci-fi, and action films, etc.
Just going to nip for a pee while John answers.
No problem,
mate. I haven't. I have seen some of them. I think that I really like Caroline Munro anyway, and I love the way she introduces stuff. She was in Captain Kronos, and she's actually on that disc, speaking about it a lot. She's great.
Okay.
She's great to look at, to sort of anything about her and to listen to. So I've seen a few of them. Unfortunately, I would like to see maybe more of them. I just never think about it because she used to do quite a few things on things like that, like little kind of I'm going to say like horror film. Just talking about it, I introduced them, and but I'm a huge fan, and I haven't seen as many as I want to see, but I have seen a few of them. I know exactly what fans talking about. They are well, she is watchable. That's a short story of that is just absolutely brilliant.
I get it.
Yes, amazing.
No problem. Now, we got some here saying my order for Everything Blues Gladiator release arrived, and I have to say it's the best release I have of the movie. It's brand new and is in pristine condition. That set is absolutely stunning. Believe it or not, David Punton, actually gifted me that edition of Gladiator.
Wow.
It's ridiculous. the detail on it. It's a beautiful addition. It really is. John, did you go see that Gladiator 2, no?
No, it's another one wanting to go and see it, and I think we weren't really. I don't know what happened, but it didn't seem to be out as long as we thought it was going to be out. We thought it would hang around for a while. It's like, say, like Deadpool was on forever. We had plenty of time to go and see that. And we thought the same thing would be about Gladiator 2 in a way, but it seemed to go and come and go that quick. I mean, it wasn't top of our list. There was another few that were watched in the meantime, but we thought I had a bit more of a longer shot at it with it being such a big title because of what it's a sequel to. But no, but we'll watch it. I think it's going to be on Sky Movies eventually. Probably just catch it on there,
Absolutely.
Somewhere we'll get it on something like that. Amazon Prime or whatever.
We got Carlos here saying as well, is anyone considering going to the London Movie Comic Con in July? Ron Perlman, Michael Berryman, and Richard Dreyfuss will be there. Wow.
Richard Dreyfuss.
Wow, Richard Dreyfuss. That's big.
Yeah.
John, would that be something that would interest you?
Well, do you know about the connection with Richard Dreyfuss?
Absolutely.
Do you know about that?
Oh, your connection. Oh, sorry. I thought you were just talking in Jaws in general. Sorry. No, go on ahead.
Oh, no, actually, and this is true. I'll have to take a swig for this. I've got the pictures to prove it. Oops. You know when you get a shark, you know the Jaws shark that you had. I don't know if you had the same with yourself, Keith. In the 70s, used to sell like a little plastic shark, like Jaws.
Okay.
I think it was about £1.50.
Wow. Okay.
You ever seen that before?
No.
It was like a thing that big. Anyway, so this is true. I'm going to make a video on it sometime, and I've got the photographs. I need to get in touch with the bloke that I sold it to. Anyway, I sold it to this fella. This is in lockdown, and the one I had, I think I sold it for £25 or something, and it went across to this really strange. I think it was Mexico, but it was like mad to think that this thing was coming over. And I said to the bloke, are you sure you want to take this from here to there? Because you might have to pay a lot of money. Plus, what happens if it gets lost? And he says, well, just bulk it up. So I'm going to take a photograph of this thing. I've made it that big in this massive amount of packaging and stuff like that. So I went across to him, and he says, I want it. I want it for a. This story sounds like a total lie, by the way, but it's not. So this shark went across to Mexico. I don't think it was Mexico, it was somewhere like that. And the fellow was called Sam. I remember that. And he got in touch with him and says, I need to have it because he was friends with the fella who directed Tintoria. It's like a Jaws ripoff from 1977, I think. And I think the main thing about Tintoria that will never be shown, not in the UK, is because there's a lot of real animal shark killing in it, apparently. A load of sharks got like killed for the film, one of them things. So at this point, I didn't believe the lad, if I'm honest. I thought he was going to take the shark, and fair enough. So he had the shark. He's got it, and he said, "Oh, I've got it here." And he's a big fan of Jaws. He's a huge fan. He's got Jaws stuff all over the place. And he said about the Tintoria thing that he was actually friends with a filmmaker, or he actually shot some of the underwater scenes. And I thought, yeah. But then he showed us the photographs from that, and I thought, and he's got him standing next to the star, and the star is actually the fella who was in the amazing Nightmare City. Is it Hugo Summit? You know who I mean. The main star from that, with the amazing ending. So he was on the set with him. I thought, well, and he was in Tintoria, and I went, wow. So anyway, he said, the main thing I want the shark for is because I'm going to meet my friend Richard Dreyfuss, and I'm going to get him to sign the shark. And I thought, no disrespect to Sam, I thought, this is the biggest bunch of bullshit I've ever heard in my life. This is just not real. All right, he knew Hugo, and he was on the set of Tintoria, but that's as far as it went. And a lot of months went by, and then he says, I've finally done it. And there's a picture of him sitting with Richard Dreyfuss and my shark that I used to play with in the bath. Woo, and he's got it signed. So my connection with Richard Dreyfuss, can you imagine if I went, he'd probably say, you're lying. And I said, Richard, you know that shark that you signed off that fella called Sam? That was my shark. Can you imagine doing that? So that's my story. And honestly, it is true.
Wow. That is absolutely fantastic.
Actually, I'll see if I can get a picture up on here. It was in WhatsApp and he sent it to us.
That's insane. Well, John's getting that picture. Paul, does Comic-Cons, does any of that kind of interest you?
No, it's used to. It'd be too hard taking him with us.
Yeah.
We'd run a ruckus in there. He'd be turning over stools and getting bloody celebrities and headlocks and all sorts.
Yeah.
Have to chain him to the pushchair. But to be fair, the lineup for that Full of a Horror in Manchester looks good this year.
Who's that one?
Matthew Lillard.
Oh, wow.
The lad that plays the buff in Scream as well.
Okay.
Then they've got the lead girl from The Descent. It's 20th anniversary this year. Sean McDonald, is it?
Yeah, that's right.
What's his name? Ron Howard's brother, Clint.
Clint Howard,
from Evil Speak and
Clint,
yeah.
In the ice cream man get up for the photos.
Okay.
Devon Sawa.
Oh yes, Ice Cream Man.
Devon Sawa, he's there as well.
Wow, Jesus Christ, great.
Yeah, it's stacked. But the only thing that puts me off with them is they get a lot of cancellations close to the time. And if you book and you're going to see certain people, like last year, they had their Thing cast there. A lot of the Thing cast, apart from Kurt Russell, obviously. There was 5 or 6 of them, and 2 or 3 of them pulled out.
Wow.
And yet they were still doing the photo op. So people had paid to see 5 people, and there's only 3. But that's the only thing with these cons. If you've got people that are still working, if they get an offer to do a film at the time they're going to sting you, they're going to cancel, aren't they? They're not going to turn down a film to go and sign stuff for people for 30, 40 quid a pop.
Right. That's a shame. That really is. Did you get that picture, John?
Yeah, I've got the picture, right? So this is not a very good picture of Sam, but that's a picture of him sitting there in his house. Well, not his house, Richard Dreyfuss' house, right?
Okay.
So if you go, he's not actually looking at Richard Dreyfuss, but if you go there, right there's Richard Dreyfuss there.
Wow.
With my shock in his hand.
That's incredible.
Yeah, so and he signed it. So what I need to do now is that's them sitting there at a table having a signing session with the shark.
That's incredible.
Now, what I need to do is I need to say to Sam to get him, because I've spoken to him on WhatsApp, spoken to him a few times, and I need to say to him, you have got to come on there with me to back me up, or even get him on a stream of some description and record it and say, look, Sam, will you help me out with this? And just say, because it sounds like complete fabrication, but there's the evidence there.
No,
when he sent us the
no.
pictures, because up until that point, I thought this is shite, but there you go.
I think it's safe to say, John, I don't think anyone would ever think, you would make up a story like that. You of all people, not a chance.
So but it sounds so. If I was watching that, and I didn't have the proof, and the proof would be if this bloke was on there and he had all this stuff, because he is a friend of him. And I was going, "What is your friend?" He's going, "Oh, he's my mate. It's not someone he kind of knows, like, or he could bump into in a Comic-Con or anything like that. He's his actual mate."
Right. Unbelievable. Unreal.
And my recommendation for Richard Dreyfuss is don't watch that last fucking film he did, because it was fucking dreadful. That shot Into the Deep with him and that Scout Taylor Compton from bloody Rob Zombie's Halloween.
Right. I didn't even hear of it, to be honest.
I got sent it for review and it was fucking awful.
Wow. Okay.
That's a shame. It looks horrible, unfortunately.
Right. That's sad to hear. That is.
I say it was fucking dreadful. It wasn't brilliant. It was one of them ones where they'd just not spent enough money on it, and the story was crap, and they put Richard Dreyfuss's name on it, but then got him in it for about 5 minutes.
Yeah,
He
that's
wasn't
like
in the whole film.
that's like what's that movie I seen? Was it Return to Horror High, starring George Clooney? He's in it for 5 minutes. We got George Candy here saying hi, John Keith. Sorry, John. Sorry, John. Sorry, what did you say now?
If even 5 minutes was like a
yeah. Big writing on the cover. I remember that. Big, ridiculous. George Clooney's name took up even more room than the title of the movie. Yeah. Ridiculous. We got George here just saying hi, John, Keith, and Paul. Have you seen The Brutalist? I've never gotten around to it. John, did you? What about yourself, Paul?
No, I've not seen it. It's one I definitely want to watch, but it's one of them. And again, it's A24, isn't it?
Yeah. And funny, you just talked about A24. Yeah. Steve just has a comment here about A24. He says, the one thing I will say about A24, at least you're generally turned out original stories. Yeah, the black hole of originality is Hollywood is depressing. Yeah, I absolutely 100% agree with you there, Steve.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah.
It is. It absolutely is. You are getting a lot of originality from them. But it's still... But I agree with the lads. It is a hit and miss label for me. But the one thing I will say is I think there was more hits than misses.
Yeah. I'll give you that.
So, the ones I've seen I've enjoyed.
Yeah. And Steve said, and you know my thoughts on Midsummer. 5-star, no notes.
No.
We've got Mike here as well saying, I have the Great Silence for a while, and to my shame, I still haven't not knocked it on yet. The to watch pile has grown so much thanks to Keith spending my cash from me. Yeah. I talked Mike into getting Nosferatu. Because I told him that the steelbook seems to be selling out everywhere. So he was like, you know what, that's a good point. So he went over and he bought it. Well, Mike, the good news is I fucking enjoyed it. I hope you do. I can't imagine you not liking it. But
steelbook's a stunner as well.
Yeah, it's a beauty. It's a real beauty. Actually, I tell you the truth, I actually thought the steelbook for The Heretic was better.
Really like the steelbook. Is that a framed one, Heretic?
Yeah.
It's a framed one, the old style.
Yeah, I really like it. Yeah, it's a nice steelbook. Yeah. I'm trying to think, what else did Mike tell me? Mike bought something else. What the fuck did he buy? Oh, he bought the Tarantino ones as well, the Kill Bills and.
So hey, Keith, do you know The Heretic? You know this. Getting back to the sound, the sound on it. I'm just going from when I saw it at the cinema. It's a weird thing to say this. When there's like nothing really happening, you've got a bit of a sound of silence. Run in the house, and you've got the rain going slightly, and there's not much going on. There's maybe a clock ticking, and he's delivering all his lines, his amazing patter he's coming out with. But you've got like a sound of silence-ish in the background. Did you feel that a little bit? It was a bit.
I felt it was all about building that tension.
Yeah, wasn't it? It just because there's no sound, but there's a sound there.
I know what you're getting at. I know exactly what you're getting at. I'm finding I'm struggling. See, that's the problem with me with these movies. Not so much Nosferatu, because I only downed around 3 pints when I actually had Nosferatu on. But when The Heretic came on, I was on around me 6 pint, and that's the thing with me. I kind of find that I have to go back over these now in terms of not so much the movie, but specifically The Heretic, because I was that engrossed by it. I was that zoned in. Like, it was, you're kind of forgetting about the sound. You're even forgetting about the picture quality. You're not even, like, I even said when the movie ended, I was like, did I even watch that on 4K? I have absolutely no idea. And again, it's nothing to do with drink. It's just to do with the fact that I was that zoned in. But I think I know what you're trying to say there with them scenes. I think I know what you're getting at. But again, it's all about tension building. It really is.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
wonderful.
I agree.
Wonderful. Right, we got Ray Gabriel here saying, what's a movie that breaks your heart that it hasn't even been upgraded from DVD yet? Ooh. John, is there anyone that comes to mind for you?
There's two that come to mind immediately that are quite obscure. One of them is Bullshot. Remember I sent you the Bullshot on DVD?
You did indeed, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so I love that film, but it's still on DVD, and the quality of the DVD, it looks like a copy. It's just not good at all. The ratio's wrong. Everything about it's bad. Another film called Eat and Run, which I love, but it's another one that's just unforgotten. I think even the Vinegar Syndrome, because you can do a thing on Vinegar Syndrome where you can go and like tell them of a film you would like to see, like a recommendation, and you can say something. That I imagine they've had a load of like well-known films, but they specialize in like they're not very well-known ones. And I thought Eat and Run from 1986, I think, would be a perfect one for them, like a sort of like a comedy. But I love it. I can more or less say the whole. I watched that many times. I can say the script. It's just in my head, but it's got an awful DVD. The cover's atrocious, and it needs to be brought to life. And Zombie Dead as well. Zombie Dead could do with a UK release. Just obscurities, and you just can't imagine why nobody's jumped on them. I know Zombie. What was I talking about there? The Video Dead. Sorry, the Video Dead.
Yeah.
I've got it. The actual Blu-ray of that. But actually, if you can see it on the YouTube. The quality of the YouTube one's better than the Blu-ray.
Wow.
Weirdly enough,
Wow.
the Blu-ray is really noisy grain. So it's a low budget film, but people need to pick these things up and bring them back to life. That's
I
it.
agree.
I mean, there's probably loads of really big films that never got there, but they're the ones that spring to mind anyway.
That's a good one. Just a good Paul. Paul's looking through his collection.
Yeah, I was just looking.
He is.
I think the biggest one for me is Brain Dead.
Brain Dead. Wow, did it never get released? Wow, I thought it got a Blu-ray release.
As far as I'm aware, that's never had a Blu-ray in the UK.
Wow. That's fucking insane.
Dead Alive for the American viewers.
Dead Alive, yeah, that's right.
And another one till recently, which is probably one of my biggest guilty pleasure films, and it's one for R.I.P. Val Kilmer, Island of Dr. Moreau. That never had a Blu-ray over here either. But obviously Screen Factory have done that recently. That's my biggest guilty pleasure film. And in fact, I actually like the documentary more than I like the film. The documentary behind it, Lost Souls, is absolutely fantastic.
Right, okay.
Richard Stanley in all his eccentric glory, saying why he got kicked off making the film and then decided to dress up as one of the animals so he could sneak and see what the new director's doing with his bloody film. And the interviews with that man, he was on about shamans, he's getting shamans in and all sorts. The guy's a nutter. And
didn't Val Kilmer not get sacked off that movie as well, apparently?
Yeah, they kicked him off it because he was the one that was causing the trouble with Richard Stanley. He's the one that got Richard Stanley the sack.
Right.
So they brought some guy in that didn't care a jot about the film. That's why it's so disjointed.
Right.
CGI is terrible, but it's just something about that film. It's nostalgia. I've still got the film magazine I brought before it come out because I was such a big fan of the Tom York one from the 70s. With Burt Lancaster.
Right.
And I love Island of Lost Souls as well, obviously. But I brought you remember when they used to bring a magazine out for a film before it come out?
Yes.
I've still got the one for Island of Dr. Moreau. But that Lost Souls documentary is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
When I read that question out, a movie jumped in my mind. And I can't think of the name of it now. I actually kept thinking it was Wrong Turn, but it's not Wrong Turn. Lynn Shay stars in it. Oh,
it's
Jesus.
no, what's it called?
Dead End.
With,
Dead End.
yeah,
Is it?
with the guy out of RoboCop's in it as well, isn't he?
G-
And that died.
Jeepers Creepers 2, is it?
Ray Wise.
Ray White. That's it.
Yeah.
Right.
That movie is so unbelievable. Have you ever heard of that, John? Dead End.
I've heard of it. I haven't seen it, but I've heard of it. Yeah.
Oh, it's a family of, I think it's five, two parents, daughter and son, and the boyfriend of the daughter. I think it's 4 or 5 of them in the car. They're on a road. The road never ends, and every time they stop, one of them gets picked off.
Brilliant
And
film.
it's one of those things that it's just you're on the edge of your seat. It's creepy. It's atmospheric. It has everything. And it will keep you guessing right till its end. I love the movie. I absolutely love it, and I would love to see. I'd love to see any kind of upgrade over that DVD. I would love to see.
I've still got the DVD as well. I wonder whether that's had a Blu-ray in Germany. Do you reckon? Or Spain?
I'll have to look into it. But
usually they have, haven't they?
Yeah.
But it's a brilliant film. Really good.
I used
to get that film mixed up with the one with the gaming one with him and Malcolm in the Middle in it, because it come out literally the same time.
Surviving the Game.
Yeah, that.
No, it's not called Surviving the Game. Sorry, Stay Alive.
Yeah, I used to get them two mixed up.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll tell you another film. Long Time Dead. That's another one I'd like to see. That's never had nothing since.
Yeah,
DVD.
that's right. Long Time Dead. Yeah, jeez, wow, that takes me right back.
A British film with the
Ouija board. Yeah,
we'll bring that gin, wouldn't it? They bring in that Joe Absalom that used to be in EastEnders was in it. That's a really good film as well.
That was very enjoyable. I really enjoyed that
in the cinema. But I've only
got another movie I have called The Lighthouse. I really enjoyed. Only on DVD as well. Again, I could have got a Blu-ray release. I wouldn't have a clue. We just got Captain Trips here. He was just basically just talking about the Film Vault releases again. Yeah, very, very excited, mate. I thought they were finished, so it's great to see them back. It is.
I thought they'd packed it in, like.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since the last one, hasn't it?
It's been 2 years, is it? Around 2 years, I'd say.
Yeah, because they released them all on steelbooks, didn't they, after they'd done the box sets?
That's right. That's right. So now you're getting the best of both worlds with the new ones. Slipknot fan says, did you know John Waters said that he was so eager to get the Tingler experience that he searched under the seats to find one of the buzzers?
I can imagine him doing that, yeah.
Have you seen two Art Declare was just asking, have you seen two feel-good movies with Michael J. Fox, Secret to My Success, and For the Love or Money? John, have you seen either of them?
I've seen Secret of My Success, which I really enjoyed. And For the Love of Money, I might have seen that one. I'm not too sure. I'd have to find out a bit more about it. But I've got a lot of time for Michael J. Fox in every shape or form.
Absolutely.
I think he is kind of underrated for the fact of how good he was when you didn't take him seriously, because he was like an up-and-coming kid, for want of a better thing, and you didn't really take after the fact, how good he was. And I mean, that's what is it called? The war film he did.
Oh, Casualties of War.
Oh my God. That is brutal beyond belief, that one. And he was unbelievable, and that's Sean Penn, of course.
Absolutely.
So to be honest, not that I've got many Michael J. Fox films, but I would, if someone said to me all his stuff's coming out on Blu-ray or 4K, I'd buy the whole lot. Because I
absolutely agree with you.
He's such a talent.
I absolutely agree.
He's so funny as well. He's got a really good sense of humor, even now. Did you see him on Curb Your Enthusiasm when he played himself, and he was getting sort of grief because he was making a lot of noise in his room, his flat, I think it was. And you know, the fella, Larry David, was saying that he was making the noise on purpose. And he's going, no, I'm not. I bump into things and I make noise because I can't walk properly, all this type of thing. So Larry David's going, I'm sure you're doing it on purpose. And I think he was actually doing it on purpose just to wind Larry David up on the actual episode. So it was so funny because he was, like I say, he wasn't taking himself seriously in the face of
Absolutely.
adversity, which I've got a big, I just think he's a brilliant bloke. And,
Yeah.
you know, but yeah, it's a long time since I've seen him, but that's not taking anything away from the fact that, especially Secret of My Success was a really good film.
Oh,
All his films
absolutely.
were good, you know.
Yeah, I agree. What about yourself, Paul?
I don't think so. I'd have to see the video covers, the VHS covers, or because back I'd have been a lot younger then. I'd have had to see. If I have seen them, it'd have been with my parents when I was a kid.
Right. I'm just trying to see if I have the fucking cover to Secrets to My Success beside me. I can't fucking see it. Jesus Christ, do I not own that Blu-ray? Fuck up. Well, yeah, I don't know. I thought I had it on Blu-ray. Yeah, mate, look, I have seen Secret to My Success. I absolutely love the movie. Now, for love of money, I'm a bit like John. I have a funny feeling that I have seen it, but it's not ringing a bell with me. But everything that John said, I absolutely agree with him. I think I think in a weird kind of way, he is an underrated actor. My standout performance from him. Yeah, that's the cover, the champagne bottle. Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Does that ring a bell, Paul?
No, I don't think so.
I think my standout performance from Michael J. Fox, funny enough, I don't know why, but I always lean towards Frighteners. Because I think you're getting, I think you're getting two different types of Michael J. Fox during that movie. You know, you get the Michael J. Fox that we all know and that we love, that we've seen in all of his movies, like Teen Wolf and, you know, Back to the Future and that. But then there's another side to him in it. That I think it's such a wonderful movie that it's so. I remember when it came out and it didn't do all that well at the box office, it being Peter Jackson's first American movie, and I'm just so happy that it's kind of gathering now a huge following, and rightfully so. It's a wonderful movie. It really is. But again, that's a lot. I have to give credit to your man. What's his name? Jake Busey in that movie as well. My God, that man can play a serial killer, and he can play him very well. But then again, look who his father is.
Well, yeah, he's got the grin.
Buttered sausage.
Oh, he's a nutcase. Oh, we've got Mac Chats here. I was going to do me Nigel. Well, hello, Mr. Chats. Well, lads, how is you cutting? Doing well, David. I hope all well as well with you, mate.
Evening, mate.
Oh, right, okay. I don't know. I have no connection to this. It'd be interesting to hear your thoughts on this one. Mac Chats was just asking, is anyone ready for Spinal Tap 2? The End Continues. Now, John, I know you're a fan.
I'm a huge fan. I've seen some sort of clips or promotional things where they've got the people from Spinal Tap and they're talking about their characters, are talking about where they've been and how they're up and coming, and talking about how they're writing sequels to songs. And it looks brilliant, you know. So yeah, I'll definitely be up for that because I love Spinal Tap. Love it. I've got the albums and just think they're so good.
Okay.
Like, just they nailed it completely. So I hope that it'll not be as good, but I hope it's going to be, because I know they've done another one, the one in the middle, which was meant to be really rubbish, which I haven't seen. And I just think I would like them to just do what I think they can do, because they're still so funny, because they get together and they do sort of make, what's it called, the Summit Wind, where they play like folk in a folk band. They do quite a few different bands, and they're all funny. But the Spinal Tap one is the funniest, like, you know.
Okay.
So good. So I'm excited for it.
Happy days. And what about yourself, Paul?
To be fair, I love the original. We've got the original a couple of times, but until John had mentioned it, I hadn't even heard anything about it. I can't remember whether it was on one of his videos or on a stream, but I remember you talking about it because you mentioned the one in the middle, and I didn't even know anything about that either.
Right.
I just
No, neither
obviously
do I.
know the original film.
You mentioned on the last time we were on a stream,
Yeah, it
Keith.
might have been you and Keith.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think it was on there. Someone brought it up. Yeah, I'm really excited for it. I just hope that they don't like misfire on it,
Yeah, absolutely. We got Mac Chats here saying as well, the Raid director has a new film coming out called Havoc. Looks nice and punchy and bloody.
Yeah, looks brilliant.
Good to me.
Netflix, Tom Hardy.
Oh, okay.
Netflix Tom Hardy film. It looks brilliant. And is it Gareth Evans? Or is it Gareth Edwards?
I wouldn't have a clue now.
Something like that. But it looks good. Gritty action. Looks good.
Okay.
Tom Hardy's the lead, so
definitely
can't really go wrong.
Absolutely. And he also went on to say, if anyone wants to see a good gory show, try Blood Drive. It's one season and really entertaining. Ellen, if you're watching, there you go, babe. You're looking for a new show. Blood Drive. Give that a go.
Right.
Trekker not just went on, he put down 30 Days of Night and then he just followed it with Needs a 4K. Yeah, having said that, the Blu-ray does look beautiful.
I don't even think I've got a Blu-ray of that. I think we've still got the. I've still got the DVD with the comic in. Remember that?
No, I still have it.
Yeah.
I still have it.
That's the copy I think I've got.
Yeah, 30 Days of Night. I remember that was almost like whenever I bought a new TV, it was almost one of my go-to discs I used to show people. Believe it or not, it's a stunning Blu-ray. It really is.
It's a brilliant film, really good.
We got Brent Madison here saying, "Love Day that I was sitting here in my middle of my Beyond Day of the Dead shorts."
Oh,
nice.
Great brand they are. Middle of Beyond.
Middle of Beyond. Never heard of them.
Yeah. American. They do all kinds of stuff. They do the Shining rugs. They do blankets. They do varsity jackets for films and that. There's a guy I follow on Instagram. He must be a bit of an ambassador for them because they send him quite a bit of stuff, and the jackets are absolutely stunning. They're 80s style, like silk, like varsity jackets.
Okay. Again, I never heard of them. That's the
first they're always reversible as well, so you can have them like it'll be like a Return of the Living Dead one, and it'll be quite not in your face, and then you turn it inside out, and it's like over the top. It'll have fucking tarman about 10 inches tall on the back of it, but they're really nice.
Right.
But they were the first ones I saw that used to do, like when they do the Christmas ornaments, and it'll be for your tree, and it'll be like Freddy or something. They were the first ones I seen do that.
Okay.
Sounds good.
We got Sean. Sorry, John. Go on ahead, damn it.
No, I'm saying it sounds great. Sounds really good.
No, it is. It does. It does. It really does. I need to check it out. We got Sean here saying Keith Nigel said that he finally saw Abigail. He loved it. I'm not one bit surprised. I fucking knew he would. It's such a wonderful movie.
I'm interested. I have been interested to see it since you started talking about it, but I really need to see that. Well, I am going to see it.
Oh, John, it's so good. But like I said, mate, just hold off now, and I'll send that Blu-ray on to you, and you'll be able to check it out for yourself. Stephen had to say as well, Abigail is really good fun, and Dan Stevens is really good. And I think Dan Stevens is good in. The only movie that I didn't like Dan Stevens in, funny enough, was when we watched the latest Kong movie. Or not the latest King Kong, Godzilla and Kong movie. His character didn't do a whole lot for me, but up to that point, I thought he was very reliable. The guest in particular stands out.
Have you seen him in Cuckoo?
Yeah,
no,
that was a good film. I enjoyed that. I did as well. He was a creepy kid in that.
That's a good film. He plays a great part in that. Yeah,
really. So, I'm very open. I need to check that out. I'm up for anything to do with Dan Stevens. There's something about him that I really like.
There was some talk of him becoming the new James Bond one time.
I was just going to say that.
Great James Bond. Yeah,
I 100% agree.
Yeah,
I think he'd be a wonderful James Bond. I really do. And apparently that movie is getting a sequel. I think that The Guest is getting a sequel. I think I heard that it could be coming out early next year. Yeah.
Wow.
Did you get around to watching that, John?
The Guest.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was brilliant. Deborah's watched it as well. She loved it.
Oh wow. Okay. Did you see it, Paul?
Yeah, but I've got the second sight. But Rachel introduced me that when we first met. She got me to watch that and Cold in July, another fantastic film.
Cold in July. Never seen that. No.
That's what's his name out of Miami Vice, the original one. It's Dexter, the guy from Dexter. What's his bloody name?
Dexter.
The guy who plays Dexter.
I know the fella you're talking about. I just don't know who he is.
Double out the thingy, and then Don Johnson.
Oh wow, okay.
It's
no,
like
I've never seen that.
Like a proper gritty thriller. Really good.
Actually, just talking about The Guest there. Now that I think of it, actually, I wouldn't have that release if it wasn't for you, John. Now that I think of it.
No, yeah, John sent you that, didn't he? I remember
you got that for me. You did. Now that I remember. You picked it up for me.
Well, was it not one of those things where you'd said you were after it?
Yeah.
And I'd said, oh, because I was. It was actually no. It was because I'd said to you, I'm sure I saw it in Gateshead, or I'll ask Steve Monkey Mason if he can get it for us. So I said to him, I said, I think I phoned him up. No, I texted him, man, didn't I? And I said,
That's right.
yeah. I says, have you got The Guest in your shop? And he says, oh yeah, because I remember seeing a couple there. He said, I've got one left, didn't he? So he put it behind. I went and bought it for you, and then sent it over.
Yeah, I don't think it took you that long. Funny enough, I think it happened almost instantly. When I asked you, when I sent it, I was trying to get it, and all of a sudden it was like a couple of hours later. Oh, yeah, I have one for you. So yeah, it's a great release. I fucking love it. I do. I love the movie.
I think if you probably asked us like 2 weeks later, it would have been gone. So yeah,
that was an expensive one as well because they had trouble getting the rights to the soundtrack. They had to pay a lot of money for the soundtrack, didn't they?
Really? I didn't know that.
That's what hyped the price on that one because that was it was like 50 quid, wasn't it?
50 quid. I mean, it weighs a ton.
Right, lads. Yeah. We've got another Carlos face off for you.
Oh no.
There we go. Right, so we've got another movie face off: The Hitcher versus Seven, Dress to Kill versus Blowout, and My Bloody Valentine versus Scream.
Oh, that's not so bad. I don't mind that one.
John, you want to take a crack at that, John?
Yeah, the Hitcher versus Seven. I haven't seen Seven for a while. I did really enjoy it when I saw it. I was blown away by the reveal at the end, and I mean by who the person is at the end. I don't mean about the box. But I'm going to have to say the one I enjoy the most, or I've watched the most, is The Hitcher. I think it's the more fun film, and it's got more rewatchability than Seven. Not taking anything away from Seven. Dress to Kill versus Blowout. Now I'm going to say Blowout, even though I find them kind of similar. I do think I could watch Blowout more than Dress to Kill, because Dress to Kill, without going too much into it, once you've seen it, you kind of know it. As Blowout, it's similar, but I can get more of a rewatch on it. My Bloody Valentine, Scream, I'm going to have to say, as much as I think they're both brilliant, I'm going to say that I'm going to pick My Bloody Valentine because I enjoy it just that little bit more than Scream, even though Scream is spectacular. But I think I can but then again, My Bloody Valentine, once you know it, you know it. But I think I enjoy My Bloody Valentine just a little bit more because it's a bit more nostalgia for me. Even though Scream's got a lot of nostalgia, it broke the mold when it came out. So that's a tough one. That by a whisker, My Bloody Valentine.
Fair enough. What about yourself, Paul?
And mine's more or less exactly the same as John. The Hitcher, I love Seven, but Seven's one of them where you can only rewatch it like every 5, 6, 7 years. hit you can watch thingy. It's just a brilliant film. And when that was another one we waited a long time for.
Yeah.
Dress to Kill, another one. As much as I love Dress to Kill, Blowout's my favourite De Palma film, and probably one of the best. The best, them two in that, Travolta and Nancy. What's her surname? Nancy.
Alan.
Yeah, Nancy Allen.
Thank you.
That's just a fantastic film, and mine's My Bloody Valentine every time. It's one of my favourite slashers, and even more so with our lovely Screen Factory 4Ks that up the film even more.
Yeah.
The only one that he should have put My Bloody Valentine and The Prowler, and then there's shows The Prowler.
Oh wow! Okay.
All right. Yeah.
But
I can
My
see
Bloody
that.
Valentine.
Great movie. Yeah, I'm going to agree with you with The Hitcher. And I absolutely agree with Paul as well. 7, I love the movie, and I really do love it. I bought it on 4K. I watched it on 4K. Chances are it'll be 3 years, 4 years when I watch it again. But I look forward to it. You know, that's the beauty of it. You know, so The Hitcher would definitely be viewed more often. Blowout for me, I'm not going to lie, lads. I think Dress to Kill is one of the most overrated De Palma movies. I never get on board with it. Could never get on board with it. Was never a fan. My Bloody Valentine and Scream, you know something? That is oddly tricky. Even though, believe it or not, you might be shocked when I say this. My Bloody Valentine, I was introduced to that movie, I would say 5 years ago was the first time I seen it. And it instantly became, and this is one thing people turn around. I said this got brought up in a stream. I think it got brought up with me and you, John, when we done our last stream, where how nostalgia plays a huge role in us enjoying these movies. Yeah. But somehow it worked because I had no nostalgia connection towards My Bloody Valentine. But yet somehow the minute I watched that, I instantly put it up there as one of the best 80s slasher movies I've ever seen. You know, and even though I have no nostalgia connection to it, so it says a lot about that movie, that how good it actually is. But Scream brought back the genre. Scream brought it back. And the ending of Scream to this day, I still think is just the opening and its ending is unlike anything I've ever seen in a slasher movie. So I'm leaning towards Scream on that one, but that is actually a tricky one. It really is. But Scream, you know, the thing about Scream is I do have it's just a nice little story with me and Ellen. We actually went out for a few pints in the pub, and we went in, and it just nothing was happening. The atmosphere was boring. We weren't having a good time. And I said, "You want to go home?" And she was like, "Yeah, we'll go home." As we were walking home, we just walked past our local cinema, and I seen this picture of a woman's face just all white and Scream going across it. And I said, "What's that?" And she was like, "I never fucking heard of it." I said, "You want to go see it?" And said, "Yeah." And then when we went in, we couldn't believe what we were watching. You know, it was just one of those things where your night was meant to be one thing, and then it ended up being this. And then what we ended up seeing was probably the last truly great slasher movie. You know, so I have a huge nostalgia connection towards that movie as well. Ash went on to say, Carlos, he says, you really know how to turn out some head scratchers. 7, Dress to Kill and Scream.
Yeah.
So that's the beauty of the comment. That's the beauty of the comment section, because everyone's, you know, they're almost answering it as well. They're all they're all talking to each other, which is great. So Steve also put down here, he says, I've been so surprised at how supportive this community is. A year ago, I didn't even think I'd comment on a stream. Now I message the 3 of you most days and chat to the other members too. It's great. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think we touched upon it earlier. Just nothing prepares you for it. It's just ridiculous. And it's
as well. You know, I don't know if you thought this, Keith, when you first started out, when you saw people who were mainly UK people. It seemed as if because they were on here, they were doing it. I'm not saying anything about the people, but you would think you would never. How would you ever not become friends with them? But you wouldn't really ever be anybody who would be considered you would ever talk to them, that type of thing.
Yeah.
And that's been the furthest from the truth. Basically, everybody talks to everybody else. So if anybody's thinking about talking to any of us, just speak to us immediately. It's not. Whenever anybody was going to say, "Excuse me, you can't talk to me," or "I will not answer anything," or "You can't get through to me," there's we can be contactable everywhere, can't we? Really, and everybody speaks to. I don't know about yourselves, but you speak to loads of people, don't you?
Yeah.
Every day.
Yeah.
So,
Absolutely.
and nobody ever refuse. Like even when you go and talk to somebody, no one refuses. "Oh, I can't talk to you." It's never like that, is it?
No,
That's
it's
great, I
absolutely
think.
it's fantastic. There's a reason to why I put all my contact information into my description. There's a reason why
Yeah,
Instagram is there and my Facebook page is there. There's nothing to be
yeah,
had by it. It's just there for people to contact me, to find me.
yeah.
Um,
So,
because there's only so much you can do on YouTube. That's happened a lot of times with me, where people were like,
yeah,
"Oh, jeez, it's a shame you can't send pictures in the YouTube comment section because I wanted to show you something." And then I'd be like, "Well, go into the description. There's my Facebook page. There's my Instagram. Send away."
yeah.
It's it's a lovely thing. It's a fucking wonderful community. And it
Yeah,
might even change for you now, Paul, because now that
Yeah.
your face is on camera, people are going to look at you very differently now.
Yeah.
Be-
It's because I
yeah,
obviously when you said about these streams with different people, I put my name forward straight away. But I never thought in a million years I'd be on here anytime in the next 6 months. When you messaged me the other day, you asked Rachel the smile on my face. You could have fingered because it's an honour. Like I say, it's not blowing smoke up both of your arses, but like I said, both of you were the two YouTubers I've always gone to, and I have done for years. I might not have commented on your stuff back in the early days, but I always watched them.
that's
Liked,
that, that's the thing. I always say the same thing. I don't need people to leave comments on every video. That's the thing. I just happy that they stop by every now and again to say hello. There's one fella that stopped by the other day. It's funny, John, and you're gonna kind of. Yeah, I think both of us are actually very concerned every time I bring this name up. But there was a fella that I hadn't seen I haven't heard from a year and a half. And I was like, wow, you're actually still with me. I haven't heard from you in a year and a half. And we were kind of talking about that Jeff fella. We were genuine
yeah,
concern for Jeff.
yeah.
Um,
Well, I think it was. I remember because we had a lot to do with Jeff, and we
yeah,
knew his. He told us about his story, and that and it was quite heartbreaking. We don't want to go into any of it, but
yeah.
nice bloke, genuine, and super generous, and all that type of thing. And I remember thinking to myself, I hadn't heard you talk about Jeff for a while, and I think you vice versa. And then one day we just said to us, I said, well, I said to you, didn't I? I said, have you ever heard from Jeff recently? And he goes, no, I was just thinking that myself. And we are genuinely concerned that Jeff wasn't in great health. And we hope,
Yeah,
because he used to comment loads, didn't he? And we
all the
would
time.
love to get back in touch with him, but there's no way we can get in touch with the fella unless he leaves a comment.
But I
So
actually no,
if
I
you're
have the
watching this,
means.
Jeff, please just say you're okay.
I have the means. I have his email address.
Oh, all right.
And I sent him 4 messages and I couldn't get a response for any of them. And that's what
Okay.
even concerned me even more. It
Right.
did. And you should
That's
see, he's that kind of person that like Jeff he sent me a John Hurt autograph under a picture of a chest bursting scene from Alien.
yeah. I remember that one. That
And
was brilliant.
I saw it in your room tour the other day.
yeah, so when I done the video on that, I was fucking shocked when I unboxed it. And he's just one of those lads that, it's kind of like, right, Jeff, what can I do for you? I have to do something to return the favor. And it was all about paying it forward. That's all he cared about. Pay it forward. He said if there's a homeless person in the street, go out and buy him something. That's the way he was. So he was a good lad. I hope he's okay. I hope he's okay.
Well, I'd said to you, Keith, and I mean, this was something I was going to get in touch with him and going to say to him. It was a very small. It's kind of like a nothing thing. But I told you that the original Mondo Chelloveck sign, the one that I stuck
Yeah.
on the wall and pointed at like that, which I've still got. It's his. I want to give it to him, send it across to him. It might be something totally, but there's only one of them. There's only one ever made, and it's that one. And I
Wow.
wanted to send it to him to say, look, you've got something that nobody else will ever have or ever get. Just as a
Absolutely.
little token. But just never gotten, I mean, this is going back a few years now, isn't it? I do genuinely worry about them,
Yeah. Again, it's one of those things that I even though I'm not in contact with him now, I don't necessarily want to talk about what was wrong with him, because again, it's his business, and he shared that with me, but he did have health issues. There's no question about it. I just hope it didn't overcome him. Put it that way. Steve went on to say as well, arguing with trolls is like wrestling in a pig mud, wrestling a pig in mud. You soon realize the pig is enjoying it. Fortunately, this is really welcome space, and knob jockeys are not tolerated.
Pretty much.
Look, and it's all right. I swear to God, Paul, and you are going to go through it, because me and John went through it before, where if you go onto YouTube, and you will get assholes, it happens, and we're going to turn around and tell you, Paul, don't interact with them. But I guarantee you will interact with them. But there will be a time where you will stop. It's just so hard sometimes that like the worst I ever got was someone actually told me they were going to stab me in the face because I bought a steelbook. It's laughable.
I'm pretty laid back, me, and it's like I say, water off a duck's bollocks. It's I don't let things get to me like that.
Just
used to have this guy on Instagram, and you asked rates. We used to just laugh in the end, because no matter what we posted on there, he'd say, "Oh, that's a shit version. I've got this." Mine's got fucking diamonds on it. He's one of them. If you've got 10, you've got a tenner. He's got 20 quid. He was a proper knob, but I never even blocked him. I just used to let him do it, because it got to the stage where it was just hilarious. Because I'm thinking, how can you up me on this one? But he always try.
Yeah. You can have fun with it. Like, there was one fella that turned around and said to me, he said something, I don't know, it was very nasty. I can't remember what the comment was, but I think I responded to him by going, I said, but that's your opinion, and I appreciate it. And then he came back again and he said something else to me, and I said, well, that's your opinion, and I appreciate it. And I kept saying the same thing. And you could actually see him getting angrier and angrier with each message. He says, why are you acting like a wanko? Well, that's your opinion, and I really appreciate it. And I just kept, and you just keep going. But you're better off just simply just blocking and moving on with them. It's fucking wasting your time.
And they can call me whatever they want, because I'm sure I've been called worse by better people.
There you go. The weird thing is, I've never been. I don't know if that happened to you, John. I've never been like, no one's ever kind of made fun of me in terms of my appearance or anything like that. It's always the usual shit where it's like waste of money, waste of life, and all that kind of stuff. And why would you buy this? Why would you buy that? The best one I get, and this really does annoy me, and the minute I reply back to them and I say the same thing, all of a sudden the comment section goes quiet. But turns out, so many people kept saying to me, why do you keep going out and blind buying movies? To which I reply, I said, do you go to the cinema? And they'd be like, yeah. And I said, then why do you blind buy going to see that movie? And then all of a sudden...
Nowadays it's to buy a bloody steelbook.
How is it any different?
The unlimited, like John does.
Yeah.
Because Steve said that the other day. I was talking to Steve, and he said about the Nosferatu steelbook, and he said if my wife and my son had gone to the cinema with me to do that, and by the time he brought popcorn and all that, I could have brought the steelbook 3 times.
There you go.
And it's a fair point. It's a fair point.
Yeah.
Unless you have John's. John is great.
Yeah.
John is great.
You could sell the steelbook on.
What's that?
Sorry, Paul.
Three-way conversation.
Right, go let John go for it. Sorry, John.
Right. So what am I answering?
Oh no, I was going to say that you have a good setup, don't you, when it comes to the cinema?
For the cinema, you mean?
Don't you have like you have a certain membership thing, isn't it, or something like that?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yes, we just have that limitless card, and you just go and you pay. I think it's went up at 17 quid now, but you just pay that, and you can go and see how many other films you want to go and see for the
Wow,
week, for the month, should I say? So me and Deborah just pick anything we want, and
that's amazing.
we just go and have a good time. I mean, the only time we didn't enjoy it was Borderlands, and we just didn't get it. And Deborah's usually likes everything. She very rarely ever says that I didn't like that. She only says that was too scary, that was too violent. So that's the only thing she usually shies away from. She never says that was an awful film. But when she looked at me when we come out, I said, "So did you like that?" Thinking she would say, "Oh yeah, I thought it was really good." She went, "Not really. Did you like it?" I says, "Not really." And that's the first time and only time we've ever thought that. So yeah, we usually go and sit there and have a good time. And it's
Right.
I think that's, I mean, you're going in there to be either to see something brilliant or something average or something okay. And you're right what you say, Keith. It's all right for a film to be in the middle. It doesn't have to be the best thing you see. It doesn't have to be the worst thing, as long as you enjoy it.
That's it.
Job
Absolutely.
done, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah. Lads, I wanted to just run this by you now. I didn't actually fucking realise it. It's actually, we're already on 4.5 hours. Did you want to see out the 5 then? Do you want to get to the big 5 and then we'll pack it in?
I'm happy.
Yeah, what I'm going to say though is, Paul, we talked about this right at the start of it. Do you think this is 4.5 hours?
No,
in your mind, do you think
not.
no? I know it's mental, isn't it? How quick it goes
fast
over.
it's gone. And what have we done about
When
10
you said
questions?
that, I thought you were going to say
comments.
3 hours.
10 comments.
So we're going to go for 12.
So when you get to they never get to the bottom. No wonder people are putting questions on 10 an hour before the stream starts.
But look, I can keep going. If you want to finish at the 5 hour mark, we can. If you want to go past it, let me know. But
yeah, I'm easy.
We'll put it for 5 now and just see how we go, right? And then I'll run it past you, John, and see how you're feeling.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Yeah.
Right, so we're going to move on now. Speaking of someone else that might be joining YouTube from the looks of things, we got Mac Chats here saying, "I've been filming some films, just unboxings and squirreling them away for the last few months. I might upload them soon." Do it, man. Don't fucking think about it. Don't think about it. Just fuck them on. Do it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Oh wow, I'm so happy I got to this one. We got the band that is Conor Gray. Morning from Australia, lads. Great work. Now, I have it on a video. I shot. Conor sent me an amazing parcel. It was actually that parcel with the pulse and creep and all that. And I did announce it on that video. I haven't put it out yet, but Conor, I can actually say it now because there's over 60 people watching. Still unbelievable. Conor is going to be a guest on this stream. He's going to be either the first week of May or the second week of May. It's all about when that Friday is going to fall. So that stream is fucking coming. And the first thing Conor said to me is it okay if I drink? Yeah, I'll probably fucking drink as well. So he's a good lad. It's going to be a great fucking stream.
Excellent.
Yeah,
so actually, again, do you know the time difference? Is that going to be an issue on that one?
That's the problem. He said it's not going to be an issue.
All right.
He told me that it's not going to be an issue. But it's a strange thing because it's almost like he's in the future. Like he's in a different day. You know, it's
tomorrow.
Yeah, it's crazy when you think about it. So no, he said it's going to be okay. So it'll be interesting to say the least. I can't wait. He's such a fucking nice lad.
Generous. Very
Actually, I'll tell
generous.
you. Can I just say one story just for Connor? I actually did put it in my video that I'd done, but I just want to let the 60 people that are watching Connor just to give you a taste of what this man is like. But he was in Hong Kong there a couple of months back, and he was actually out. He was going to see, it was like a baseball game he was going to, and he had this jersey on, very expensive jersey, I might add. So anyway, he went to get. I think he went to see the game. He started walking around Hong Kong. Came across this young lad outside playing by himself. He had a baseball bat and he had a ball, and he just said this child had this just lonely figure. There's something lonely about him. So Connor went over to him and he just started kind of interacting. He couldn't, naturally, the child couldn't speak English. Connor actually took off his jersey and he gave it to the young kid. The kid put it on. I actually seen the video. Someone actually recorded it. The kid put it on, and when I say that this child had a smile on his face, it was like this was Christmas Day to this kid. It was unlike anything. And then he just gave Connor this big fist bump at the end of it. That's the kind of person he is. Imagine that he was just walking around Hong Kong,
I know,
and he just seen this kid, and he just looked a bit lonely, and he gave him his fucking jersey. It's such a beautiful thing. It really is. He's unreal.
Yeah.
Right. Let me see. We got Ash here. He said, where is it now? Right. I budget myself. I simply can't buy all releases. I don't need all 4Ks as soon as they're being released. Prices will go down. There's always a sale coming up, and I don't fall for that limited only.
Yeah.
You have to agree with him.
That's true.
I am very. I'm not going to say that I don't buy new releases, but there is certain steelbooks out there of movies I hold off and I see if I can get them on Amazon Italy. And that's what I do a lot. I do. It takes a very special movie. I couldn't say no to Nosferatu and The Heretic because I heard so many wonderful things about it. So I tried on them. I wanted to take a gamble on them. That paid off. But yeah, I would say 9 out of 10 times I hold off on steelbook releases. What about yourself, John?
Yeah, I'm always I'm not like Paul was saying, I've got my budget, and my budget's there to be spent, and I'm happy with that. But I want to get as much as I can from my budget. I don't want to say I've got £100 to spend and I get like one thing for it. I would like to get as much, like the Vinegar Syndrome sales are a great place to pick up stuff for next to nothing in a fashion. So I'm all for that. But I think you do, if you go into a thing of just saying I'm going to get the whole lot. If I said like next year, my goal is to get every single limited edition I wanted, I would be broke. I would be homeless, because it's crazy the amount of money you would spend.
Yeah.
So you've got to, for your own sanity, be careful. And you're right. You don't have to there is some things I want to buy straight away because I think they could be selling out. And I think we've got a good radar for what we're worried about. But there's other things that that will be there forever, and you can go back to them a long time afterwards, and you go for sales. Criterion, always try to get stuff from them in sale. Hardly ever get anything full price because I think they're too expensive. And I've just got you do get a kind of eye for what you think is going to be the one you need to get, and I will get the ones I need to get, and the other ones I will let them go. What I'm going to do now is, though, and this is annoying, is when you go at the likes of Long Legs, Heretic, there's quite a few now coming out. They're coming out in 4K without slips. So I'm looking at them and think, now I'm not paying £25 for something that doesn't have a slip. Now you could get a custom slip, which I used to do. The fella doesn't do that anymore, sadly. So what I'm thinking of now is that I'm thinking, there's every chance that, say, Heretic, well, it has come out in a steelbook, or could come out in a nice special edition somewhere down the line. So what I'll do is I'll go and get the Blu-ray as cheap as I can find it. When it gets into sale in HMV, if I see £4, I'll just buy that. It'll be just as good. That's a placeholder. I'll watch that. If there's a lovely special edition comes out down the line, I'll pick that one up, probably in the sale. But I don't have to kill myself. So that means I've spent a fraction of the price on something rather than getting at 4K with no slipcover, which for £25, which is you're basically throwing your money away there. If you were to take a CX, you'd probably get nothing for it if you're not going to do
Absolutely.
that. So that's my mindset at the minute.
Yeah, yeah, it makes perfect sense. It really does. What was yourself, Paul?
It's like I said before, you can't have everything, and me, I always have a wish list on my phone, like a want list. If I miss something or I have to let something go for something else, I've still got stuff on there that's like 3 years old, and they might go, like you say, that witch £300 until someone else releases one that's better. That'll come back round again. You'll be able to get that cheap. Things like that. One of our biggest come ups ever. Rachel wanted this. The big fat folk horror box from Severin.
Yeah, okay.
It's like 150 quid when it come out. And we waited, and I said, I don't particularly want to spend 150 quid on blind buy films. £60 I paid for that off eBay.
Yeah.
It's just, like I say, if you've got a budget, you've just got to. There's things I really wanted that I've had to let go by because there's always something else I want more. But I pre-order things as they come out on the thingy, and then if I have to cancel them, I have to cancel them. I try and cancel them well before the release date because you're potentially taking it out of someone else's hands if you're not going to have it. But you just got to juggle everything. But I pride myself on that. I like to think I'm not wrong very often when it comes to what's going to sell out and what's not going to sell out.
Yeah,
I've got quite a good reading.
I think we're all still very shocked that the Hitcher never sold out. I think it's safe to say that.
Yeah.
I think we all thought that was going to sell out day one. I cannot believe you can still buy it. But I think that's another thing I just wanted to go back to again, just going back to Second Sight and that Scanners release and the Brood. I'm struggling with some of their prices on their releases, especially when you stack them up against Arrow Video. So I'm just looking at, like, I don't know, like just a random pick there. I'm going to say Deep Blue Sea, even though I wasn't too crazy about the artwork on Deep Blue Sea. But it comes in a nice hard rigid box. You get a nice Amaray with it as well, with newly commissioned artwork throughout that entire set. You get a book, you get a poster, you get all of that. I think it's a wonderful price they're going for at £30. It's £30, isn't it, for the limited sets?
Yeah, perfect.
But when Second Sight, and bear in mind as well, we're talking about the packaging here. Then we're talking about the special features and the 4K transfers that Arrow Video do. Second to none. Incredible. Some of the best out there. And then your Second Sight that are bringing out releases that are around £50. And I'm struggling to find the £20 difference. And that's why I'm struggling with Second Sight. I love the releases. I think they do wonderful work. But I kind of looked at Scanners, and then I kind of looked at my Great Escape release from Arrow Video, and I'm kind of going, you know what? This Great Escape edition has better value. So I don't know. And my worry with Second Sight is they seem to be going down the Titans route, where they're just going a little bit dearer every now and again. They're just putting it up a little dearer, to the point now that they're going to price themselves out. Yeah.
And I think they've got to the stage now where they think they're like doesn't matter what film we release, people are going to buy it.
Yeah, you're right.
Arrow got to that stage a while back, and then they eased off, and now they're starting to release more. They've got a lot more mainstream titles, but their big boxes got to that stage where they were re-releasing stuff with the same artwork on and stuff, and nothing was new.
Yeah.
And I think people backed off with that.
But it just goes to show that they were listening.
And Second Sight, the other thing with Second Sight, you look at what's it called? You're Next. What happened with that? That sold out, and as soon as they saw people scalping it on eBay, they printed it again. So I reckon they'd have done that with the Hitcher. They'd have done that.
Absolutely.
They'll have printed loads of them.
Yeah, but
on that, I think there's problems with the printing at the minute, because all of a sudden that Life Force has dropped back in stock on some sites.
Yeah, that's right. That's
and
true.
Look at Trick or Treat, another one. That sold out everywhere, and all of a sudden you can get that from anywhere now with a slip on.
Yeah. It's odd.
I think they're rushing to get stuff out, and they're only getting half the stock at the first point. They're selling now. People are scalping them because look at Exorcist 2, another one that's on sale for £15 now. The Arrow one, and people were selling that for. I was seeing people paying 50-60 quid for that when it sold out.
It actually happened with Deep Blue Sea. Like Amazon cancelled my order because they couldn't get the stock in. It was unavailable on our videos website, and then Steve Court was the one that notified me around 3 days after. He said they're back in now. So there is definitely something going on with the printing on these. I wish they would get it fucking sorted already. Matthew, by the way, put down there, Robert Downey Jr. was nominated for an Oscar for Tropic Thunder. I knew he was. So it says a lot about his performance in that.
Yeah.
It was good.
Yeah. He was the best thing in it, I thought. You got the Beatles here saying that that's where we'll have to agree to disagree, guys. Zoolander is one of the greatest comedies of all time, as well as Dodgeball, which I probably like ever so slightly more than Zoolander. Well, in all fairness, mate, I actually am a huge fan of Dodgeball. Yeah, I absolutely love it. But Zoolander, I could not get on board with. John, have you seen both of them?
Yeah, me. Yeah, I think they're great. I love Zoolander. Zoolander 2 is not as good, but Zoolander I thought was really funny. But at the same time, I can understand why people don't like it. I mean, sometimes Will Ferrell, he's just not. There was a thing called a film called The House. With him and and that just there was no laughs. You know, you can usually get a laugh out of these films and something, but when I watched it, I went, I can't laugh at anything in this film, which is odd. But he just doesn't. He's not as funny. I think sometimes the American comics think that they're funny in everything they do, and they're not. Just because they can turn up and just say something daft, they think, "Oh, that's brilliant." And you go, "Well, it's not that bad, not that funny." But I do like Zoolander. Yeah.
Right. Did you see Dodgeball as well?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Good.
It's great laugh.
Dodgeball is funnier than Zoolander.
Yeah. Did you like Dodgeball then, Paul?
I did.
Yeah.
But the thing with me, it's like he's saying disagree, but I don't disagree. It's his opinion and my opinion are different. I never ever. That's what I've always been like. I never ever tell someone they're wrong for liking something I don't.
No, absolutely. I get it. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I get you.
And it's like,
by the way, if you ever have a chance to Dodgeball, on the Blu-ray of it, if you have the Blu-ray, check out the alternate ending of Dodgeball. Now, when I say the alternate ending, it was the original ending, but they were forced to change it. Yeah, because the original ending was Ben Stiller's character wins. And it just shows him celebrating with his team. And it's almost like, like a Rocky movie where they lift him up in the air and he puts his fist up and that's it, the credits come up.
Right.
And they were like, there's no way an audience is not going to be on board with that. So it was like the bad guys win at the end of it, It was very funny, but I get why they changed it. They just knew that I think they did do a test audience with it. And they said, fuck no with this ending. They hated it. So, we got another super thanks. We got Stephen Colgan donating €5, and he just put down Kaninsky's Nosferatu, the German version with English subs. Brilliant show, lads. Stephen, mate, thank you so much, mate. It's such a very kind gesture on your part, mate. I really do appreciate it. Unreal. I think I don't know, but that must be the 6th one I've read tonight. It's insane. Every stream, unbelievable.
Amazing.
We got Bob Art here saying, "Hi all, just realised you were live. Hope you guys are all good. Doing great, mate. Doing great."
Evening.
Bob,
And he also has a question for us. Has anyone ever done a comparison between 4K and a streaming 4K? Reason for asking that I have Aliens on 4K, but watched the start on Disney Plus, and it looks fantastic. Oh, mate, you're probably asking the wrong person here with me, because I am one of them people that, and I know he agrees with me as well. I thought Aliens looked phenomenal on 4K. There was tinkering. There's no question. I think John will agree with me on that as well.
Oh, yeah.
There was clear tinkering going on, but I think it looks the best it's ever looked. So I can't say. I've never done comparisons with streaming. I don't know if you get this with streaming. The biggest issues I have with streaming is you see so much pixelation on the image. Despite how good your internet is, you will always see some sort of pixelation, and that always annoys me. So for that reason alone, streaming is just not for me. But John, what do you think yourself? Aliens, I know you were impressed with it as well.
Yeah, I was. I mean, like I say, I'm not saying there wasn't anything going on with it. I'm not saying that at all. But I really enjoyed it. I mean, I put it on and I thought, if I don't like it, I don't like it. If I do, I do. Because I'm very familiar with Aliens. I've got the Blu-ray to fall back on. But I enjoyed it. Could tell in places that it has got that work to it. But it didn't it didn't put us off the film. So for me, it was a solid transfer and I really enjoyed it. But sometimes I do think that if there's, I can't think what it would be, but you can see bad 4Ks transfers that aren't done that well. But sometimes you can see them like streaming on somewhere, maybe Sky Movies in ultra high definition, and you can think, wow, that looks really good. But you do get the pixelation. It can stop. It can falter. You can stutter. There's all them things that can happen with it, which your disc probably wouldn't do. But I think there's sometimes when I think, actually, I did see Brighton Rock. It was on Sky, and I watched it. It was in Sky HD, and it was spotless, and it was pristine, and it was brilliant. And I thought, I can't wait to get that on the real Blu-ray, which in essence should look 10 times better. And they hadn't tidied the Blu-ray up at all.
Wow!
I still got it. It's got scratches all over it. It's a really bad thing. It needs to get a complete overhaul. On a 4K, it looks astounding. But it's not good when you see someone online and you get the counterpart on Blu-ray or 4K, which should in essence look a lot better, and usually it will. But every now and again you get one, and because you know that there's a better one out there, and they haven't bothered. So that's what I was saying about Video Dead. The Video Dead I've got it's on a double bill with TerraVision. It was
I've got that one.
No, you got that one. Yeah, and the Video Dead looks quite grainy, kind of noisy grain going on. Yet it's on Sky, you can see it on there in kind of HD, and it's got no grain in it at all. But it's not smoothed out or anything. And that's a bit when you think, oh, there's a better one online. I mean, it'll come out somewhere and look great if they can do it. It's not a great looking film. It's really low budget, but it's so watchable. The video cover on that and the VHS was one of the best covers I've ever seen.
I agree. Yeah.
I love that. The film's a bad film, but I love it. And actually, the weird thing about that is I didn't even know this, but the fella who's in it at the start who gets killed, well, he's not an old fella, but he's in it for a little bit. He's the fella who's in The Greasy Strangler. He's the one who's got he's got nothing on, has he, all the way through? He's got this
disturbing film, man.
Yeah, it is. But I think that's the only two films he's made. I don't think he made anything in the middle. So from 1985 to 2011 and probably 2020, there's only two ones he's done, which is nuts. Especially The Greasy Strangler was done by an English bloke as well, which I couldn't get my head round.
Mental film, mental.
So what way are you with that, Paul? Then did you check out Aliens on 4K as well?
Yeah, we've got I brought the US one because I didn't want to wait.
Yeah, I was the same.
I got the US, and obviously I was getting the Abyss because we weren't getting it. The only one I haven't grabbed is True Lies. I still haven't brought that.
Okay.
But I thought it looked great. I'm not going to say I'm some professional transfer reviewer or anything, but
Near am I.
I couldn't see an issue with it. It's
No.
like you say, it's personal preference, and I think some people find problems in stuff when they don't need to.
Yeah.
But streaming, we've got some of the best internet in the country in Birmingham, and even on mine, they say they compress it, don't they, to make it run smoother, like the audio and that's all compressed. So same as like MP3 and lossless, as they used to call it, they compress it to make it smaller, and you're losing thingies. But we watched, because I couldn't be asked to walk upstairs, and it was on ITV Player. We watched Dick Tracy, and it looked absolutely fantastic, and the sound was good in that. I don't know whether it's a 4K scan. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I can't fault that. But like I say, I'm not what you call it. But streaming's definitely got its issues. Definitely.
Yeah. No question about it.
If you can watch it on if you can watch it on disc, you watch it on disc, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's better.
Couldn't agree more.
The pixelation, the sound cutting out, or the sound not sounding half as good as it should.
Yeah. I agree. Absolutely.
It's not. That's the word people always use. Compression, isn't it?
Compression. Yeah. That's true. We got Sean here saying, lads, I'm going to disagree with you on Nosferatu. Didn't enjoy it as much as I thought I would. Visually beautiful, but Count Orlok switching between English and his native tongue didn't work for me. You know, Sean, I'll tell you, mate, I would never criticize, because the movie's definitely not for everybody.
Yeah.
No question about it. Yeah. The one thing I will say is, if you're not going to like the movie, don't like it for the wrong reason. Sorry. That's what I think a lot of people. I done a whole video there not so long ago, and the first title that I showed was Barbie, and that actually brings me back to them steelbooks and waiting for a price drop. I ended up getting that for like €12, and I got Barbie on 4K. And the amount of people that said on it, now again, they weren't criticizing me for watching it, but they were bashing it even though they never seen it.
Yeah,
and that never sits well with me. You know, I can never do that, bash a movie and not see it. And I went into Barbie thinking it was going to be the worst thing ever. Wow, how wrong I got it. How wrong I got it. I had so much fun with it. It was so surprising. I think you really enjoyed it as well, John, didn't you?
I loved it. So did Deborah. We put it on. We couldn't believe how good it was. Thinking, we saw it like early on when it wasn't, the hype hadn't hit it yet. I just said to Deborah, I says, there's this Barbie thing coming out. It's meant to be really good. That's all we knew about it. And she says, how could it be good? And I goes, I don't know. The people in it are not the people you would expect to be in a film called Barbie. But because that's so kind of weird and nuts, why don't we give it a shot? And we didn't. I thought, I was sitting there, I was agog, and I really enjoyed it, you know. But I tell you what, the amount of shit I got for liking that film, you know, me video, and I said, it's my video and it's what I liked, and I said in 2023, I think it was, that was my favorite film of the year, and it was like they lost their minds, and I was thinking, but I'm being truthful. I could have lied and said I watched Barbie, it was all right, but you know, other films were my favorite ones. There were some great films out that year, but Barbie, and I just think, well, it's just my point of view. It's not. I'm not demanding that people go and watch Barbie. I remember, but when I was out with I met Ken Spon, and I said to Ken, it says, "Hey," because he's called Ken. I says, "Hey, Barbie, Ken, you know." He's going, "Oh, don't talk to me about that film." I says, "Do you not like it?" He's going, "No, it's awful." So everyone I saw, I'm going to say, did Sam not like it? I'm not too sure. But everyone was going out, I'd said to Nigel, I says, "Here, Nigel, what the hell? I was going, but everybody was panning it. Every single person. I was thinking, but you'd never seen it. I don't think anyone had seen it actually. I said, you haven't seen it? Watch it. No, I'm watching that. Everyone was like staying away from it. And I thought, well, you're missing out. But that film, out of all the films I've done, is the one that's raised the most. I'm not going to say hatred, but like kind of, what the hell are you doing? It's just a film.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's the thing. I don't think people can see past your opinion, unfortunately. But that's YouTube for you.
Well, I didn't tell anyone they had to like it. I just said, give it a shot,
Give it a shot. Yeah. Before you criticize, give it a shot. Give it a shot and just see what fucking happens, But yeah, Sean, mate, I'm sorry that you didn't get as much out of it. Maybe if you revisit it, you never know, it might grow on you. We got started here saying, I pre-ordered the 4K of Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3 from Arrow. Very excited. I've never seen the original Taking of Pelham. I actually really like the remake of it, so I'm definitely going to be checking that one out. Is there anything that interests the two of you?
Original's fantastic.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's good. I can't remember it, but I remember it being really good. Yeah.
I've thought about getting the Kino one, but I didn't bother, so it'd be easier to grab the Arrow one.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Point and discount. Might get it for free.
Yeah, there you go. We got Wee Bob Art here saying, I maybe need to give Nosferatu another watch. It felt like pantomime the first watch. That's it. That's all you can do. I think that if you're open to a second go, and it says a lot about your first viewing, it's not as bad as you might think it is if you're willing to give it that second go, Right, we got Kyle here saying, we got Kyle Walsh here saying, Raymond the West is totally West is totally agree, mate. I review films for a living, and unfortunately for me, Nosferatu didn't leave much of an impression on me. But the film is subjective. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I think it is his. I can never think of the director's name, but I think it is his. It's probably his lowest rated movie on Rotten Tomatoes, even though it's still at like 87 or 88% or something like that. It's still quite high. Oh no. We got Stephen Coogan here saying, happened to me with The Long Kiss Goodnight, just bought the Blu-ray and then Arrow released the 4K, had to get it. Happens all the time. It's horrible how it Yeah. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do, lads. I am going to wrap this up I'm going to leave it for 20 more minutes, and then we'll wrap up. Is that okay with you?
No problem.
And I can only do 19. Sorry.
19. Sorry. So yeah, we'll wrap it up. Look, I'll go up to half. Is that okay with you? And then we'll wrap it up. And that, because my eyes are starting to sag a little bit.
You're doing all the work.
Specsavers, huh? We got Wee Bob Art here saying, question, Alien Romulus does a fantastic job of showing an alternate world. Is there any other movies that gives us that world building awesomeness? Ooh. Wow.
Yeah, what's that one called where is it Dark City?
That's the Arrow.
That's coming 4K Arrow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Because that was a good one. If that's what about what's it called, man? Leonardo DiCaprio. Inception.
Yeah. Fuck me, that's some movie. No, that's another one of those that it requires a lot of viewings. But then you are talking about Christopher Nolan here. I think every movie he's done requires multiple viewings.
True. Interstellar that's not really a world, like.
No, absolutely. What about yourself, Pauline? Who jumped to mind on you?
Matrix.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's such a good one. That is a good one. Yeah.
Existence.
I've got one. Barbie.
There you go. There you go. Yeah.
Barbie World.
Yeah. That's a good one, actually. That's actually a good one. I think The Matrix. I think I'm going to leave it on The Matrix. That is actually perfect. Let me see. We got a question for the two of yous from George Condy. He was just wondering, have you seen the Cold War Creatures box set?
No, that's one I passed on. And I've seen that, and you can get that pretty cheap on eBay. It's definitely one I want, but it's one of them ones where, do I want to spend 55 quid when it first come out, or get it for about 20 quid in a sale down the line?
What's going to baffle me about that question? What's baffling me about that question is why he just asked you and John and Paul. Am I that predictable when it comes to these movies? Sorry, John. Go on it.
Is that the one with the werewolf in it?
Yeah, it's got a werewolf. It's got a Frankenstein. It's like a Russian. I don't know if it's one director, I think, isn't it? And it's all low budget, like their takes on the Universal films.
Well, this is funny because we were just talking today, me and Paul, on Instagram about the fact of getting an app so you don't go and rebuy something. So I was talking to Steve Court actually on Instagram, funny enough, and we were talking about the fact of boxing things up. And I was looking around my stuff to say, well, this I was recording a voicemail that said, I'm going to have to be careful about some of the ones I get from Arrow are just not that good. I said, but the bigger boxes ones is the ones that I want to get next and see what they can be. The Satana box sets, that type of things, the house box set and stuff.
Phantasm.
I mean, I was looking along, and I'd been to HMV a few times, looking at the Cold War Creatures box set and thinking, when that comes down in the right price, I'm on it. And I was looking along, and I went, "Oh, I've got it. I can't even remember buying it. It's there."
Wow!
And I would have bought it a second time,
Yeah.
because I keep looking at it. And if that had come down the right price, maybe £20 odd, I would have bought it. Well, I've already got it. So, yeah, but I haven't watched any of it because I've only just re-seen it. I'm going to have to start watching the films.
First world problems, isn't it?
But we need to I need to get one of them apps so then I don't make that mistake, so I can go to the shop and say, no, I've already got it.
This is exactly why I was telling you why we got one, because I was getting to the stage. Yeah. I've literally gone in a CEX, brought, what's it called? Apocalypse Now. Short thingy. I brought that, I don't know, it's the Redux cut, I think, something like that. Went and brought it, went across the road in this game shop that used to do DVDs for cheap, and brought exactly the same one 10 minutes later. Because I was buying that stuff. I brought the same film within 10 minutes of each other.
Yeah.
So now I scan everything. And the good thing about that app I've recommended to John is the artwork 99.9% of the time. I think I got Steve to get the same one. It matches up, so you'll never buy the same one. Because when you get to this stage, it gets ridiculous. Or if we're downstairs and Rachel say, have we got such and such a film? Because there's stuff I've brought that she wouldn't necessarily know about, or it'll be in the collection, or I had it before we met and we've added it to the collection, like especially DVDs, because we got that many you wouldn't see.
Right.
It's just a handy thing for that.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Al Humphreys just put up. I just watched that Van Wilder scene. Thanks for that, Keith. Feeling proper queasy now.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, mate. Oh dear. Yeah. This is actually true. Ellen put up a comment then as well. I had to turn away when that scene was on. I couldn't look at it. She didn't look at it. As a matter of fact, she was looking at me just on the verge of vomiting on her. Because that's how close I was.
I remember seeing that in the cinema and I absolutely couldn't stop. I was laughing for half an hour after that scene. When you're younger, you find things like that extremely funny, don't you? It's like there's something about Mary when he gets the jizz on his ear.
Oh my God.
Every time. I can even watch that now. Hating Ben Stiller or not, I will literally piss myself laughing.
We got the Beatles also saying that scene in Independence Day is great, but it's so cringe-worthy, it's insane. I actually don't find it cringing. I really don't. I think it's very uplifting. I really do. When he gives that speech, it's powerful. I love it. I do. We got another super thanks here from Kyle Walsh. That is fantastic. 250. Thank you so much, Kyle. And he just went on to say, gentlemen, what do you think of Manhunter? I've never seen Manhunter, so I can't say much about it. But thank you again, Kyle, for that. That's very kind of you. John, Manhunter.
Really good. Enjoyed it, although the book's much better on that.
Oh,
I say the
wow.
book on that is probably the best one out of the whole lot to do with the Silence of the Lambs things. But the film's good. But I think that went and remade it, but I didn't like the remake of it. I preferred the first one. But the book's amazing. Yeah.
Okay.
Good. Yeah, good.
Okay. And what about yourself, Paul?
I'm a big fan of Manhunter. I like Tom Noonan and Brian Cox is good as well.
Yeah.
We just need a decent release of it. I don't think we ever had a Blu-ray over here, did we? That's another one. DVD, I think.
Oh, it could be.
And the Screen Factory version of it, Blu-ray, goes for about 200 quid. I don't know why they didn't print many. It's a proper deal one. It's one of the sought after, sleepaway camps. It goes for that sort of money. But I'd love to get a Blu-ray of it. That'd be a good one for someone like Second Sight or Arrow to do.
Absolutely, I agree. Yeah, and it would be something that something along their lines that they would do. So never say never. Matt Chatz was asking as well, has anyone picked up anything on the Indicator sale? 4 blues for 20. I grabbed 8 and the Confessions box set. It's nice. I didn't anyway. So, John, I presume you didn't, John, did you?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, I got 2 Hammers and I got an Amicus one. And I also got a Peter Cushing one that's not an Amicus or a Hammer one, but it's got a really good. I've heard of it before, and I thought, yeah, I'm going to get that one. So these ones I've been after for quite a bit, and 4 for 20. It's a steal.
Yeah,
brilliant. It's much better than anything that HMV put up. In the way of the Indicator sales. Although Indicator, I rate them highly, but I do tend to get all of their stuff in a sale if I can, because I have that many sales that you would be stupid to go and buy anything at full price. Although I've bought a few, but I would never do it again.
Yeah. What about yourself, Paul?
I stayed away from it. I did have a look, and it's quite frustrating because things like Bruiser, George A. Romero's Bruiser on 4K, $16.99, crazy price. I think I paid 25 quid for that.
Yeah.
So that's a good deal. And I really wanted Snapshot on 4K, and that's $16.99 as well. But like I say, once I've brought what I wanted to buy, I don't go over budget and that.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Because I don't credit cards or anything like that. I don't have anything like that. I'm just the money we've got. If I haven't got the money, I don't buy it.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
But that Snapshot, if it's still, I don't know how long the sale's going on for, but if it's round when I get paid, I'll definitely get that because I love that film. I've got the Umbrella Blu-ray.
It finished on the 8th, unfortunately. I think it did.
It's not a big thing because, like John said, they have them quite regular. But
there'll be another sale soon.
Some of the Gene Rolling 4Ks I'd like to pick up, take a chance on for that price, $16.99.
Oh, okay.
Bargains.
You're right there.
Now I'm going to just quickly say here, so it's 17 minutes past. So there's 52 people watching. We are wrapping this up at half. So
the sale's off now, Paul, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That's off. Okay. So so if you want to put your good nights and all that kind of in now, do it now because we'll be wrapping this up very soon. But I am going to get through try and get through 1 or 2 other comments where I didn't read out people's, like for instance, Wayne Smith here. Just put down, hi, it's Wayne. How you guys? What's your favorite Fulci movies, films in order of Beyond, House by the Cemetery, City of the Living Dead, Zombie Flesh Eaters, and New York Ripper? So, John, what way would you put it?
Zombie flesh eaters, obviously, with the bullets.
Yeah.
Then it gets a little bit tough. I'll go. These can alter as the days go on. The Beyond, it's all close, mind. The Beyond, House by the Cemetery, City of the Living Dead, and New York Ripper, but they're all great. Yeah.
What would you say, Paul?
Slightly different. So Zombie Flesh Eaters, City of the Living Dead, The Beyond, House by the Cemetery, New York Ripper. Although I do really like New York Ripper, and Blue Underground's 4K of that's an absolute stunner.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to be really different then, because my favorite movie by him is House by the Cemetery. Believe it or not, and then a very close second, The Beyond. Believe it or not, and then Zombie Flesh Eaters, City of the Living Dead, and the New York Ripper for me. But geez, I'll tell you one thing: what a great list of movies! I could belt them five movies out in one night. I could do it. I could easily do it.
100%.
Yeah,
and
easy.
they're all released in a couple of years. In about 2 years, they were all released.
Yeah,
it's nuts, man.
John, you got that? Didn't you buy that? You ended up getting that Gates of Hell trilogy, didn't you, on the vinyl?
Yeah, did I?
Yeah. How stunning is that?
It was unbelievable that I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing. Sounds, even though it's like picture disc, not picture disc, but they're like it used to be, if you used to get a coloured vinyl, it used to be awful. But these days, the coloured vinyls play just as good as the normal vinyls, and it sounds amazing.
Yeah, I agree. Ashman down here to say, there's one Romero film that doesn't get mentioned too often, would be The Dark Half. I think it's actually a very good Stephen King adaptation. Yeah, you didn't like it, Paul, did you?
No, I don't like, what's his name? And Rachel isn't a fan either. I don't like Timothy Hutton. Is it Timothy Hutton?
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
It's not terrible, but it's not Romero's best by far.
Right.
I prefer Monkey Shines over that one.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, actually, I'd have to agree with you there. But I do like the Dark Half. That's what I meant. What was yourself, John?
Another one. I love the book. The film's just not as good as the book, unfortunately. I did think it was going to be, well, all these books that they made are great books. They just, I don't know, I prefer the book. It's not bad.
Okay.
It's not bad, but it's not my favorite.
Okay. So we got Jules here. It just says, speaking of zombie films, I watched Zombie Nosh today for the first time, also known as Fleshy. Very cheesy, awful acting, but a lot of proper zombie fun. I have it on 4K. I've seen it years ago, and I can't remember it. I am interested to check it out. Are you a fan of it, John?
I am, but it's what Jules said is exactly true. That's what it is, Zombie Nosh. That's how we knew it in the UK for a long time. And it is what it is, but it's a watchable. It's very watchable, but it is cheesy, awful acting, but there's something about it. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
But Zombie Nosh is a great title for anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Are you a fan of it yourself, Paul?
Yeah, right. But Brian brought it, to be honest. I hadn't seen it. And after I picked that up, I managed to I've got the Zombie Nosh DVD. I don't know whether it's some form of bootleg, but I picked that up from CEX in York.
Wow.
When we were on thingy. Yeah, the Zombie Nosh DVD.
Right.
But, the Flesh Eater, I brought the 4K in the Vinegar Syndrome sale because it was like 15 quid. Took a chance.
Yeah.
And with it being, what's his name, from the original zombie from
Night of that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Dead.
Absolutely.
Bill Hinzman, isn't it?
That's it,
that's it. Absolutely. I think he might have been. I don't know if he did inspire this or not, but Stephen Colgan just bought Ran 4K, you guys. So I don't know if he's basing that off everything you said. Hopefully it was.
It's not an expensive
be disappointed.
Very, very good.
Yeah.
I'm just looking. I'm just trying to find comments of people that didn't actually get this. Get like a comment read tonight. We got Nepang Films. He says, talking of chasing car chases, who remembers the chase with Charlie Sheen and Kirsty Swanson?
I do remember it vaguely.
What movie is that from? Oh, it's called. It remembers the chase. All right,
The chase.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, okay. No, I can't say that I have.
No, it's not one I've seen either.
I used to like Kirsty Swanson. You never see it now.
Actually, there's a question I wanted to ask. Just going back to Pulse tonight. Subtitles on movies. Can the subtitles be? Is there any way of unbrightening them? Because when we were watching Pulse in here, because the movie is so drab looking, it's just the colors are so faded on it. That when the subtitles came on, you could see me and Ellen were like almost squinting. That it was so bright, and that and
all white, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm just wondering as a way of actually toning that down, because it actually got hard at times watching it.
Sure.
I don't think you could. Funny enough. It's based on the captain. Right, so we got Cy Robson here saying the last voyage of Demeter is based on the captain's diary entry, which is a single chapter from the Bram Stoker's novel.
Yeah.
Okay. Kyle Welsh went on to say the Wolfman was terrible. I'm going to know soon enough, Kyle. I'm going to know.
Yeah.
I have a funny feeling I'm going to think the same way as Paul. Yeah. I think I'm going to get something from it. I don't know why. I just have this funny feeling I'm going to get something from it.
But
I want to watch it. I definitely will see it.
Kyle didn't like Nosferatu either, so there's a good chance if you like Nosferatu, you'll like this.
Yeah, that's a fair comment as well. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I'd say it's all opinion. It wasn't brilliant, but it wasn't terrible. It was just good.
Yeah,
I enjoyed it.
We got Mark Bennett here saying Life Force from Arrow is back in stock on Zavi. Ordered it, not even on Arrow's site, like it never existed. Speaking of things that suck the life out of you, which actress does that to you? Wow. Wow.
Actress. Actually, I would have said at one point Betty Davis. Couldn't stand her for some reason. She was in the house of her grandparents all the time, and I used to see it would just be on the telly all the time. I couldn't. They're saying, "Oh, Betty Davis, starlet. She's beautiful. She's this." I'm going, "No, she's not." But when I saw The Nanny, the Hammer film, oh, what a film that was! And
wow.
I know she's got a bad name for herself with other actors, and the people who worked in that film couldn't stand her. But that film, she really shone in that one. So up until then, I would have said Betty Davis, but I'm cutting her some slack now. But I can't really think of anyone that I cannot stand.
Yeah, I've already said mine earlier tonight. Funny enough,
I was going to say yours will be J-Lo.
Yeah, J-Lo. Jennifer Lopez. I can't watch a movie with her. I just can't stand the woman. And that's and it's heartbreaking because believe it or not, I actually like Anaconda, but I can't stand her. I can't even bring myself to watch the movie again. I can't. It's something about her. What about yourself, Paul?
I'm just trying to think now. I know there's definitely one, but I'm just looking now and I can't think of anyone that stands out off the top of my head.
No, there's no pressure anyway. There's no problem at all. Anyway, there is actually a super thanks I actually want to read out once again. Unbelievable. €10 from Ash. And he went on to say, thank you, Keith, for having me in this great community you created. And for always taking the time to reply to each and every comment. You're a true trooper. Ash, you're unbelievable, mate. I swear to God, me and him were just in the same wavelength when it comes to movies. Everything that we don't like, we're always the same. We have the same dislikes, the same likes. He's a wonderful lad. He really is. And every stream, he always does something like this. It's so incredibly kind. Unbelievable. It really is.
Yeah. Really is. Yeah.
And I just want to take the opportunity now just to make sure that there was actually another one here. I want to put this in here as well. Mr. Sandman, £5. Evening, chaps. Can't watch live, but we'll catch up over the weekend. Enjoy all your channels. Thanks for the great content that speaks to my taste. Well, mate, thank you. Whenever you get around to watching, that is unbelievable. I really do appreciate the very kind gesture. Thank you for stopping by. It's always appreciated. So what I'm going to do, lads, is I am going to scroll down to the bottom here and get to the lads' their good nights and wrap this one up. So just bear with me for 1 second till I can actually find the start of them and then have this. Right, I think I found him here. Right, we've got Sean to start it all off, and he was just saying, "Night, lads, and everyone. Another enjoyable evening. It flew by." Well, Sean, thank you so much, mate.
Good
night to you. Good night to you. We've also got Jer here saying, "Good night, lads. Enjoy the stream." Thank you so much, Jer. You're unbelievable.
Yeah.
We got Al Humphreys here as well. Al, I did see your comment, by the way, when it comes to the bottle of whiskey. Fair play to you, mate. He also said, "Night, Keith, John, Paul, Ellen, and the chat. Take care. All the very best." Thanks again, Alan. Thank you so much for the super thanks tonight, mate. It's really kind of you. We got Napang Films saying, "Good night, guys. Great listening to you all. Didn't realize I've been watching for about 3 hours." Wow. Isn't that incredible? Isn't that incredible?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, mate. I didn't actually put it up there, but there it is there now. Sorry about that. Then we've also got Matthew Lombard here saying, "Great stream tonight, Keith, Ellen, John, and Paul. Take care and all the best." Do you know what I love? I love the way Ellen's getting mentioned. Yeah. I love that because everyone knows that Ellen's actually in there looking at the entire comment section, keeping an eye on things. And as you can see, there was nothing tonight, so great to see.
She's good. She's good, Keith.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Absolutely. Now, this might interest you. I'll quickly read this one out. Michael went on to say, "I have a UK Blu-ray steelbook of Manhunter. It was released by Studio Canal." So there you go.
I bet that's a rare one.
Yeah.
That's one for the eBay list.
There you go. There you go. We got Aaron O'Sullivan. Night, lads. It's actually, speaking of Michael, I think Michael said he would come on the stream as well, and I think that's going to be a great one. John, you know all about Michael. That is going to be. I wonder what thumbnail I could create for Michael. I wonder.
I don't know. I haven't got a clue. Nothing springs to mind.
No, Barry. We got Aaron O'Sullivan saying, "Night, lads. Great stream again. Always take care." Thank you, Aaron. And again, just want to put down here as well, I'm so sorry if we didn't get. I know we didn't get around to all the comments. We try our best. We really do. We got Slipknot fan here. Seeing you later, everyone. Thanks again, mate, for stopping by. We got Sai here as well saying, "Nighty night, guys." Thank you, Sai.
Cheers, Sai.
We've got my beautiful girl saying, "Good night, all. Well done, Paul, on your first ever live first stream."
Thank you very much.
And John, you are great as usual. Unbelievable.
I've got to say, Keith, Paul, you've done really well, and you come across quite like a natural, if I'm honest. Much better than I was on my first stream. I was gonna
say if he was nervous, he fucking hit it very well, because I didn't get any of that tonight. I think
you're right.
That's what my dad calls me, wobble gob. So things like this shouldn't be a problem for me. Big gob.
Good stuff. Good. I think you've been great, mate. I think you've been great, and I hope it's not the last time that you grace your presence on my stream.
Thank you very much. I was gladly.
Absolutely. And we got Ash here saying, "Good night, Keith, John, Paul, and to all the great guys in the chat. This is a great stream. Again, time just flew by. Have a nice weekend. See you next time." Ash, all the best, mate. Thanks again.
Cheers, Ash.
And Michael went on to say that he loved Wolfman. There we go. Just fans out there for it.
Yeah.
We also got Steve here saying, "As always, another great few hours in your company. Paul, you're a natural fish, and hope to see you three sharing the screen again soon. Get to that Brumhorror channel going, pal. Have a great weekend, all." There you go, Paul.
Mate.
All the best, Steve.
Great lad.
Oh, we got. Did I read any comments from Gary tonight? I must have. Another great stream, Keith, John, and Paul. Thanks to a great story about Richard Dreyfuss, John. You have a great weekend and good night for now. Thanks again, Gary, mate. He's unbelievable. We got the Beatles here as well saying good night, guys. Great stream, everyone. Thanks, mate.
Night,
all the best. And we've also got Michael here saying good night, fellas. Great stream. All take care. Thanks, Mike. And like I said, hopefully you'll come on the stream, and it'll be a fun one. It'll be a great one to have you on. We got Andy here saying, been working. Hope it's been a good stream, lads. It's been fantastic, Andy. Really enjoyed it. Great company.
Good night, Andy.
And the last comment. Oh, I'm so happy to see him stop by. We got Christian. Good night, guys. Hope you had a great weekend. Thank you, Christian. Just got your comment in there. Unbelievable. And I think I have another one here from Michael. He said, you guys make being on the chat with you easy because it's such a relaxed experience. Well, we try our best, mate. We try our best.
100%. You've put me at ease anyway.
And that's the last comment. That's the last comment of the night. So there is still 48 people watching even at this time. Once again, for the 48 people that are watching, if you haven't already known already about Paul, he doesn't have a YouTube channel. He does have an Instagram channel. He has a wonderful channel, as a matter of fact. The link is in the description below for his Instagram page. Go over and throw him a follow. And the same for John as well. His YouTube link is in the description. And if you could throw him a sub, I think he'll be massively appreciated. And with that said, a huge thanks, lads, for being part of this amazing stream tonight.
Thank you very much for having me.
It was fantastic. It was
made it nice and easy.
That's good. That's all I need to hear. We tried our best to look. I have to give credit to John as well. John made this very easy as well for being part of the stream. And I was delighted. I was absolutely delighted that I think the minute he heard that you were involved, he just wanted to be part of it.
I want to say thanks to Paul just for allowing me to sort of to come on here and just crack on, because it's I think it's all right to talk to people on Instagram and stuff like that, but I think when you get a face to face, that's what it's all about. I think
absolutely.
I really enjoyed it. And I've got to say, Paul, if you're as good as your channel as you are doing this, you're gonna have no problems.
Yeah. Just treat tonight as one large fucking video that you were shooting, and you should be fucking fine.
Good.
With that said, right, I'm ending this thing. So once again, a huge thanks to my two guests. A huge thanks for all of you that tuned in, and I hope to see you all again in 2 Fridays from now for my next live stream. I have no idea who the guest is going to be, but I'm sure it's going to be something special. So with that said, I'm going to end this stream. Good night, and I hope to talk to you all soon.
Night.
Cheers. Thank you. Ta-ra. Night.